Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Catless here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates have a game tonight at 8:10 against the Houston Astros, with coverage beginning at 7:15 right here on 93.7 The Fan. That's with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Yesterday, the Milwaukee Brewers played, and they got their 7th win in 10 games. They're now 36-21 with a win over the San Francisco Giants. The Pirates come into their game tonight with a 32-28 record. There are 3 teams that are 5.5 games back of the first place Milwaukee Brewers, and the Reds in last place. 30-29 is their record. They're 7 games back of the division lead. All teams in the National League Central still over 500. Pirates also yesterday, after sweeping the Minnesota Twins, they made the decision to trade Justin Lawrence to those Twins for cash considerations. This comes after he was designated for assignment just a few days prior to that. Big news in the NFL, especially related to the AFC North. The Cleveland Browns traded their edge rusher Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams, and in exchange they got defensive end Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. Also a big trade in the NFL. A.J. Brown traded from the Philadelphia Eagles to the New England Patriots for some picks. And the Stanley Cup Finals, they begin tonight. The Vegas Golden Knights play at the Carolina Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The NBA Finals also begin tomorrow with a series between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities, and this is your time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a donation or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and Centos. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And just like that, it's Tuesday. And you're here because you're nuts. You're with me. It's early in the morning. And my name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, where we talk sports just before the sun comes up. And we're marching closer to the longest day of the year, the summer solstice, on June 20th. And so I do enjoy, I find it pleasant that the sun is rising as we speak. Like there's just a sliver of light passing through in the sky. It's very faint, but it is there, and that's nice. I like waking up when the sun is kind of in the sky, barely qualified as in the sky around this time, but it's still nice. I don't like when it's pitch black. I don't like when it's dark. Especially don't like when it's cold and snowy. Then we got to come in here, and so it's nice that we're finally getting that consistent warm weather. There was chilly a little bit over the weekend, but I mean, other than that, it's been pretty pleasant. The days have been very long, and we continue to march toward the longest day of the year, which is that summer solstice on June 20th, and that's what's considered the official start of summer. The unofficial start of summer already come and gone, the Memorial Day weekend, and now we are in the month of June. Firmly in the month of June with the NBA Finals and the NHL Stanley Cup Finals taking place this week, beginning this week. The Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight. Vegas Golden Knights and Carolina Hurricanes at 8 o'clock. The NBA Finals begin tomorrow. New York Knicks at San Antonio Spurs, Game 1 at 8:30. So a lot of sports to consume as well. The NFL kind of blew up with a couple trades that we can dissect over the next 30 or so minutes. And then the Pirates did some things as well, so we'll run it down. 412-928-9370. However, is how you can get involved. That's 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line. You can talk to me. You can talk to me on X by going to the app. If you're on a computer at this time, you could do that too. Just tag me in a post at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And the YouTube live stream is always active. YouTube.com. Search 93.7 The Fan. In that YouTube search bar, you can find our video stream, and there's a live chat that accompanies that. So feel free. Pirates begin a series tonight with the Houston Astros. A game at 8:10. You can listen to coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. Beginning at 7:15, Pirates are 5.5 back of the first place Milwaukee Brewers, who played against the San Francisco Giants yesterday and won. And so they're now at 36 wins, and they still have a commanding lead in the NL Central. The Cardinals, Pirates, and Cubs all the same amount of games back as each other behind the Milwaukee Brewers. The Cincinnati Reds sitting there firmly in last place now in the division. So that's good. The Pirates aren't last, and they're tied with the other teams. The Cardinals are 31-27. Both the Pirates and Cubs are 32-28, so they're all right there. They're all right around that playoff spot as well. They're some of the strongest teams in the NL Central. No team under 500 in the NL Central at this point. The Reds right there at 30-29. The Pirates for a little bit were right at 500, and then they ended up having a pretty solid homestand. 2 wins against the Cubs, a sweep of the Minnesota Twins. It was a pretty successful homestand, and that allowed them to jump away from the 500 mark and get a few games separated between their win total and their loss total. So that's good to see. The Astros this season, they are 4th among teams in the American League West. They're 27-34. So if that illustrates properly for you, I hope it does, how much different the NL Central is from pretty much every other division in Major League Baseball. The Seattle Mariners in the American League West are the only team over 500 right now. Rangers, Athletics, Astros, Angels, they're all under 500 at this point. So the Astros, and they're 5 games back of their division. The Astros are the same amount of games back, essentially, as the Pirates are in their division. But the Astros are 27-34, whereas the Pirates have 32 wins at this point. I think that's insane. But they start a series tonight, the Pirates and Astros do. It's the beginning of a road trip for the Pirates as well. They have 3 against the Astros, and then over the weekend they're going to play 3 on the road against the Atlanta Braves before coming back home and starting a 3-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers, where Shohei Ohtani and company will come to town. So that's next week, so stay tuned for that. They got to get through this 6-game road trip first. Pirates also decided to make a move. They traded Justin Lawrence to the Minnesota Twins immediately after playing them for some cash considerations. I have a feeling that Derek Shelton might think that Justin Lawrence still has some value to him as he used to manage him when Derek Shelton was the manager of the Pirates. Lawrence just not what the Pirates had hoped, and so they get some cash considerations back for him. This decision also came just a few days after he was designated for assignment. So they took him off the 40-man roster, and he was eligible to be traded, released, or reassigned, and they decided to get some money for him from the Minnesota Twins. So that news broke yesterday. And just speaking of trades as well, just to fully round out the news from all the major sports right now, it looks like 2 big trades happened yesterday in the NFL. The Browns traded Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams. They got back defensive end Jared Verse. They also got 3 draft picks, one over the next 3 years, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. So we can definitely address that and talk about that one at 412-928-9370 because, that directly impacts the Steelers just being a divisional trade. The Browns will no longer have Myles Garrett. I think that significantly changes how we should view their team. It looks like they're starting perhaps another version of just a rebuild and a restructure. And now Myles Garrett, the latest of their stars to be sent away. And the Philadelphia Eagles, they traded A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. They got a 2027 fifth-round pick back and a 2028 first-round pick back. So they got 1 first, but they can't use it for a couple years. But that's was another big trade that happened. The Patriots bolster their wide receiver depth, and the Eagles just part ways with the guy. And they get a couple of picks as compensation. So, that's all the big news really around. The NHL and the NBA, their seasons are finishing up. Their finals series begin this week with the Stanley Cup Finals beginning tonight at 8 o'clock. So it's all good stuff. There's a lot to consume. There's a lot to digest. There's a lot to talk about. I've certainly got my opinions on things. I know many of you screamed at me yesterday over the Carmen Majinski situation. That's another thing that happened before the general media got a hold of Carmen Majinski. The Pirates insider Jason Mackey had an exclusive interview with him, and Majinski talked about how he's feeling and what's going on in his head and with how he's handling the move to the bullpen. But it looks like the Pirates are taking him off of the restricted list, and he is indeed going to be active for tonight's game, as Ben Cherington had anticipated when Ben Cherington talked to the public on Sunday. So let me know what you think. 412-928-9370. There's a lot going on. And so talk to me about it. 412-928-9370. I already have a couple of callers lined up, so we'll just begin the conversation with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Old German Rod.
Hi.
It's nice to see that Myles Garrett ain't going to be there to hurt old man Rogers. But, Cleveland makes the Steelers look dumb because they know how to get rid of people, and both the team and him are in good situations. The Steelers, 2 years ago, I keep saying this now, that they should have got rid of Watt. And I'm so glad that they're gone because it was the rival Watt against Myles Garrett, not the Steelers against Cleveland Browns. It's so nice to put that stupid thing to bed. I'll listen to your thoughts. And again, let's go Buccos. Have a good day. I'll listen to your thoughts, buddy.
All right, man. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, 412-928-9370. Yeah, that's really been a big talking point that's come out of this one is, well, the Browns finally did the thing. They traded Myles Garrett. They got a haul back for him, a first, a second, and a third over the next 3 seasons in that order. They get a 2027 first-round pick, and you got to wonder, what if the Steelers had done this last season? I mean, the last season was lost. Last season was no different from any of the previous 9 now it is, right? Like they're doing the same thing. So why did the Steelers decide not to engage in a trade? Well, they're stubborn. They think that he's a cornerstone guy. They think he's effective. Mike Tomlin, big defensive guy, that defensive coach. I think a lot of factors went into play about why the Steelers did not end up getting rid of T.J. Watt. But when you look at it in hindsight, it's like, yeah, I mean, if the Steelers could have gotten that haul for T.J. Watt and had a bit more tools and resources to start to reshape the team and get themselves in good drafting position and maybe draft some guys that could have immediately made an impact on the team wherever they saw fit, wherever they felt positions needed bolstered. I mean, that definitely would have been a good thing. And so I think it is an interesting hypothetical. Steelers won't get that haul back right now for T.J. Watt. He's not as sharp as he once was at the height of his career, at the peak of it. I think he's just slowly on a decline. Not that he's a bad player, but it does make you wonder. Man, if the Steelers would have maybe a year or 2 earlier decided to pull the trigger on a trade, what could they have gotten back, and how could that have helped them? And I guess we'll have to see what the Browns do. They don't always have a hit rate when it comes to these players, and so it'll be interesting to see how they use their picks in the coming years. But they're definitely taking all they could. They took all they could and got a pretty significant haul from the Rams for Garrett. And again, just can't help but wonder, what if the Steelers had done something similar? 412-928-9370. We got GP on the line now. Good morning, GP.
Hey, Harry. How you doing today, buddy?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I'm glad old Shelty picked up the old Lawrence there. He can really help their staff out. Hey, if we keep our fingers crossed, maybe he'll come up with a trade for Ozuna and get him off our hands. That would be nice. You know what I mean? But getting to Myles Garrett, it's good that he's out. It's good that he's out of the division. But the Brownies are the Brownies, Harry. They'll screw this up somehow. They got all these number 1 picks coming up. They'll blow it next year in the draft. I'm telling you, they will. The Steelers, they're too naive. We talked about trading. I wanted to trade him 3 years ago, Watt, for a draft on a draft day. Because everybody's like, well, he's in this. It's time to get. You need to shake that team up. Harry, you got to bolster. You got to come in with some young players. They should have got rid of them, like everybody's saying, but shouldas and couldas. You know how that goes, Harry.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, have a good day, buddy.
You too, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, GP. 412-928-9370. Yeah, no, I'm with it. I mean, I think I expressed several times in the last several years how I wanted the Steelers to rebuild and reshape this team because the players that they were continuing to play were not satisfactory, right? They were not getting over their most present obstacle, which was the first round of the playoffs. And TJ Watt, despite his ability to dominate on defense and really apply that pressure to quarterbacks and the offensive linemen, the impact of him was not enough when the playoffs came around because the better teams in the high pressure situation found ways to limit his effectiveness. And I mean, you've seen how games have gone where the Steelers have made the playoffs. I mean, they have not played well in the playoffs. Hence that they haven't won a playoff game in nearly a decade. And I was saying it before, I'm just like, maybe the Steelers need to rebuild, reshape. But under Mike Tomlin, that was not the case. And I don't want to blame Mike Tomlin for that philosophy and mentality fully because we've seen Art Rooney speak now publicly, and Art Rooney also seems to be portraying the vision that the Steelers will never rebuild and they constantly have to be competitive because wasting a year is a senseless act. I understand that from somebody who's older and he's getting up there in age, and I get it that you don't want to waste seasons because you want to see that last championship while you're the owner. I think that Art Rooney wants a championship while he's owner as well of the team. I get the perspective there. I get where he's coming from, but it's also like, for us as fans, as we see each season perpetually come in and go out, like a rebuild would not necessarily be a wasted year. And so that's where we look at things differently, and we think, yeah, the Steelers could have rebuilt probably a little bit better. They could have had some draft picks, a lot of high draft picks for TJ Watt at his peak, and still been in a similar position. Because even with TJ Watt, they haven't won anything, really. They have no playoff wins. It's kind of like, it reminds me of the Pirates back in the day. I mean, when Ralph Kiner ended up getting traded, I believe he got traded to the Cubs back in the 50s or so. But I remember management for the Pirates there, somebody made the famous quote. I can remember the quote, but not the name of the person, but it was like, well, we've lost with him and we can lose without him. And that's just kind of how the Steelers have been to a better extent, though. I mean, they're consistently making the playoffs. The Pirates from those years were just not good at all. But it's a similar concept. It's like, I wish they would have gotten more for TJ Watt, and I feel like they could have had more future value if they would have executed a trade. But again, the Mike Tomlin defensive approach, I don't think would have allowed that to happen. Art Rooney, now that we've seen how winning hungry he is, that just doesn't seem like a realistic possibility, and that's probably why it wasn't a realistic possibility before. And now it's too late. Like, you can't trade him now. What do you think the Steelers would get for TJ Watt at 412-928-9370? At this point, it doesn't look like they're going to trade him. It doesn't seem like their haul would be all that great. But I mean, I don't think they're getting more than a third-round pick for him at this point. I think it'd be difficult for a team to want to pay for him, and I don't think it would be worth it for the Steelers at this point. And again, that's the big conversation about all this, that the Browns are willing to do something that the Steelers were not. I think it helps the Steelers going into the season. I mean, for the regular season's sake, the Browns are looking like they have more questions than answers coming in here. They've got an uncertain roster, and they've got a team that I think is much more weakened without Myles Garrett present. So I guess if we're looking at the move and how it's going to impact the AFC North, it looks like the Browns are are just starting to reposition themselves for another rebuild and restructure. As they trade away one of their biggest stars on the team. You just can't help but wonder. I think it's a fascinating conversation. So if you want to mention that, 412-928-9370, you can do so. Big news also coming. Jason Mackey, Pirates insider, he released a story yesterday ahead of Carmen Mlodzinski's public media availability, and they sat down. They did an exclusive, and Carmen Mlodzinski just talked about how he was feeling, talked about how and why he was making the decision to hold out for a game there and just tell the team that he wasn't ready. They put him on the restricted list. Ben Cherington talked about how he would be ready to go by the Houston Astros series that starts tonight, and sure enough, they're taking him off the restricted list, and he looks like he's going to be ready to go. So that is something to look at now, and like I talked about yesterday, I think that one game for him to collect himself and kind of send a message and feel how he's going to feel, I think is not the most appropriate thing he could have done, but it's something that definitely was a better outcome than a worse alternative. I think there's plenty of other ways that this could have gone south. He was honest with the team. He didn't get paid for missing that game yesterday, being put on the restricted list. He also lost a small amount of service time, Major League Baseball service time, which could impact when and how he goes into free agency whenever he's done with this, whenever the 6 full years thing comes around. So there's a lot of ramifications that come from this decision to sit out that one game. Personally, for his sake, and he's also got to worry about how other teams now view him and his demeanor if when he does get to free agency. Teams will worry about that as they consider signing him, or if he gets traded beforehand, maybe teams will factor that into consideration, factor his demeanor in this situation as they decide whether or not they want to acquire him and what it may cost the Pirates to trade him if they do at some point. I'm not saying that they're considering that now. Like I said, he's been activated from the restricted list according to this report from Pirates insider Jason Mackey. And so all things considered, it looks like Ben Cherington, what he had mentioned on Sunday, is coming to fruition. Mlodzinski sat his game out. It did not affect the Pirates. They still won the game. They swept the Minnesota Twins. And so I still hold my opinion true from where I did yesterday when I say that one game is not going to severely harm the Pirates. I think that Carmen Mlodzinski did what he thought he needed to do. He recovered. He collected himself, and he's ready now. And I think that's important. And now it's just a matter of seeing how he adapts to his role in the bullpen. But again, I mean, it would have been more of a distraction had it been more than one game. One game, I think, does not need to be a distraction, and I think that everybody can move on. And I think everybody can be rest assured that he's going to help the team from his new role the best way that he can. But I get where the frustration boils over as well. I still hold true to my opinions from yesterday. I understand that, Major League Baseball and the path to it is a grind. It's a lot. Mlodzinski had a few years down in the minors after being drafted by the Pirates before getting his shot in the majors. And when you get the shot that you want, when you do what you want to do, which is become a starting pitcher, and despite doing everything that you can do to do well and to be in the starting rotation, and there's other players that have worse stats than you, that have worse performances than you, and you're the one that gets sent back to the bullpen, like I can understand his frustrations, and I still hold that opinion true. I get where he's coming from, and despite a lot of the opinions out there too that players are entitled and they have egos and there's those factors in play, I do also think though that none of us can fully comprehend the grind that it takes to get through minor league baseball, to get to the majors and have the opportunity while constantly needing to keep your body in shape year round. I think that some grace needs to also be attributed to these players because it is a tough road. I mean, I think opinions are fair too. If you're somebody that doesn't agree with me and you think that he's not a good team player and you think that this was a poorly calculated move, I can understand your perspective, but I still have mine, which is that take an off day. Everybody takes off days from work, especially if they're not happy in their current job situation. You can take a personal day. You take some time off, and you can think things over with your family and the people that you love and that you care about. And I don't think that this particular situation was much different. It was an unpaid day off for Carmen Mlodzinski, and now he's coming back, which, again, I am grateful that he's back, and I think he can help the Pirates as they continue to keep the winning going. They just swept the Minnesota Twins. There's also that to consider. They're doing pretty well. Right now they're tied for third in the National League Central, but really the Cardinals, Cubs, and Pirates all 5.5 games back of the first place Milwaukee Brewers, and all the NL Central teams are lined up for a playoff spot. The early wild card standings have them all close and in there. So 412-928-9370. Let me know what you think about the Carmen Mlodzinski situation. And if you have any thoughts on Justin Lawrence getting traded, that is something that just happened yesterday. Justin Lawrence was traded to the Minnesota Twins, got cash considerations from the Twins, did the Pirates. And this came just a couple days after Justin Lawrence was designated for assignment and taken off of the roster. 412-928-9370. We got this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Morning, Dave.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, I agree with what you're saying completely about Mlodzinski, but there is another aspect that I want to present, and that's common sense. I mean, okay, yeah, he pitched well, he really did, but he had to believe or had to realize in the back of his head that they were not going to put Jared Jones in the bullpen because that served him no purpose. He's a starter. You don't lose your... You there?
Yeah, I'm there. What about Bubba Chandler, though? I think it wasn't the Jared Jones conversation. We all wanted to see Jared Jones come back. What about Bubba Chandler, though? A young pitcher that's really struggling in the majors so far.
Okay, you are not going to send him back to the minors.
Why not put him in the bullpen, then?
It serves him no purpose either because you don't. Well, actually, it serves the team no purpose because his issue is with his control right now. Although his last 2 starts, I believe he's pitched better. And you know when you get a guy out of the bullpen, it's usually in a bad situation, and you don't want a guy who can't throw strikes or is having control issues coming out of the bullpen. And let's be honest. Bubba Chandler throws 101 miles an hour. It takes precedent over a guy who peaks at 95 and can't get through the rotation a second or third time.
Not if he can't throw strikes. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. We're just going to disagree on a lot in that conversation. It doesn't matter how hard he's throwing if he's not throwing strikes. I'm somebody that also talks about how I like velocity. I like players that throw with high velocity. I think that's important. But control does matter, and if he's walking guys, it's not helping the Pirates. His last couple starts, they've been better in terms of him walking batters, but at the same time, too, now that he's in the zone, he's giving up a lot of hits, and he's still giving up a lot of runs overall, which is not good. And the Pirates need to win now, and that's kind of why I'm more patient with Mlodzinski because I see that he wants to win, and he wants to be in a role where he feels he can be successful and best contribute to this team. Bubba Chandler might not be doing that. I'm not saying that Bubba Chandler's career is gonna flop, but he needs something else right now. The Pirates cannot afford to be patient with some of their younger players that are trying to develop, and that's that. They don't have time to wait for Bubba Chandler to come around. They've got to keep players in there that will give them the best shot to win right now. Mlodzinski was doing that. I think a lot of us think that. So that's my stance on it, and I'm still holding firm. I appreciate your perspective, but I think that there's some tweaks that you need to have with your information that you have before you come back and make arguments like that. Chandler, again, he's improved on walks, but once he stopped walking people, he started giving up a lot of hits. And again, all come back to the runs that he's given up, and his ERA's high. Well, Isaac Lasseri, Callis, this has been the Fan Daily Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
Diego Forlan had been written off at England, a Manchester United flop. 3 goals in 2 seasons. He went home and rebuilt himself into one of Europe's finest strikers. South Africa was his coronation. Goals from absurd distances, both feet. Ball struck so cleanly the Jabulani, the much maligned tournament ball, actually held its line. He scored against South Africa, Ghana, Germany. He hit the crossbar in the last minute of the third place match. 5 goals total. Golden Ball winner, best player of the tournament. Uruguay, a country of 3 million people, finished 4th. Forlan's father had played for them in the 1974 World Cup. Some inheritances take longer to claim than others.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking good to start your morning. No accidents to report of. The parkways are looking clear as you head into the city, and that goes for the rest of your major roadways. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Uh-huh. Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew was mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show, pre-show, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online at Awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. A good Tuesday morning to you. Carmen Majinski speaks. Is that the end of this? Trades, big ones in the NFL, both affect the Steelers, both make you want to ask some obvious questions about the Steelers, and we are loaded up on the guest front today. I think we got TK at 8:35. Stanley Cup Final begins tonight.
Yes.
Vegas and Carolina. Matt Clement at 8 o'clock. He texted me about 11 p.m. last night and said, what do you want to talk about tomorrow? Majinski, LOL? Neil Walker at 9 o'clock. Southside Jake at 7:35. Jeff Hathorn at 7. A cavalcade of stars, people are saying. How you doing, Dickinson?
Fantastic. Doing great. Doing fantastic.
Never better?
Never better.
Really?
It's going to be a nice week. Yeah. I'm just happy the weather has broken a little bit here. Got some nice weather. Callis, how you doing? Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing, Harry?
I'm all right.
What's going on?
Nothing.
What's new in the world?
Nothing.
You happy?
Sure.
You healthy? You got pancakes?
Yes.
Blueberries?
Nice.
How many pancakes?
3.
3 flapjacks.
Nice.
It's a good way to start the day. We're going to go to the fire department today. We have the Fan 5 alarm coming up in almost 2 weeks. So we're going to chat with a fire chief and get to know them and get to see their facility and hopefully come away with an even richer understanding of what these fine men and women go through on a day-to-day basis. So that's fun. Kaboli got me on Twitter pretty good last night.
He sure did.
For those of you who don't know, I did WVU News back in the day in Morgantown, and we would film our sportscasts, and my colleagues, friends, concubines, and mistresses, they pranked me, and it lives forever on the internet. So if you want to get a good laugh at my expense and see what I looked like with a whole bunch of makeup on, you can do that by checking out Mark Kaboli's Twitter account.
I can't believe that that's you. Like every time. I mean, I've seen it multiple times, that video, and I still cannot believe that is you. It doesn't sound like you. It doesn't really even look like you. I know that you're very young in that video and no beard, but I feel like that's a different person.
I was a different person.
Yeah.
No kids.
Yeah.
That was probably 1,000 cigarettes ago. The voice was higher.
Yeah.
We weren't allowed to have beards. She would always, our professor, Gina Dahlia, would bring up, you guys aren't Wolf Blitzer. You don't get to have a beard.
Wolf Blitzer.
If you go into television journalism and you're as respected as Wolf Blitzer, you can grow a beard. But you don't get to wear a beard.
Do they still, do outlets still follow those rules? I feel like they don't. Like
No,
TV
I
outlets.
feel like you could have a nice, cropped, good-looking beard.
You think so? Like on the news? Like, do we see people like on KDK or WPXI? Does anybody have beards?
Man, that's a great question. None that pop into mind.
I know.
I'd love to see Pompiani with a beard.
He's probably never rocked a beard.
Yeah.
He's definitely rocked a mustache. Definitely rocked a mustache in the 80s.
Well, John Steigerwald has a mustache now. Did he have a mustache?
Yeah.
I believe he did.
Oh, yeah.
He always did when he was on TV, right?
Yep. He sure did.
He could pull it off.
Uh-huh.
Steigerwald's got a good mustache.
Yep.
Absolutely. People think I hate that guy. I got nothing against that guy.
I actually liked him a lot. I mean,
I don't think I've ever met him personally beyond just he and I used to fill in for Madden, so we would at times be crossing ships in the night.
He's been to my house.
What?
Yeah, high school. Did a whole story on me.
But he rocked a stash.
Yep.
Stan never did.
No?
Guy never did.
Didn't Stan back in the day?
He might have had a stash. He did have a stash.
Yeah.
He didn't have a beard, though.
Right.
Anybody in Pittsburgh TV history? Anybody going right now got a beard? Text us 412-928-9370. Highfield does, but that's different to me, though, because he's not like an anchor.
True.
Unless I don't know his full body of work, but yeah, he hosts a morning talk show.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can kind of do what you want.
I don't think. I mean, because
Ray Petlin, the weather guy, people are saying.
Stocky never had a beard.
No.
I don't think.
No. Does Josh Taylor?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
He didn't have a goatee at some point?
He may have had a goatee.
He might have had a goatee. Could have had a goatee. Yeah, I was baby-faced, man. I was barely fitting in my suit.
That's funny.
As a suit I got as a sophomore. This was me as a senior. Probably 1,000 beers between those two stages of my life.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I never wanted to do TV, but you had to pass the class for journalism credit for your major. And, I mean, I nailed the audition. Everybody wanted to be a sports anchor. Crowley nailed it.
Did you always want to do radio?
I wanted to be a writer at first, but I wasn't a great writer. And then I signed up at the career fair for the college radio station, and the rest is history. The nice lady who interviewed me, I joined the news staff instead of the sports staff because she was beautiful.
Oh, that's smart. That's smart.
She was like, you need to do news. I was like, okay. This is what a college woman looks like. I'm 17 years old. Oh my God. Like there's steam coming out of my ears, hearts bumping out of my eye sockets. And then I was like, I don't want to do news. I don't know how to pronounce rhododendron. Rhododendron County. I don't know any of this. Texter, didn't Josh Taylor have a mustache going? I think he did. I think he did.
That's it, though.
Richie Walsh has always been clean shaven.
Always.
Yeah. Did Verzella have a beard? Ken Rice would never have a beard. That's a beautiful face.
Yep.
I emceed a gala with him last year. What a nice man Ken Rice is.
I heard he is. I never met him in person.
Very funny man.
Really?
Very dry, very funny, very sweet.
Very sweet.
Yeah, just a sweet guy.
Nice.
Like, you could babysit my kids. I trust you immensely, Ken Rice of KDKA. Texter, what about Mr. Rogers? I don't think he ever had a beard or mustache.
No.
That's
weren't a thing, really. I mean, back in the 80s and 70s, it was mustache is as far as I think it went.
Now everyone's got a beard.
Yep.
Some version of
man makeup.
Man makeup. Harry never rocks a beard, does he? He's got one right now.
He always rocks a beard.
You know who I've never seen have a beard is Mulsey.
Nope.
Or Starkey. I don't think I've ever seen a Starkey beard.
Nope.
Huh. I've never seen Donnie without a beard. I've never seen Bechtold with a real beard.
You never seen me without a beard?
No, I have not. When's the last time I can't remember the last time I went clean shaved is when I got my head shaved.
Yep.
Other than that, before that, it was probably years and years and years.
Same.
I never go full shave.
Same.
It's man makeup. It gives me some semblance of a jaw that doesn't exist. My God.
I'll probably never go full shaven, ever in my life.
What's the point?
There is no point.
And if
they're all wild looking.
little gray gets in there, it's not bad.
Yeah, nice. Like
Yeah,
a little salt pepper.
A little salt and pepper. Why'd you say it like that?
Silver fox.
I had one of my wife's collegiate roommates comment on my grays in my hair at the wedding in Amish country, and she said, I think it's a great look.
Yeah, it is, because you have full hair, though.
Yeah.
You know, you have a good set of hair, so like that's a nice little matchup. It's a nice matchup of the gray and brown if you have a full set of hair. If you don't,
you look old.
Yep.
This ages you in a good way. If you're going bald and to gray, you should probably just shave it.
Yep.
Because the clean bald can be a good look, depending on the human. Stacy Smith had a legendary mustache.
For sure. For sure.
The mustache. He probably should have been the first guy that we brought up. Texter, most beards are born out of laziness. See, that's the old school thought process. You know, that used to be the thing. Like, you go into the military and they'd be like, you got to shave. Like, we don't need that around here. Because it's, you know, it was thought of as laziness. It used to be, you have tattoos and you got a beard. You can't get a job.
Right.
You look like a bum. Now everybody's got tattoos. Everybody's got a beard.
Yep.
And beards take upkeep.
That's what I was about to say. I keep my beard up. I mean, I groom it. I got to get it lined up. Got to get it trimmed. Make sure it's decent. I don't just let it ride.
No, you don't let the thing get squirrely. Texter, John Fedko. Did Fedko have a beard? I'm on it.
Mustache, I think.
I can assign a beard to anybody now if I don't remember. Like, I can see Fedko rocking a beard. He had a big old lip sweater.
Yep.
Wow. That thing was thick. Strange guy, that Fedko.
Energetic.
Very.
That was something, though, back in the day in high school, man. You would just, you'd run home after a game and see if you got on Fedco, your highlights did. That was the best feeling ever.
Skylights.
Yep. Best feeling ever.
Yeah, I can relate.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, you would see the little helicopter on top of West Allegheny High School. West Allegheny.
He's like a rock star, too.
Best.
You ever jump out of it on a parachute?
I don't know.
412-928-9370. Texter, I don't do a lot of research, but just the sound of Austin's voice, I'm assuming he doesn't grow a strong beard.
We tell him to, and he won't do it.
I think he'd grow a great beard.
Yeah, it would change his look, change his appearance.
I think he's one of them kids who actually, like, if he shaves in the morning, he'll start getting a little shadow by the evening.
Yep.
Because his stubbles look good.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't take our advice, though. I don't understand. Intern Dom grow a beard?
I don't think he can.
My beard looked very Amish until like 7 years ago. Like it would just be from my sideburns around
chin strap.
The chin strap, yeah. And even still now, the right side doesn't fill in as well as the left side.
Yeah, mine doesn't either.
I don't know what the hell's up about that. It's
I can grow a beard. My dad can't. How about that?
I can't remember my dad having a beard. He can't grow one.
My dad can't grow one. Like it's patchy.
Huh.
Yeah, so all he could do is grow a goatee, but he can't grow a beard, but I can.
You got a great beard.
Now, I used to not.
What's with that? What's with like the chest hair too? I had like a snail trail on my belly button through college. And then when I hit 30, I got like a full chest bush.
That's exactly what happened to me. I had no hair, and now I have hair on my chest.
What's that about?
Like I'm
Do you
talking
shave
about
it? I shave mine. I think it gets annoying.
I'm talking about 5 years ago I started getting hair for the first time. 5 years ago.
Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah, someone explain that. You know what I did do this weekend? I shaved. I had a hair coming out of the middle of my ear.
The middle?
The middle.
Like right here.
Yeah. Like I pulled on it and my brain moved. This thing, I couldn't pull it out.
Yep.
I think it was legit. I think it was stuck to my brain. So I had to go in there with the clippers and get it.
Oh, yeah.
That has never happened. The nose hair from time to time has be like, ooh, where'd that come from? First ear hair.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I get ear hair and nose hair now. It was all 5 years ago. Chest hair, ears, and nose.
Do you have one of them things you stick in your nose?
Yep.
Because you're not supposed to pull them.
No.
Because that can cause issues.
Yeah, I do it every time I get a haircut. Every week. Got to trim it.
They do it for you?
No, I do it.
You do
That's when I get home. Yeah.
And then do you do your beard or they do your beard?
They do the beard.
See, that's outstanding.
Yep.
Texter Crowley, get minoxidil to fill patches for your beard. Use daily. Does that work? Can anybody else attest to this? What is this?
I don't think you have that serious
I'm not
issue.
gonna do it. Available over the counter as a 2% or 5% liquid or foam. Oral, you could take it as a pill by prescription. Absolutely the hell not. Results typically take 3 to 6 months to appear. Initial shedding. You may experience increased hair shedding. Okay, out. Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate the help. Texter, did you know your ears keep growing throughout your life? Yes, we've talked about that.
Mm-hmm.
Texter Crowley, I don't think you know what a snail trail is. I do. Probably not the best description for my belly button fuzz.
Yeah.
I think I was looking for peach trail.
Maybe. Yeah.
Texter, what issues can arise if you pull your nose hairs? They get ingrown hairs and they can get infected. That happened to me not long ago. I had a giant Rudolph-like bulb on my schnoz.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good look.
Mm-mm.
No, not at all. Not at all. I had another topic I wanted to bring up. I'll have to bring it up later.
Do you know what it is or you forgot it?
No, I wrote it down.
Okay.
I got a bunny in my yard.
Mm-hmm.
It's just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's dying. It
I
does
hope not.
It does not. It does not behave like a normal bunny.
Can you get close to it?
Yes.
And it doesn't move?
It does not run away.
Yeah, it's probably.
Something's up.
Yeah.
Something's up. I need the advice from the people.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that later because it's a pressing issue.
Mm-hmm.
In 30 seconds, Carmen Majinski breaks his silence. He's being removed from the restricted list. We tell you what he said, We react. Is this the end of it? 412-928-9370. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Crowley on the mic, ready to ignite. Doran by his side, giving insight. Award-winning show, Marconi's on the shelf. 412, the numbers mean wealth. Wake up, it's time, morning show grind. 93.7, Pittsburgh Prime. Tune in, you see the whole city knows the name. Fan morning show, bringing the A game. The Fan Morning Show. 93.7, Steel City Mornings, legends in their prime, Crowley and Doran.
Carmen, going back into the bullpen, just what was your immediate response when Don Kelly gave you the news?
Obviously just excited to have Jared back with us. Can honestly say I'm just still communicating with the organization and the people in my corner, whether that's my family and my agency, about what's next, and I really don't have any comments after that.
That was Carmen Mlodzinski's first comments last week after being quote-unquote demoted to the bullpen. We now have new comments from Carmen Mlodzinski. No, he did not speak to a horde of reporters. He did not speak to Noah Hiles. He did not speak to Jeff Hathorn. He did not speak to an irate Dejan Kovacevic. He spoke with Pirates insider Jason Mackey. Published last night, Mlodzinski, quote, "I want to do what's best to help us win baseball games. Being around these guys, this team, it's a pretty cool group to be a part of. Of course, I want to start and will always want that, but winning games takes precedence." He went on to say, quote, "I think on Sunday the team needed short-term coverage in the bullpen just because of this 14-game stretch we're on and the taxing that the bullpen had the previous games. We needed to do this to give us the best chance to win on Sunday, fully in agreement to do what's necessary for the team, to do what's best for my teammates, to give us the best chance to win." End quote. There's more from Mlodzinski we'll get to in a second. I'd like to know more about the context of that second quote there. Is it his implication that they did this because they needed short-term coverage and they just put him on the restricted list? Or was it in his mind, I don't need to pitch because they just need short-term coverage. I'm not ready, and they'll put me on the restricted list. That's why it's important to have a horde of media asking the question. Because I'm sure Mackey might have done some follow-up there, but you're not going to get all the full context without all the raw video, which is what we would have had if Jeff Hathorn and others would have been able to be there. So I don't know. We don't have any answers there. We had Mackey on yesterday. We usually have Mackey on Tuesday. Should we still have him on today? Probably. We should have Mackey on today at 9:35 so that we can get to the bottom of this Carmen Mlodzinski interview. I will text him in the offing. If he's saying, I decided myself to sit down because I think it's the best thing for the team, I call BS. If he's saying that the team made the decision because they thought it was what's best for the team and he was being a good soldier, I also call BS. I think what Ben Cherington said initially is right. He wasn't ready to pitch. He said he wasn't ready to pitch. Ipso facto, you're on the restricted list. He's not getting paid. This isn't a move that you make so that you can shift things around in the bullpen. You only do this as a recourse. You only do this as a punishment for the insubordinate.
Well, I mean, if it was the team's decision to sit him down and what was best for the team, then he would get paid.
Right.
So there's that. and Ben Cherington's tone whenever he spoke.
Yeah, Ben Cherington did what he could to protect Mlodzinski.
Yeah.
But you could tell he wasn't exactly thrilled about the situation. Finally, from Carmen Mlodzinski to Jason Mackey, quote, "If they called me on Tuesday, if they need me to do that, I would be willing to do whatever they're asking. That kind of sums it up for me, honestly," end quote. The question to Yins out there is, at 412-928-9370, is this done now? Is this all water under the bridge? Can we all move on with our lives? I can't believe how big of a story this is. It is a big story. I mean, he's like your fifth best pitcher, and he only missed one game of action. He might not have pitched anyway. Are we done with this? I'll give you my answer in a second. What do you think?
Yes. Yes. We're done with it. I mean, he said he's ready to pitch, so we're done with it. I mean, that's just the case. I mean, he's ready to go. So it's time to move forward, and we'll probably see him out there tonight.
Harry, do we forgive and forget? Are we past this? Is it water under the bridge for one Carmen Mlodzinski?
Yes.
See, for me, it's not. Because you got to go pitch well. If you go out there and
he gets no grace?
stink, no.
Even going back to the pen where he's not, well, he's used to, but he hasn't been in a long time.
No, you got to pitch well.
Yeah.
You can't be a big old baby sourpuss and then pitch poorly. Because he'd been really pitching well. And yeah, you're right, it's a different role, but he's been historically much better out of the pen than he has been in the starting rotation. You take the ball, you shove. Now, things happen. He could pitch tonight and face like Yordan Alvarez, who's the hitter right now in all of Major League Baseball, and you got the Crawford boxes, the short porch and left, and hey, yeah, leave one out over the plate. That guy could take you deep. I just don't want to see him, missing his spots. I don't want to see him hitting guys. I don't want to see him look like a pitcher who's rattled.
Yeah.
Like, don't go out there and take your feelings onto the mound. And I understand it's easier said than done. And this is something that has clearly disappointed him. But he's also a professional athlete.
Right.
You got to put your blinders up.
Yeah.
His nose to the grindstone time.
Yeah, I mean, and you're playing for money, too. Like, I mean, you're playing for your career. Like, I know it's not the full gamut of it, but, like, you're playing for your career, so you don't have time to sulk and be upset and be in your emotions and your feelings. You need to go out there and you need to pitch.
Yeah, if you really want to do what's best for the team.
And yourself.
You go out there and you pitch to your capabilities. Because that's the thing that is really annoying about all this. Like, Carmen, you could have been in your feelings from Wednesday until Saturday. And you could have gone home and you could have punched a hole in the wall, could have had a couple beers, have a good cry about it, call mom, call dad, call your agent, talk to your girlfriend, do the whole vent thing. Maybe call your therapist. I'm not even being flippant. Seriously, like, you had 3 days. They put you on the restricted list for a day. They were off yesterday. You couldn't have just gone out and pitched Sunday?
Right.
Because I'll tell you this, if he goes out there and struggles, he's going to be a villain for Pirates fans for a long time. It might even rub his teammates, who might be willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, the cause to maybe not like him so much. And, buddy, if you go out there and you pitch well, like, you're still on track to make some money. Like, I understand ARB1's coming up for him next year, and as a starter, you'd make more money. But if you go out there and you're dynamite in the bullpen, and you're dynamite in the bullpen as a guy who could pitch 2, 3, 4 innings, or maybe even here or there be a leverage guy in like the 8th or 9th inning, you can still make a lot of money.
For sure.
But if you struggle here, particularly in the immediacy, and you think that even after your Pirates career, if teams are going to be lining up to go get you, man, I think you got another thing coming. There's one thing you can't get away with in sport, and that's giving up on your teammates, or even the perception of giving up on your teammates. And now he has allowed for perception to become reality. Like, there's always the chance that, you're right, the first appearance out of the bullpen, he could have struggled.
Yeah.
I mean, every single reliever is going to have a bad day. Every single starter, we've seen it with Paul Skeens this year, is going to have a bad day. Now, if he has a bad day, people are going to assign a narrative, and the narrative is going to be, oh, man, he either doesn't care, or he's in his own head. He hasn't helped himself there. Like, the first gopher ball he gives up, people are going to be like, oh, this guy can't get out of his own head. He's a mental case. And that might not even be the case, but he's given himself no grace. I rhymed like Dr. Seuss. Texter, MLB is a business, not a meritocracy. This instance is just one more example. Well, it's ideally both. And I'm actually starting to come around more and more on why the Pirates did this. Like, I get why Mlodzinski ultimately is jacked up about it.
Same.
I mean, he was, at the time, the 4th best Pirate starter, and now by statistics, he's the 3rd best Pirate starter. He got a better ERA than Mitch Keller. I get it from that standpoint. But he also is their best relief option. I mean, he has been dynamite in the bullpen. So, like, I get it to an extent. And I think we all agree that Bubba Chandler and Jared Jones, while Jared's first start back and Bubba's season at large have not been great, they both are higher pedigree players.
Correct.
Than Mlodzinski. So you're trying to balance the here and the now while helping your bullpen, while seeing if these two dynamite young arms, I've said that word way too much already, can grow into what you hope they grow into.
I mean, you can look at it multiple ways.
Sure.
I mean, I understand it's a business, but like, is it bad business to put one of your better starters in the bullpen, even though he was a bullpen guy, over somebody that was performing at a lesser rate? Like, is that bad business? I guess we're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
You know, like at the end of the day, yeah, professional sports is a business, but you'll find out almost ASAP.
Oh, this is one of the rare situations where every single person involved can come out looking real bad.
Yes, they can.
Like if Jared Jones and Bubba Chandler
tonight
struggle. Tonight, Bubba's on the mound.
Yep.
Huge start for Bubba. And every start for Bubba here on out, huge start. If he doesn't pitch well, that reflects poorly on him. That reflects poorly on Don Kelly. That reflects poorly on Bill Murphy. That reflects poorly on Ben Cherington. Same thing with Jared Jones. Same thing with Carmen Mlodzinski. And Carmen Mlodzinski looks bad. Like every single person involved can wind up looking bad. Where if Carmen Mlodzinski just, for lack of a better way of saying it, shut up and pitched, and he didn't pitch well, I think some people would have looked at him still as a sympathetic figure.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's in the bullpen. Hey, man, you got to do your job. But, like, he really shouldn't be in the bullpen.
Right.
But now there's not going to be a single Pirates fan that goes, oh, he struggled. Well, you know what? It's hard on him. You won't find one ally.
You won't, but there's also another situation brewing tonight that if Bubba Chandler does what he has been doing and Mlodzinski has to come in and he pitches lights out, then it's like, oh, man. Now I think the perception changes a little bit for some people.
I actually think that's the most likely scenario.
Right.
Is Bubba gives you like 4 1/3, gives up 3, strikes out 9 or something like that, and Mlodzinski comes and cleans it up, and we have a mountain of things to talk about tomorrow.
Yep.
412-928-9370. What did Carmen Mlodzinski say regarding a trade request? We'll tell you. And we've got some of the numbers on Mlodzinski as a bullpen arm. 412-928-9370. But is it all water under the bridge for you? We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets when we return right now. It's a Nicholas Harry Gallis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Big trades in the NFL went down yesterday. The Cleveland Browns sent edge rusher Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams for linebacker Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. Also, the Philadelphia Eagles traded away their wide receiver A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots for a 2027 fifth-round pick and then a 2028 first-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Cleveland Browns actually traded Myles Garrett. The move to me was stunning. He's one of the best players in the franchise's history, and all he got back was Jared Verse and 3 picks. One of those happened to be a first-round pick, but for one of the best players of all time, that seems like a very small return, especially considering they were demanding multiple first-round picks last offseason. Les Snead and the Rams have to be participating in some sort of witchcraft to pull something like this off. I'm dead.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sunny and clear with a high of 75.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway East inbound has started to see slow-go traffic just past the Wilkinsburg Exchange and through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Parkway West inbound a little sluggish starting at Banksville Road. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Go to windownation.com now to book a consultation.
During Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale, you could replace your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Carmen Majinski says he'll do whatever it takes for the team to win. Quote, if they call me on Tuesday, if they need me to do that, I'll be willing to do whatever they're asking. That kind of sums it up for me, honestly. Is this all water under the bridge? Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. He says he did not request a trade, which is good because you're not Sandy flipping Koufax. You're not Antonio Brown. You're not even LeGarrette Blount. You're a nice piece, I think a valuable one for this team, but you're under contract for the next 4 years. Go out there and pitch. See what happens. I don't think it's a crazy thought to think he'll be in the rotation again this year. And whether it's injury or poor performance,
yes,
that happens.
Yes.
So stay on the straight and narrow. Strike some dudes out. Get some guys out. And the rest will fall into place, man. That's life. Life ain't fair.
It's not.
No.
It's not. But you got to be light on your feet. You got to be able to adjust and adapt. Things work out.
Keep your nose down.
Yes.
Is that a saying?
Yeah. Keep your nose down. Grind.
Okay. It sounded like I was talking about like cocaine or something.
Well, that's probably where it originates.
That's probably their saying. Yeah. Keep your nose down.
Uh-huh.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Carmen Majinski in his career as a reliever, 140 innings pitched, 2.63 ERA, 8.7 strikeouts per nine. In the starting rotation, 4.40 ERA in 100 innings, 7.2 strikeouts per nine. I heard Starkey say yesterday he doesn't know that Majinski could be a closer or anything like that. I don't know about mentality-wise after this whole deal, but I do think he's got the stuff. I mean, he strikes guys out in the bullpen.
Yeah.
Like when he can dial it up a little bit more, I don't have to go 5 or 6 innings. I'm going to go 1, 2, or 3. He strikes dudes out. So I do think, even though I didn't agree initially with them putting him in the bullpen, I do think he's going to help fix that problem. I do think he's going to help the bullpen be much better.
Yes.
412-928-9370. Jim in Monaca. What's up, Jim?
Good morning, Morning Stars. On this Molzinski thing, before I get into that, I got to forewarn you on this rabbit you got going on. It's one of two things is going on with it. I mean, and this is just from pure experience. It either got demoted to the bullpen and it's just really angry, or it's on cocaine, and it's just going to sit there outside your window and watch your whole family play Yahtzee one night. So either way, hide your kids, hide your wife. Just maybe stay away from it.
Well, I have had a lot of people texting in, Jim, saying that most likely there's probably little bunnies, baby bunnies, little wabbits that it is protecting. It's probably hanging out around its nest.
Yeah, but it would
its
move
babies.
whenever you got closer to protect, right?
People are saying that they don't. They're saying if it's got the babies under there in that little nest, that it's going to stay there no matter what.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, underneath
I would think if it had babies, I think if it had, have you ever seen the video of that dude that fights the kangaroo that had a hold of his dog?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I feel like if it had babies and you approach the nest, it might, square up to you like that kangaroo. You know what I mean?
Well, the reason I asked about this is because the girls have grown very fond of this little bunny.
Yes.
And I was hoping it wasn't just like unable to move very much because it's dying. Anyway, you got something on the Pirates here, Jim?
On to baseball. Yeah, on to baseball. I thought about it later in the afternoon yesterday, and there was a part of me thinking, and I think you guys were starting to touch on it. I think Doran maybe mentioned it. I was almost wondering if he was just like, all right, like, it is what it is. Like, I'm going to the bullpen, but I need to reset my mind. And I got to be honest with you, it doesn't make sense that you need 5 days. If you're a starting pitcher, you're able to insert yourself for an inning. And he's been a starter pitcher. So I keep going back and forth. And listen, this season has been nothing short of a roller coaster. Is it over? No, it's not over. It's never going to be over.
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
They didn't tell you they were coming, did they?
Thank you, Jim. 412-928-9370. Yeah. You've had 5 days. Just go pitch. Like, someone just texted in, and we've talked about this too. Oh, he just got millions taken out of his pocket. Not necessarily.
No.
Like, if he remains a reliever for the long term, and he never pitches his way up to 8th inning, 9th inning, closer type role, then yeah, it's going to have cost him a lot of money. He's still under team control for 4 years, and this will affect him in arbitration. So it does take money out of his pocket if he's only going to be a reliever the rest of the year. Fine, fair enough. But if he pitches well, he's going to still make millions of dollars.
Correct.
That is going to happen. And that would be my advice to anybody in a situation where they're feeling down on their luck. Just try to bust your ass through it. Now, that doesn't always work.
I think it's more principle than anything.
Sure.
I don't even think he's even probably looking at that. Now that I'm like thinking through the whole situation, I don't think he's even looking at the money or, being, the starter and having that title. I think it's more the principle. Like, I pitch better than these guys, and I'm the one getting demoted.
Me pitch good, he pitch bad, me get hurt.
Correct.
Yeah.
Bang. That's it.
Well said by me. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. People wanting to weigh in on this still a day later. Ross in New York, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Excellent. Thanks for taking my call. I've got a lot of mixed emotions on this Pachinski thing, and a big part of it is you kind of look at the Pittsburgh media. We're so used to the Tomlins of the world where you can never get a straight answer out of somebody, and the kid gets the microphones, the pool guys thrown in front of him, and he answers honestly, and you see how obviously how upset he was, everything along those lines. And then you talk a little bit about the whole buck up buttercup type of thing here. Put your big girl pants on here in 4 days. I'd like to see, if you walked into your program director's office and all of a sudden found out that you were demoted to overnights, because that's what's best for the station. I don't really have a big problem with the kid, needing to get into the right headspace, because let's face it, our bullpen has been absolutely atrocious, and we need him. And, yeah, that is what's best for the team long term. And I find it to be ironic that, hey, a lot of people said that Brian Reynolds may have saved the season on Friday night with that home run. All right? Our bullpen, we barely got through that. We needed that sweep over the weekend. We didn't need him going out there in a crappy headspace and imploding. I'd rather this kid get right. I don't care if it took 2 weeks for him to get right. If he throws up a 2.68 ERA in our bullpen, that's going to be better off for us in the long term.
Yeah,
so I do think that the kid deserves a little bit of a hall pass, and I don't think that we necessarily need to be going with this whole buck up thing. You know what? In today's society, you know, that's that old man mentality that, you know, mental health means nothing. All right.
Yeah,
and I think that we need to
listen,
be a little bit better about this.
No one's going to be more sympathetic or empathetic about mental health than me. I mean, I've dealt with my own struggles. They've been well documented. At the same time, guys get moved to the bullpen every day. Guys have their roles change every day. I'm not saying he needed to get over it right away. I'm not saying he needed to get over it before he pitched, but you got to go pitch.
If the Pirates organization was worried about that and felt the same way, they wouldn't have not paid him. Like, if you're feeling like, all right, we have a guy here we need to take care of, and you know he may be struggling, and we can't put him out there at the time. We can't do this. We got to protect this guy. You don't just take his check away. There obviously was something else that had went down. That it's like, oh, you want to act like this? Fine, you're not going to get paid.
Yeah,
that's a slap on the hand.
Yeah, that's a pretty bold thing for the Pirates to do.
Yes, because clearly, to me, it tells me that they knew that he was in the right mindset. He was just, I don't want to pitch.
Right.
I think he was fine. I think he was capable of pitching.
He's allowed to be peeved,
of course,
but you got to do your job.
Yes.
Like, I'm not expecting the guy to come out tonight and be feeling his absolute best. Like, he's going to walk out there. He's going to know the entire world and all of Pirates Nation's watching him on bated breath because of the way things have all gone down. And he's going to be thinking about it. No question about it. So what?
Yeah, he put himself in the situation too, though, at the same time of the eyes on him in the magnifying glass. Now, it would be different, as you said before in the last segment. It'd be different if he would just like, all right, well, you know what? I'm going to just go pitch and just this is my role, and I'm moved down to the bullpen or moved to the bullpen, and I just got to go pitch and do my thing. Nobody would be talking about this right now.
Right.
But now he invited the eyes.
He did.
So it's on him.
He did for one extra game of not going out there and throwing the ball. Very short-sighted, I think, by him. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The number of people who have not watched Animal House, every time I say, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? We get inundated with like dozens of texts. You know the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Yes. Yes. I do know that. Thank you.
You're a historian.
Go watch Animal House. It's an all-time classic. A movie you could not make anymore.
Nope.
But it's an all-time classic. And one of the famous rants, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? That's the joke. Thank you. I feel the need that I need to put that out there, though, because if not, people will think that I'm an imbecile.
Correct. And then they'll think I'm an imbecile because...
Mm-hmm. An imbecile by extension.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. And they'll think Harry's an imbecile.
Right.
By extension. And I will put a black mark upon this entire show.
Yes.
Coming up next, how short... We'll continue to take your Majinski calls, but how short is the leash now for Bubba Chandler? Like, we thought he was pitching for his job. Turns out he could just keep stinking. Well, how long can that keep up? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates started a series with the Houston Astros. It begins with Game 1 at 8 o'clock. Should be 8:10 exactly tonight. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates yesterday also made a move. They traded Justin Lawrence to the Minnesota Twins, the team they just swept, and they got back cash considerations. That move came after he was designated for assignments just a few days before that. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Adam.
I'm a big fan of Derek Shelton being like, hey, this Justin Lawrence guy stinks. Let's get him. Anyway, if your windows stink, you need new windows. Crowley here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, I had that problem. Worn out windows could be the culprit. It's going to be hot later on in the week. And if your air conditioner is going for hours on end, it's not supposed to do that. And it might not be the air conditioner. No. Upgrade your windows now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows. How about this deal? Getting half of them for free. Plus, you get them with no money down, no monthly payment, no interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. You get new windows, you get 2 for free. You buy 2, you get 2 free, and your energy bills should go down. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon. Visit WindowNation.com. Window Nation, a proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
You like that song Love and Marriage from Married with Children? Yeah, it's a good song.
Love and they go together like a horse and carriage.
Can you finish it?
This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You can't have one without the other.
Your dad loved that show, didn't he?
It's like his all-time favorite.
I think
sitcom.
loved implies that he no
Al
longer
Bundy's
loves it.
his all-time favorite character.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
The area's largest outdoor volleyball event, the Pittsburgh Grass Open, returns to South Park Fairgrounds July 24th through the 26th. Music, food trucks, beer, and a $10,000 prize purse. Juniors, adults, and all skill levels welcome. Register at PittsburghGrassVolleyball.com.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app?
Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to borrow up to $10,000. Use code CASH to borrow up to $10,000.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Texter, how does Crowley shave? Does he put milk on his face and let the cat lick it off?
Wow. Wow.
That's actually your mom.
Oh, wow.
You're not a cat guy.
I hate cats.
Well, that's taking it too far.
Why? They're shady.
They don't do anything
Cats don't like me.
You ever been licked by a cat?
Yes, it's sandpaper tongue. Weird.
I love that.
See, they're weird.
I love that.
They drink milk.
Yeah.
They like poop and pee in a sandbox. Like what? Like they're odd. They fall on their feet. Like what?
How different is that from us? When we go in a potty.
We're humans. I mean, what about a dog? A dog, like, you know.
It has to go outside. How inconvenient is that? If my cat has to take a dump, it just dumps. If my dog has to poop, it's a whole production. You're going to take her for a walk now. I'm getting cardio in. I don't need that.
You prefer your cat over your dog?
I've been a cat guy more than a dog guy in my life.
Gosh.
But no, I love all my pets equally.
Do you pet your cat? Like, I can't even pet a cat.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to pet a cat because last time I pet a cat, it clawed me. I won't even go near cats. I'm serious.
My cats are dog-like.
No.
They will sit on my lap.
No.
They sit on the kids' laps.
Your cat hissed at me last time I was at your house. I wonder why that is.
Well, there's something going on there.
Yeah. I wonder why.
It's because you're the biggest human they've ever seen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Blackest.
Harry, you have cats?
No.
No cats. You ever have cats?
No.
Okay. 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathler going to join us coming up in 18 minutes. It's a big start for Bubba Chandler tonight. We'll get into that in a second. On the bump for the Astros is Mike Burrows. The Pirates flipped Mike Burrows to the Astros. The Astros flipped Jacob Melton and Anderson Brito to the Rays. So the Pirates give up Mike Burrows and get Brandon Lau, Jake Mangum, and Mason Montgomery. Now, if you don't know, Mike Burrows, he's having an awesome season. Just kidding. He has the highest ERA in MLB among qualified starters. They traded, quite literally, on June 2nd, they traded the worst starting pitcher in Major League Baseball for an MVP caliber second baseman, your fourth outfielder, Jacob Mangum, and probably your second best reliever in Mason Montgomery. That's an all-time heist by Ben Cherington.
Yep.
This trade will be in the history books, Doran. For all the fair criticism that can be thrown in the direction of Ben Cherington, this trade is as one-sided, maybe even more lopsided than the trade that sent Tyler Glasnow in Austin Meadows to the Tampa Bay Rays back in the day. This is an absolute steal. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yes.
And the Pirates, despite us not having a ton of faith in Bubba Chandler, they do actually have the pitching advantage tonight because Mike Burrows has been cheeks. How many more starts do they let Chandler struggle through? Like, I feel like they're going to give him a lot of runway here.
You do? I feel like 2 starts. I feel like 2 more.
2 more?
Yeah.
You're going to upset the apple cart this much and only let the guy go 2 more?
You can't just keep losing games by just forcing an issue. You just can't do it. I mean, because it looks the same. I could see if it was different, the way that he has been pitching and giving up runs or giving up hits, but it's the same thing all the time. I mean, it's walks. In control. I mean, the second pitch last game, we both came in the next day. We were like, I mean, he almost threw it into the stands.
Yeah, and it was like, okay, we know what kind of bubble we're getting today.
Right.
I think they're going to give him more runway, but I understand what you're saying. Like, how much of the future do you really care about right now? Because the reason he's in the rotation and not Conrad Mlodzinski is, A, in their minds, yes, Mlodzinski has the best chance to be an impact reliever, but it might be 1A. They think Bubba Chandler can be an ace.
Mm-hmm.
And so you want to give him as much opportunity to figure that out at the major league level. But at a certain point, you're trying to win games. You're fighting for a playoff spot. You're 4 games over 500. You're good. You're a good baseball team. So you can't keep putting the future before the present. So a big start tonight for Bubba Chandler. I'll tell you, I am a little bit worried about this Pirates rotation. Like Ashcraft, stellar. Paul Skeens, he's Paul Skeens. Beyond that, Keller of late, I think he's tipping pitches or something. Because a couple of starts ago, what was it, against the Cubs, he was cruising, and then all of a sudden he got rocked. And then his last start, he was cruising, and then all of a sudden he got rocked. I think he might be tipping his pitches. That's an untrained, uneducated eye. But it's not like his stuff's been bad.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like he's walking a bunch of guys. Just all of a sudden, I'm doing great, I'm doing great, I'm doing great. Whoa, what happened? The wheels fall off. So I'm a little bit worried about Keller. And then the other two, I don't think you know what you're getting any time out with Chandler and Jones. Just keep an eye on that. 412-928-9370. Crowley, didn't hear all the details of your rabbit story, but if wild animals are behaving where they aren't showing fear, it could have paralytic rabies. Yeah, I did think about that. It's possible. I'm not going to touch
No.
the rabbit.
No.
Pretty wabbit. Not going to do that. Coming up next, your calls, plus a little worried about Connor Gryffindor. Tell you why. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The NBA Finals begin tomorrow with a game at 8:30. It's game one of that series between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. The Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight at 8 o'clock. The Vegas Golden Knights will be playing at Carolina Hurricanes in game one. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Seeing some really backed up traffic on Route 8 southbound, starting at Saxonburg Boulevard, heading towards the Etna Bypass. Parkway West inbound is bumper to bumper, starting a little down the road from the Wilkinsburg off-ramp. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by by up to 10%. With over 2,000 5-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira Joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter writes in, Myles Garrett gets traded and you spend 45 minutes talking about a pitcher? Well, do you get traded to the Steelers? We'll get to him. It's a huge story. Got a 4-hour radio show to do.
It cracks me up.
If we started with Myles Garrett, the number of people would be like, didn't you see Majinski talked?
Yep.
Talking about our team. Talking about the Bucks. Talking about the West Virginia Mountaineer baseball team. Let's go. Had to. 412-928-9370. I am worried about Connor Griffin, man. It was forearm strain. And when you hear that, you start worrying, okay, is it actually the forearm or is that radial pain from the elbow? Well, the designation is now 10-day IL elbow.
Yeah.
That is scary.
Yeah.
Because that guy, breaking news, really important.
Yes.
Hot take, super important. Lengthens the lineup, plays great defense, steals a bunch of bases. Was starting to come into his own from a power perspective. I'm not going to overreact. I'm not saying, oh, he needs Tommy John, anything like that. But to hear elbow, I don't like it. I don't like it. 412-928-9370. Regis in Butler. Hi, Regis.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, buddy?
One thing, like just a question to see what you guys think. Skeens is obviously Skeens. Ashcraft is pitching great. But with Chandler declining and Keller declining, is anyone asking what the pitching coach is doing to correct these guys or help them out?
I do think that's a fair question. Bill Murphy was highly thought of, and he did not only interview with the Pirates. Now, they have a top 5 ERA in the National League, so I don't want to overreact.
Right.
But when guys who were good aren't good, you do start wondering about those things. I don't know. I think the body of work's still too small, 60 games in.
Yeah, so it's still too late. It's still too early.
Yeah. And I know for a fact that the pitching staff did not want Oscar Marin around anymore. It's not like they disliked the guy personally or anything like that, but they didn't necessarily love his methods. And I've heard it's the opposite for Bill Murphy. Now, that doesn't always have to matter. I mean, it's about results. It's professional sports. Do you win? Do you improve? Do you perform well? That's what matters. But I think too early to tell. But like guys like, Dennis Santana, they've been great for 2 years, all of a sudden not so great. Just to name one, Bubba Chandler had 4 walks in 31 innings with the Pirates last year, and now he, leads the league in walks. I think you can ask the question, but I still think too early to tell.
Way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll see if they can bounce back. If they can't, then obviously the question becomes bigger.
Yeah. But it's always a delicate needle to thread. Yeah. Thread to needle. I don't know. When you look at a guy like Ashcraft, does Bill Murphy get credit for that?
Right.
Right? There are going to be examples of guys who are overachieving, guys who are underachieving. Majinski, this is the best he'd ever pitched in the rotation. Does he get credit for him? So give it time. Still got 102 games left. Coming up next, Jeff Hathorn, Steelers insider, sports director. We talked to him about what to expect today at Steelers minicamp, and should the Steelers have non-seller's remorse as it relates to TJ Watt? That's all on the way. First, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We'll let KDK take care of that in a second. It's Fan Morning Show.
Morning is going to be another picture-perfect day here in western Pennsylvania with sunny conditions this morning and partly cloudy skies for the afternoon. Morning temperatures are slightly warmer than yesterday with most places remaining in the low 50s. I have highs today hitting the mid-70s with winds coming in out of the east at about 5 miles an hour. We still have several days to go before our next rain chance arrives on Saturday evening. I'm KDK First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Bucks are back. You can catch the games on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the Og, Murphy, and Prokosky reaction show is brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Central Outreach, Spitzer Toyota, Sir Grout, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and D'Amelio's HVAC. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $2.10 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine-looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day. When standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound is very backed up. Looks like there may be signs of an accident just before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp, which is increasing those delays, but it continues to be very heavy through Edgewood, Swissvale, and into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Two Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Two Men and a Junk Truck? Our name may seem small, but let's be clear. We handle the big jobs like estate cleanouts, business closings, and shed removals. Two Men and a JunkTruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The NFL news, it never sleeps. Yesterday, Myles Garrett traded from the Browns to the Rams. A.J. Brown traded from the Eagles to the Patriots. And oh yeah, by the way, mandatory minicamp begins in earnest for the Pittsburgh Steelers today. Joining us now on the Fan Hotline to discuss is Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, Steelers Insider. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Jeff. Do you feel like the Steelers could maybe have a little non-seller's remorse, not shipping T.J. Watt off when they had a chance, seeing what the Browns are able to recoup for one Myles Garrett?
I think anytime there's a trade, you always think about, all right, what if we would have done this? You know, what if we would have sent this guy? Or, man, could we have gotten a better deal in a trade we did make? So I think you always kind of have that. I think obviously the Steelers don't feel they're in a situation where the Browns are in, or weren't backed into a corner like the Eagles felt like they were in. So it's not apples to apples, but I get what you're saying. And man, how about two teams already contenders for the Super Bowl going out and making moves like this? I mean, kudos to both of them. I mean, maybe they're hurting their future, but they see the window now and, you know, they're going for it.
Well, Jeff, the Browns, I mean, this is a little off topic, but like the Browns aren't in the window now mode, but they could be soon. I personally think that they've done a great job in the last 2 years with their draft. They're getting, Jared Verse in this trade. They're getting a first-round pick, a second-round pick in 2028, and I think or 2027, and a third-round pick in 2028. I mean, can the Browns be decent in the next couple years?
If they draft well, if they draft well, and if they ever get Deshaun Watson off their books, I think they have, they still got to solve the biggest riddle of all, and that's a quarterback. But to your point, Doran, like the last 2 years, you could argue that they've had the best drafts overall. I mean, they've had a lot of opportunities. They've picked higher than most teams, but still, everybody focuses on Shedeur or on Gabriel, but some of the other pieces they put together on that team have been really good. I mean, it's kind of like you just don't think of the Browns doing something right, but they have. They may take a step back this year. They may not, they still might be what they were last year, but make no mistake, they have more talent up there now.
No question about it, and I brought this statistic up a couple of times yesterday, but Myles Garrett had 5 sacks in a game last year, and they lost by 19 points. Now, you don't need to have Myles Garrett when you can attempt to recoup some talent by moving off of him. Jeff Hathorn, our guest, he is the sports director, the grand poobah of all things sports here on 93.7 The Fan. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I do think T.J. Watt ultimately is destined to be a one-helmet guy, but they do have a logjam at outside linebacker. Nick Herbig up for contract. Today, day one of minicamp. I wonder if he might do the Holden thing. I don't expect them to pay him, though, this offseason, Jeff. What are you hearing on that front?
Yeah, we're hearing very little on that front. And I think some of that goes with, all right, how's Patrick Graham going to use him? Like, how does he fit? Can there be a 3 outside linebacker set that might be something out of the box that we haven't really seen in the NFL? But maybe Patrick Graham makes it work. Maybe it's like things we've seen in the secondary over the last decade or so that you haven't seen before, but has been a new wave that now other teams are trying to do. Is that something they can have happen with Nick Herbig? So I think they're going to wait through some practices. I don't think this is an immediate. I think, and rightfully so, their attention gets focused on signing Joey, because no matter what system you're in, they need Joey Porter.
Jeff, how long of a leash should Bubba Chandler have?
So he's got a ton of talent. They're counting on him to be a big part of their rotation. There's no one in AAA right now that's really pushing. And the problem with putting him in the bullpen is the wildness. I mean, it's tough when you start your own inning and you have to work around jams. I mean, imagine if it's the 7th inning, 6th inning, 8th inning, and they're down relievers that they would normally have in that spot, and they've got to go to Bubba, and he can't find it for an inning. That's ball game. Whereas if he can't find it in the second, maybe he can work his way back from it. I also think because his stuff is better than Carmen's, I think he's going to get. A while. And again, I think one of the other big factors is there's no one in AAA that's pushing. I mean, Barco's throwing a little bit better, but we all saw what happened when he came up here, and I don't think he's going to get an opportunity, barring injury, for a little while.
Jeff, this is sort of out of left field, this question, but Mike Burrow's on the bump for the Stros tonight. The Buccos trade him. He has the worst ERA among all qualified starters in MLB, and you got your second best reliever, your 4th outfielder, and an MVP candidate second baseman. This is the best trade that you've seen a Pirates general manager make since ...
They Tampa Bay.
They sure did.
I mean, come on. This is one of the best trades I can remember. I try to think about other options. I mean, when I was a kid, they traded Tony Pena and got Van Slyke and a pitcher and a usable catcher, but that's trading an all-star,
right?
I mean, this is trading a prospect. I mean, this is. I know Lau's up for contract and whatever, but man, what a deal! It is. it's one of the, I'll say it this way, it's one of the best off seasons the Pirates GM has had in a long time. Signing Liriano that year was a good off season because of that. But man, it's been a couple of good drafts and a really good off season. And yeah, that's one of the best. I think you'll look back. It's hard to say it's going to be one of the best trades in history unless they really do something special in the postseason, because those are the ones that remembered. Like getting Chuck Tanner in a trade,
right,
was a great trade because of what happened afterwards. So ultimately, I think it'll be judged by this team's success. But man, they gave themselves an opportunity to be in the mix because of that trade.
Jeff, back to the NFL real quick. The Giants, the New York Giants, they signed Odell Beckham Jr. and Juju Smith-Schuster. Would you like to see the Steelers or even work out some of those guys, some of those older vets, to just create some more depth at the wide receiver spot?
And Dorn, I'm with you when you said workout. Like the old as you well know, the old Belichick philosophy, like bring guys in, take a look at them. I think it does two things. One, you get to see them, as opposed to what you hear about or what you read on a stat sheet about what their numbers are, and you get to talk to them and have a better idea, instead of hearing from other people around the league. And I think it does, if you're Roman Wilson, all of a sudden you see Juju walk in or you see Odell walk in, maybe you weren't thinking you were going to go full that day, or I'm going to skip out of this workout, I got a tea time. Maybe you think a little differently. So I don't mind that they didn't sign them, because I don't know what Juju has left. I don't know if the Odell scenario with DK and Aaron would be the greatest, but I don't think it ever hurts to bring guys in and take a look.
Jeff Hathorn with us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff, do you think that Russell Wilson's going to be good at television?
I tell you what. You guys are the best. I work with a lot of people. And you guys, Bill, when I was at Pittsburgh, I used to look at your picture and I would say, that guy I want to work with one day. Look at that jaw. Look at that spit flying out. This is a dude I want to work with from a distance. But this is a dude I want to be on set with. Nate, man, what is it you don't do? You're a hero. You're great. I mean, Russ is going to be. Here's the thing for Russ: can he be critical?
No.
That's going to be, when a quarterback has a horrible game, or there's a bad decision, or an old coach, makes a bad choice. Can he? I think that's for all players, but especially for Russ, because he's just dying to be loved.
Yes.
And sometimes that's a position where you say something, or you go on social media, or guys just do something, and you have to call it like you see it, and that could be very uncomfortable for guys.
I think he'll be critical if he calls a Broncos game, or if he's on the desk for a Broncos pregame. I think he'd be fine with being critical to Sean Payton.
Good point by you.
And I'd like to also mention Ohio State lost. Screw Art Smith.
Yeah, life comes at you fast. You're either going to back up Geno Smith for the Jets, or you're retiring early, even though he hasn't announced his retirement, and going onto the desk of CBS.
I assume he's going to make more money doing TV, though.
Absolutely.
So.
Yep.
Last thing here for you. Go ahead, Jeff.
And listen, guys, he's got the vocabulary, the personality, the experiences. He's a Super Bowl champ. I mean, he's had adversity. It's a good story there. And maybe everything about Russ is a character. So if he can fall into that character, he'll be really good at it.
Jeff, I'll flip it back to baseball before we say our goodbyes. Are you starting to worry a little bit about this Pirates rotation? I mean, Ashcraft and Skeens are Ashcraft and Skeens. But beyond that, Mitch Keller, he had the great outing against the Blue Jays, but he gave up 6 to the Rockies, 4 to the Cardinals, 7 against the Twins. And then you've got Jared Jones and Bubba Chandler, and I feel like you're flipping a coin on both those guys.
Yeah, Jared's a big unknown. I want to say that Bubba is starting to settle in, but I don't know that you could say that. Like, he hasn't put a consistent run of starts together. I'll say this for Bubba. He's got the stuff, and he's got the accountability. And those are two big things. If he could just go out there with that mindset, just, you know what, forget about any of this other stuff. We talked about this. Just get that one guy out. We saw that. Struck out 11. That's the type of Bubba that they need to see. Jared, I mean, we don't know. And that's what makes Carmen and Dotel so important, because you just don't know with Jared. And there's going to be some games where you're going to need 3, 4, 5 innings on the back end of a Jones start. So, I mean, you're right. They're front two. And with Ashcraft right now, and I know there's concern about innings, just don't touch him. I mean, the May he had was unreal. 11 strikeouts, no walks. And he was saying after the game, first thing he said is like, well, I really didn't have command of my curveball. I'm like, what? So, yeah, there is some concern about that rotation beyond it. But hopefully Majinski, now that he's accepted his role, will help strengthen that bullpen.
Just keep scoring 5 runs a game. Jeff, appreciate it.
Work.
We will talk to you on Thursday. Have fun. Should be a beautiful day for mandatory minicamp at the Southside facility.
Thank you, boys.
Thank you. The great Jeff Hathorn. Coming up next, Doran's buying in on these Brownies. Not that they're going to win the Super Bowl this year, but just the general direction of their franchise. We'll get into that. Plus, do the Steelers have non-seller's remorse? Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, so again, tonight at 8:10, it's the beginning of a road trip for the Pirates. They'll play 6 games in total, 3 of which will be in Houston against the Astros, and that series begins tonight at 8:10. Coverage on the Fan starts at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. In subsequent news for the Pirates, they've activated Carmen Majinski from the injured list, and they also traded, not from the injured list, from the restricted list, and they traded Justin Lawrence to the Minnesota Twins for cash considerations coming days after he was designated for assignment. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Another NFL blockbuster has completely reshuffled the league's wide receiver landscape. Philadelphia Eagles have traded 3-time All-Pro wideout A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. In a stunning poster, okay, it wasn't that stunning. Remember the Diana Rossini deal? That was all about A.J. Brown. We saw this coming. I'm Drake Toll.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
West Shore Home has spent 20 years earning tens of thousands of 5-star reviews from local homeowners, and right now, their 20th anniversary sale means huge savings on your bathroom remodel. Get 20% off, 20 months of no payments and no interest financing, and for being a fan of the show, an extra $500 off your project. Call 1-800-WEST-SHORE or go to westshorehome.com/fan to schedule your free consultation now and lock in this limited time offer. Finance Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg, servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
28 south of Slogo by the Etna Bypass. Parkway West starts to get congested at the bottom of the Green Tree Hill and continues like that to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Parkway East and bound is real sluggish starting at the Wilkinsburg Exchange. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident?
LGKG. Work accident?
LGKG. Dog bite?
LGKG. Med-mal?
LGKG.
Born and raised in Western PA.
That's us, LGKG. We try cases and insurance companies know it.
A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Myles Garrett, no sacks against the Steelers last year, and he won't have a sack against the Steelers this year unless Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy lead the black and gold to the promised land and take on the Rams in the Super Bowl. You like the trajectory of these Brownies.
I do.
I think in principle, I think in process, I'm with you. The Browns stink, and thus it's easier to trade a franchise icon. Truthfully, one of the very best players in their franchise's history. But they weren't winning with him. So they need to find out how to win without him. And that was the right move. They get a first-round pick in 2027, a second-round pick in 2028, a third-round pick in 2028. And they have been touted as having some of the best drafts in the entire NFL the last couple of years. Now, they got to figure out the quarterback thing, obviously, and that's easier said than done. But I do think they are operating the way they should be operating right now. And because they've been so bad, it made their decision to move on from Myles Garrett a lot easier than the Steelers if they had even considered moving on from TJ Watt before.
I just don't know why they didn't do it last year. They may have gotten more, but it is what it is. They got a decent return, I think. And I mean, you're going to have 2 first-round picks now coming up in this draft. You got an extra second in the following draft, and you had a great draft this year. You got Casey Concepcion, that one of the top receivers in the draft. You got Denzel Boston, who we thought the Steelers were going to get in this draft. I mean, you do look at this Browns depth chart, and you're like, they have a lot of young talent. Harold Fannin is their tight end, had a pretty good year last year in his rookie year. Like if they can get that quarterback position figured out, I think the Browns might be something in the future. I
didn't mention this. It's not like they didn't get a player in return, too. Jared Verse is not Myles Garrett. Few are.
Well,
Jared Verse,
10.
he's a good player.
Yeah.
He's a real good player. I did see a bunch of Browns fans referencing Jared Verse's pressure rate stats, and they compared favorably to Myles Garrett, and it just made me chuckle inside because Browns fans did that for years in the Garrett v. TJ Watt wars, when Watt was outperforming Garrett in terms of the actual stats like sacks and quarterback hits and forced fumbles and interceptions. They would always reference the win rate. Well, then Myles Garrett gets traded and all of a sudden sacks don't matter anymore. It's just about win rate. You can't make that up. But Verse had 12 sacks combined the last 2 years. Myles Garrett had 23 last season.
Yeah.
So I think I know who I'd take. But that's a great deal for the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot Spencer Fano, too, they got in the draft, too. They got 3 quality players in the first 2 rounds. Like, they did pretty good.
They did really well. Now, people are wondering on the text line, did the Rams overpay for Garrett? No. They did not. They got Trent McDuffie, the best available corner. They got the best available probably player, in Myles Garrett. And they fancy themselves a legitimate Super Bowl contender. They were prior to those moves. They absolutely should be among the favorites now.
This is how they operate. They've operated like this for the last decade.
And Donnie made a really good point on Twitter. I don't want to bastardize it, so let me grab the tweet here. But he nailed this. You could talk about them going all in, these Rams. But they rebuilt their defensive line on mid-round picks after the great one retired, Aaron Donald. The rest of the defense is filled with mid and late round picks. Puka Nacua, they drafted in the 5th round. Kyron Williams was drafted in the 5th round. So they haven't had a full cupboard of draft picks at their disposal. And yet, they've hit on the draft picks they've made. There's many ways to skin a cat. The Browns, they're trying to do this whole rebuild thing. And we've seen it work for teams and not work for teams. We've also seen teams go for broke and wind up striking out. The Rams, they went for broke and won a Super Bowl, and they're trying to do the same thing again, and they really haven't missed a beat in the interim. It's amazing what they're doing out there. That's what happens with great coaching, too. I mean, Sean McVay, for my money, is as good as it gets in the NFL.
No doubt. I mean, just look at all the coaches that are up for other opportunities every single year after the season with Sean McVay. I mean, look at Shieldhouse and LaFleur.
Shieldhouse hasn't even gone through puberty yet, and he was getting a million interviews because he's just in the orbit of Sean McVay. That's what Aaron Rodgers said in his press conference. He's like, the Steelers, they hired Mike McCarthy, but everyone seems to be coming off these trees. I'll tell you who's got a lot to work with is former future Steelers head coach Shula. Chris Shula's got himself a Myles Garrett and a Trent McDuffie, and he did a lot with a little the last few years.
Maybe
in
Aaron
Los
Donald.
Angeles. Well, there's rumors that he's coming out of retirement.
Maybe.
Can you imagine Aaron Donald on the same line as Myles Garrett?
Nope.
Holy bird milk.
That'd be wild.
Okay, so I'll say this. Because he can still play. I don't think there's any doubt about that. If he wants to come back, he looks like he's in phenomenal shape. If Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett are on the same defensive line, you've got Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay and Puka Nacua and Kyron Williams and a cavalcade of stars. If you don't at least go to the Super Bowl, that's actually a bad reflection on McVay. I mean, that team is stacked.
Yep.
Man, can you imagine if he comes back for like a team-friendly, like Aaron Rodgers last season deal? Or like a Russell Wilson deal? Are you kidding me?
I think it could be possible.
I think it might even be probable.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? He probably feels great.
Mm-hmm.
Play one more year?
Yep.
Oh.
Great way to add to your story. Come back after taking a year off. Yeah. Oh, you take a year off or 2 years off?
I forget. Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Did the Steelers miss the boat on trading TJ Watt? We'd love to take your calls on that. We'll get into it more at 412-928-9370. After we talk to Southside Jake, we'll talk to him at the beginning of the segment, then your calls. Are they smarter than a plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Stanley Cup, NHL Finals, and the NBA Finals. They are starting this week. Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight with the Vegas Golden Knights, the Carolina Hurricanes. Game time, Game 1 at 8 o'clock. Then the NBA Finals begin tomorrow at 8:30 with that series, Game 1, featuring the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
What do you want from your building supplier? No-nonsense pricing and incredible service from contact through completion of your project. That's what you get from my guys at Reed Building Supply. I know this because I've known them for years. They choose their partners with care. We're talking fast delivery from regional centers, responsive support when things don't go as planned, and reliable service always. Experience, knowledge, integrity, service. All from your personal Reed rep. Check them out today at reedbuildingsupply.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's your buddy Crowley here for Zero Res. Summer is finally here, and that means barbecues and graduation parties. And for me, playing around in the backyard with my girls in the sprinkler, getting muddy, watering the plants, playing wiffle ball. Lucky for you, Zero Res is there to help you with your mess. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, oh yeah, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. That's the best deal of the summer. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, yeah. Jake beat us last week. It was controversial. It was tight. It was a battle. And we're back to battle again. Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Hi, Jake. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Wonderful. What you got for us?
Beautiful day out there. That's what I got for you.
Darn right.
So let's keep these rolling because I don't know. I get a little depressed when it's rainy and nasty out. So nicer the better. But we're here for trivia. Let's get down to it. Which of these Hall of Famers was the only athlete to be drafted in the MLB, NBA, and NFL? 3 pro leagues, 1 draft class. I'm not going to give you the year yet.
Oh, I was waiting on that.
I almost slipped up. I almost gave you it. All right. A, Bo Jackson. B, Dave Winfield. C, David Robinson, the Admiral. D, Charlie Ward.
I feel like it's Charlie Ward.
Rip
he's
it.
not. Wait, he's a Hall of Famer?
He is a Hall of Famer, yeah.
In
what am I can't tell you what sport. Come on.
Do you want to go 50-50?
Well, it's not David Robinson.
The Admiral.
Yeah, let's go 50-50.
Okay, 50-50. B, Dave Winfield, or D, Charlie Ward?
Charlie Ward.
Final answer. D, Charlie Ward. You are incorrect.
Oh!
B, Dave Winfield, 1973, drafted to the Padres, the Atlanta Hawks, and the Minnesota Vikings.
How about that?
Jeez, man.
I had 2 of the 3
wild.
for Winfield.
Pretty wild.
So did I.
Pretty
for
wild.
Ward.
All right. In 1987, the Breakfast of Champions, Wheaties, always known for putting athletes on their box. Well, they put a team on the box for the first time. Who was the team in 1987 that made the Wheaties box? A, the New York Giants. B, Edmonton Oilers. C, LA Lakers. Or D, Minnesota Twins.
I have no idea.
Who was B?
B was the Edmonton Oilers.
C was
LA Lakers. And D was the Minnesota Twins.
It would feel goofy for it to be the Twins with those other three franchises. I want to say Lakers. Does Harry know?
Harry.
Well, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss the Minnesota Twins because they ended up winning the World Series in 1987.
Right.
So, can you give me all four again?
The Giants,
Just one more time, real quick.
Edmonton Oilers and the LA Lakers.
Giants, Lakers, Oilers, Twins. I have no clue, but I'll just say the Twins just because they were a good team that
The
year.
Twins. Final answer.
We'll
Is that
trust.
it?
We'll trust our Harry.
Harry, you are correct.
Let's go, Harry!
Minnesota Twins.
nice.
I dismissed him right away. Harry's like, nah, I got you. I love a good Wheatie, by the way.
No.
Oh, get out of here.
No.
It's still full of Wheaties, and it's from 1992.
That's pretty sweet, actually.
That is pretty gross.
You like Wheaties?
I never
Do you like
think
Wheaties, Jake?
I don't. I like the frosted Wheaties. Regular
same.
Frosted Wheaties, not the regular Wheaties. That's just like
It's nasty.
Nah. Frosted is good though.
All right, Moneyball.
Good job, Callis. Way to go, man. Way to pull through for the
MVP.
team. All right. I don't think you're gonna know this one, but this is pretty amazing, actually. Which NHL player completed in his career hockey's Grand Slam? Stanley Cup champion, Olympic gold, Ice Hockey World Championship, Canadian Hockey League Championship, World Cup of Hockey Championship, and the World Juniors Championship. Note, I have a note for you. Here's a hint. Only 2 players have ever done this in the entire career of hockey in NHL. 2 players. A, Nicholas Lindstrom. B, Scott Niedermayer. B, Steven Stamkos. Or D, J.S. Jaguar.
I mean, Stamkos is one of them, like, one of these things ain't like the other.
You're right.
What do you mean I'm right?
One of these things is not like all the rest of them.
So you're saying it's Jaguar?
No.
I think I think he just tipped it.
Thinking Niedermayer, but yeah.
Where are you guys going with here? I mean, come on.
Texter writes in, Jake ate a bowl of Wheaties before every CCAC hockey game. Is that true?
That's true.
Are you
Yeah,
kidding
frosted,
me? You would eat an entire box of frosted Wheaties before a hockey game.
No, not an entire box. Just a bowl.
I want to go Niedermayer. You were on Niedermayer?
I was on Niedermayer.
B, Scott Niedermayer. Final answer. You guys just won the game.
Get out of here! Take those Wheaties and shove them where the sun don't shine, Jake. Yeah.
Great pool, guys. Great job.
MVC, most valuable Callis. Couldn't be here without him.
Man.
Let's
That
go.
last one was a tough question.
That
That was
was.
great
Stuff.
Great pool.
That's a
Yeah,
great question.
Very good.
All right, get out of
All
here,
right, guys.
Jake.
Well,
Good
have a
luck.
Good day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right,
Thanks,
pal.
Jake.
See you, buddy. Southside, Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. Your thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade? How do you just feel simply as a Steelers fan now that Myles Garrett, a guy that we've so loved to hate, is now out of the division? 412-928-9370. And did the Steelers miss an opportunity to move on from TJ Watt that they'll at some point regret? 412-928-9370. Also, another huge trade that affects the Steelers went down in the NFL yesterday. We'll tell you about it. Matt Clement at the top of the 8 o'clock hour right now. It's a Southside Trivia Champion Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Big NFL trades that took place yesterday. The Cleveland Browns traded Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams for linebacker Jared Verse. They also got a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. Philadelphia Eagles also made a trade. They sent wide receiver A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. They got back a 2027 fifth-round pick and a 2028 first-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dort.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Daniel was recently referred to Gina, which immediately set the tone of the partnership because Gina knew he wasn't looking for just any agent to sell his home in Robinson. He needed someone who could execute. From the moment they signed, Gina went right to work and presented a clear, structured plan on day one that included a pricing strategy, marketing rollout, show coordination, and communication expectations that were all mapped out immediately. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have a bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina. We'll sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of The Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Delays everywhere this rush hour. Parkway North inbound slow go at Camp Horn Road. 51 North heading in is slow starting at Library Road. That heads up to the Liberty Tunnel, which is backed up. Parkway East inbound backed up to Wilkinsburg. And Parkway West expect to stop at the bottom of the hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And wouldn't this sound nice? Reduce joint pain, improve libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Saturday, June 13th at 7 p.m., it's Scotland Night as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds host Indy 11 at Highmark Stadium. Enjoy $1 Icy Light specials and a great night of soccer along the river. Get your tickets today at riverhounds.com.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by our great friends at Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Browns trade Myles Garrett. They get a first, a second, a third-round pick. Also get Jared Verse. So he's out of the division. In theory, should make the Browns easier to beat this year. Should make the Rams darn near impossible to beat. And now there's rumors that Aaron Donald's going to come out of retirement. He posted on Instagram, right? Working out. There's some music in the background that might have indicated a return. So that'll be fun if that happens. I'd love to watch that, honestly.
I would too.
I don't know that I want to see Myles Garrett win a Super Bowl because he's been such a villain for so long. But I, as a guy who likes to be entertained by football things, would love to see those two play together. That'd be insane.
Insane.
We've talked about, non-seller's remorse for the Steelers. We know they're not going to trade TJ Watt. They missed their window on trading TJ Watt. You have 3 edge rushers now. They're not going to move one before the season. And you're going to see where things go and how they're utilized with the new defensive coordinator. And if you do wind up seeing them pay Herbig, it wouldn't be probably until after the season. That being said, if they wanted to trade one, I do think the guy they could get something for would be Highsmith.
Yes.
Highsmith was arguably their best defensive player down the stretch last year. He was awesome. Now, I wouldn't want to see him go. He's still young. He's not making top edge rusher money. I just think they're going to wind up losing Nick Herbig, and he's going to wind up going someplace else and being awesome. Now, this year he might be great and price himself out. They could always slap a tag on him and keep all 3 again, but then you're spending a ton of money on 3 guys.
Right. And then you still have Jack Sawyer waiting in the wings.
You do.
I think it all depends on who fits the best this year. I really do. I think moving forward, who knows, what their thought process is at the end of the season, but I just really think it comes down to who fits the scheme the best, and that's who they're going to be willing to keep. If Herbig is the guy, I think that they'll do whatever it takes to keep him and then maybe work out a deal with somebody else or for somebody else that is an edge rusher.
Well, I'll tell you, your point about Sawyer's a good one. They have, for all the problems this franchise has had relative to what we would consider a success for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have not lost their fastball at edge rusher. Sawyer, when he played last year, I thought was really good. Herbig is really good. Highsmith is really good. TJ Watt's a Hall of Famer. They have not missed. So if they did lose out on Herbig, either Sawyer steps in or you draft another one and you're replaced and you see where it goes. We've got Matt Clement joining us in 8 minutes. I do want to ask him about whether or not he thinks Mitch Keller's tipping pitches. I haven't heard anybody talk about that. That's just what it looks like to me, and I'd be interested in hearing what a pitcher has to say about it, and I can't wait to get his takes on the whole Carmen Majinski deal. If you want to chime in on Garrett, 412-928-9370, you can. If you missed this, you're probably sleeping under a rock, but A.J. Brown goes from the Eagles to the Patriots. And I think the Patriots have now legitimized themselves. I would never take anything away from a team that plays for a championship. The Patriots did what they had to do to get there last year. They deserve all the credit in the world. That being said, they played one of the easiest schedules in the history of the NFL, and they got considerable luck in the postseason, too.
Yeah, with Bo Nix being out.
You got Bo Nix out. They got to play a guy who had maybe the worst 2 games back-to-back in postseason history in C.J. Stroud. Steelers weren't able to take advantage. They were. Last year, you had Butte,
Diggs,
who remains still unsigned.
No, he's got a lot of baggage.
That's right. You had Stephon Diggs and Kayshon Boutte as your top 2 wide receivers and went to the Super Bowl. And I think you've now legitimized yourself where if they ran it back with the same roster with a first-place schedule and a difficult AFC, they could still maybe make the playoffs, but I don't think they'd have been a true Super Bowl contender this year. Now you've got a better thrower, pure thrower of the football in Drake May, tossing it to Romeo Doubs, who's a good player, and A.J. Brown, who
they got Doubs?
is a stud. Yeah, man.
Oh, I forgot about that.
All of a sudden, Drake May was in the MVP conversation last year. If the aged Stafford didn't do his Stafford things and win his first MVP, it would have been Drake May.
And they got 2 good running backs, Henderson and Stevenson.
And you figure they'll be pretty good on defense. Vrabel teams usually are.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hunter Henry, man.
He was their second leading receiver last year, Hunter Henry. Now he could be your 3. Yeah, you go from a team that was probably destined for a little bit of a Super Bowl hangover of sorts because your head coach is in the middle of it, to now one where, the offense should pick up right where it left off. So I think from that standpoint, this was bad for the Steelers. The Steelers have to play both, the Patriots and the Eagles this year, but the Patriots should be more competitive in the AFC than they otherwise would have been. And I think the AFC is going to look a lot like the National League does for the Pirates this year. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be tight.
Scratching and clawing to get your way in. All right, Matt Clement joins us next. Is Keller tipping pitches? How long is the leash for Bubba Chandler? What did he see out of Jared Jones in his first start? What are his thoughts on the Carmen Majinski situation? So much to get into, so little time. Matt Clement, 93.7 The Fan baseball analyst, next. But first, fan weather. Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High as 77, partly cloudy. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie,
Kelly, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill, I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
Crowley here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn out windows could be the culprit. They were for me. Maybe it's because I shot a hockey puck through them. Anyway, upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half of them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no monthly payments, or interest for 2 years. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon. Visit WindowNation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Real busy rush hour this morning. Seeing reports of an accident at the intersection of Sawmill Run Boulevard and the West End Bridge, which is causing backups in multiple directions coming onto the bridge and on the inbounds of the parkways east and west. Expect some bumper-to-bumper backups. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Faygo. It's spring and you know what that means. It's Faygo and Faygo Zero Sugar Flavors time. For 119 years, Faygo has created the flavors that make it the one true pop for Pittsburgh's taste buds. Don't forget, it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rodgers delivers.
Drive to left field. This is going to do it. Walk it off. Brian Reynolds. Oh, baby. Brian Reynolds clears the deck. Anchor down. B-Ray. Pirates win it on a Friday night in the Berg.
Your Buccos are hot, but there's a lot of controversy swirling around your favorite baseball team. Matt Clement, 93.7 The Fan baseball analyst. He joins us now, and Matt is brought to you by Smale Chevrolet Latrobe, now part of the Smale Auto Group family. Good morning to you, Matt. What's up, buddy?
Well, did you make it back from Morgantown? Were you in attendance last night or what?
I was not in attendance last night because if I was, I would not have made it back. That's how that went.
Don't worry, Doran. I evened it out. I got the pit on.
I appreciate that, Matt. I appreciate it.
It out, man.
Thank you.
I mean, that is a nice shirt. I can't
It's
even.
a very nice shirt.
Can't even be a hater. I do like the pitch script.
Yeah, West Virginia just getting lucky right now, but
they kind of are. They kind of are. They won't have to play a nationally ranked team until Game 2 of the College World Series, should it get that far. But we all know how it goes for West Virginia. They'll lose to Cal Poly, but that's beside the point. I wanted to start you off not with Majinski, but with Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller, 3 of his last 4 starts, he's given up 4 or more earned runs, 4, 6, and 7. And in a couple of them, Matt, he's been cruising along, and then all of a sudden he's getting barreled. Is there a chance our guy's tipping his pitches?
Well, it's funny you say that because I actually was under the thought process that I feel like Chandler was tipping his pitches earlier in the year. So and it was my theory on it as I watched some of the games I can watch really closely and some I have on. It's just especially the Arizona one back with Chandler. And this is big in baseball right now. It's big in high school baseball. We played a game yesterday. We thought that our guy was tipping the pitch in a state playoff game, which is kind of crazy to think. But I watched Chandler, and it felt like they were like not swinging at anything out of the zone that was off speed. Like they were almost like strikes. We're not swinging off speed, and then going like waylaying at fastballs. And that it can be as simple as that. It isn't like I know exactly what pitch you're throwing. It could be off speed. It can be location. It can be fastball. And I, when you first text me that this morning, I'm like, no, that's not happening. Then you start thinking about it, and my first thought was, he's cruising along. He wouldn't be cruising along if they had their pitches, but maybe they're picking him up as the game goes on, and that's happening. I doubt it, because just like hitters are trying to get the pitches are trying not to. So you have people in your dugout watching what you're doing and how you're doing things. There's tendencies, there's just ruts in the season sometimes, second time through the order, Keller does this a second time through the order. It can be something as simple as that. So I'm going to doubt that he is. I hope he was, and they figured it out, because that can be, as a pitcher, that can be like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's why I got hit. I'm good to go, man.
We know that Bubba Chandler puts a lot of pressure on himself. He's very hard on himself. But do you think that there's going to be added pressure tonight, because he's getting the start tonight, obviously, against the Astros? Do you think that the pressure is going to amount a little bit more tonight, because he knows that Carmen Mlodzinski, and we'll get into Carmen Mlodzinski's situation in depth, but that he knows Carmen Mlodzinski is probably going to be following him after he is on the mound for about, 4 or 5 innings?
It's the situation, and I if I was the Pirates, I would be creating this situation as less stressful as possible. But it's the reality of being, you're in the big leagues, and you're getting paid a lot of money, and they're trying to win games, and you aren't in a complete rebuilding project right now. So yeah, he's going to feel more. I don't even think he's going to feel more. It doesn't matter if Mlodzinski was following him or not tonight. He's going to feel pressure, because he knows he's like there's a lot of talk. There's pressure across the board. And when we get to Mlodzinski, I'll talk about the pressure he just put on himself. But like, it's a situation where, like I think Bubba, needs to pitch better. But let's as we say here, let's look at this. I mean, Mlodzinski's had 6 of 9 starts with 3 runs or less. Chandler's had 8 of 11 starts with 3 runs or less. There's not a whole lot of difference. It's a stat that's not being talked about, because everybody just loves to throw the walk thing out there all the time. And it doesn't mean that Mlodzinski had way, or pitched well, or they've won more games. I know there's that stat. The games won thing, like the Pirates or whatever, 2-9 when Chandler pitches. When you break those stats I just tossed out there, it doesn't seem the same way. And I always said, like, I only talked about my record when I pitched, when it was, I'm 11-3 when I pitch, even though my record sucks right now. So that's the only time you talk about it in that situation, and you never talk about it when it's bad, even though it can be the opposite case.
Matt Clement with us here on the Fan Morning Show. He joins us on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, let's get to that Mlodzinski situation, because I agree with you. If Mlodzinski goes to the bullpen and none of this stuff happens, none of the outside stuff happens, and he struggles initially, I think you might have some Pirates fans that are empathetic. Like, man, this guy didn't deserve to go to the bullpen. Now he's blowing up. This is terrible for the guy. Now he better pitch well, or else people are going to be calling him a baby, Matt.
Yeah, and let's back this whole situation up. First and foremost, I'm player first, man. I really am, and I feel for the dude, because I was, somewhat give or take a little bit out of Mlodzinski trying to find my way until I found it and getting that chance to start. So, like, I feel for him, and I'll take it another step further. Like, that, you guys will probably be surprised to hear me say this, but like, I didn't hate the interview. I didn't hate the interview he did. I felt like he got a little bit off his chest. There was nothing he said that like crossed the line. He was on the verge of crossing the line, but he didn't cross the line. Now, what I hated was what happened Sunday. It happened. You got your word out. This is your situation. You're getting paid. You're a play. Refusing to pitch on Sunday unless it was physical, which it didn't come out. It was physical. He wasn't ready to pitch. He was on 5 days rest on Sunday now. Like, that's an extra day's rest in a normal starting pitcher. So I think in that one move on Sunday, however it went down, because that's the move that, to me, he isn't he's having a great, but there's a lot of circumstances. Like, I get why the Pirates did what they did. I feel bad for Mlodzinski, but I get why the Pirates did what they did. If they didn't have a bad bullpen right now, or a bullpen that was struggling, it might have been a different move. But they did it to help the team in this circumstance. But now, like, I look at it as, you know, man, he set himself, like, this is something I tried to never do. Like, he set himself up, like, he comes back to, even if he doesn't pitch good tonight, like, he comes back to Pittsburgh and gives up a home run his first pitch or something.
Oh,
he's going to get booed. And this is a good dude that put himself in a bad situation with a crazy decision on Sunday. I'm not, listen, there's a lot of emotions. I've told this story a couple times on air, but like, I walked into Terry Francona's office and said some stupidity the day he told me they were skipping me in rotation to pitch Tim Wakefield against the Yankees because he did so well against them. And I decision said some stupid stuff to Francona. We're friends now, but I walked out there and like 3 days later, I'm like, what was I doing? So, he was sticking up for himself. I don't get what happened Sunday, and we probably will never get what happened Sunday. But like the other part too, in this big picture, let's go to the big picture of this decision that was actually made. This isn't like he was having Christopher Sanchez's year or Ashcraft's year or Mizorowski's year. He's having a good year. He earned his way into the rotation, but this wasn't like a, light. If he was Ashcraft right now, it wouldn't have happened. Like if the numbers were that gaudy and that good, this wouldn't happen.
How did you feel about Jared Jones' first start on Friday?
I felt like it was kind of expected. Like that was kind of what I expected. Maybe a little bit better. I was hoping for a little bit better for his sake, right? Adrenaline's back. First time on a big league mound in 15 months. I mean, he got hurt in spring training, 15 months, to put it in that perspective. A little wild. They barreled him a few times, but I feel like that'll trend up. And I just feel like the Pirates just have to, I've looked at this season since I've came on to the fan and more of a full-time role or whatever you want to call it. I feel like there's certain things that have to happen for the Pirates to win this year. To win how everybody wants them to win, where everybody's having a Bucktober and you're in the playoffs and all that stuff. And I feel like it's Jared Jones and Bubba Chandler and O'Neal Cruz doing what he's doing right now. Those things happen. So you have to live with the ups and downs of those guys. And, I think in a month and a half, it doesn't get better, or a month, it doesn't get better, then you have an adjustment.
Matt Clement with us here on the Fan Morning Show. How long of a leash should there be for a Bubba Chandler? I would imagine you don't make this move and then just, a couple starts in, you yank him out of the rotation. But I mean, you're trying to win. You're 4 games over 500. You were in a playoff spot on June 1st. Like, you can't be screwing around.
I'd say, if you were to ask me that question 2 weeks ago, I'd say he had a really long leash. I'd say right now it's a lot shorter. It's not short. It's not a short leash, but it's a lot shorter. Like, if he goes out and gets bombed today, I don't think that Mlodzinski starts the next time in his term. Like, I think that they made this move. They committed to this move. And it's going to be the shortest, in my opinion, would be like 2 or 3 blow up starts in a row. Then we make the move back, or whatever the case may be, because it would be, that would turn into 4 in a row because the last one wasn't great. But I feel like he has a different leash. My worry for Bubba Chandler is he knows he has that leash now, and like you guys asked me to start. There's like immense pressure now, like pressure that doesn't need to be there necessarily. There's pressure on this right now that I feel like, now he's a pretty proud dude. Him and Jared Jones are proud dudes like that. You don't get to the big leagues that quick. And in his case, have a chance to go play football at Clemson and all this other stuff if you're not a dude. So like maybe that doesn't even affect him. That affects somebody like me. I wasn't that kind of dude, I guess.
He does this every time he comes on. You're a great pitcher, Matt. And by the way, congratulations to the Butler Bulldogs on winning the Whitfield Championship.
Yes.
Golden Tornado. Don't forget. Not Bulldogs. But I appreciate the congratulations.
I went with the I went with the Butler Bulldogs to college.
Like semi-pro.
Yeah.
They're like a semi-pro football team or something that they're down here.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but we got
Great job by me.
I'll segue you off there. We got first round of the states out of the way yesterday. First win.
Your son, the only WPIAL champion ever, right? I mean, he was the first one.
Only baseball WPIAL champion in the house. Without the other three. Me and the other two boys have basketball ones.
Nice,
and he's trying to be the first state champion. We need to get 3 more. We won last night.
That
Bulldogs.
That is so good. All the best to the Bulldogs out there. I have heard he is quite the Bulldog, though, like his papa.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe we got to get you to. I've never been to a Butler Bulldogs semi-pro football game, but maybe you need to come announce it this fall. I'm gonna have to bring you up for that.
Apparently, I have an affinity for him. Matt, this was really good, man. As it always is, we appreciate your time.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You're the best.
Thanks, Matt.
Matt Clement. Crap.
I was looking at you and I was kind of like, don't just say Butler, and then you went for it because I didn't know what it was either. I ain't gonna lie. So I was like, just go Butler. So I was like, wait, are they the Bulldogs?
I mean, Gordon Hayward, the Butler Bulldogs, lost to Duke in the national championship game. Remember that?
Yeah.
Ball hit the backboard, hit the front of the rim. Would have been the ultimate David v. Goliath story. Would have been like Hoosiers.
The Bulldogs.
Mm-hmm. I guess Mike Pence went to Butler.
Nice.
Brad Stevens was the head coach of those teams, remember?
Oh, is that why he brought Gordon Hayward to the Celtics?
Back-to-back Final Fours for the Butler Bulldogs. But congratulations to the Butler Golden Cyclones.
Tornadoes.
Damn it! We will react to some of what Matt had to say when we come back. You can join Pomp and Joe at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford this Wednesday from 10 until 2. Get your commemorative Fan 5-alarm t-shirts for just $20. All proceeds go directly to the cause. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union off Bryant School Road, Wednesday, June 3rd. That's tomorrow from 10 until 2. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates, they play tonight at 8:10 against the Houston Astros. It's the start of a 6-game road trip, and to start the road trip, they're going to play a 3-game series in Houston against the Astros. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Also, moves the Pirates are making or have already made. They're taking Carmen Majinski off the restricted list, and yesterday it was announced that they're trading relief pitcher Justin Lawrence to the Minnesota Twins for cash considerations. That came just days after he was designated for assignment and removed from the Pirates roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams, they made the playoffs. That doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. From the gridiron to the studio, Super Bowl champion Russell Wilson is hitting pause on his 14-year NFL career, probably for good, finalizing a deal to join CBS Sports as an analyst on NFL Today. 37-year-old quarterback turned down a backup role with the New York Jets, which who wants to do that? I'm Drake Toll.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
Hope is not a strategy. Investments are not a retirement strategy. Market volatility, rising taxes, healthcare costs can quietly erode a lifetime of savings if you're not prepared. This is Brian Quaranta at Secure Money Advisors. We're helping families every day create structured retirement income plans designed for clarity, stability, and long-term confidence. To learn more, you can claim a copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90 plus days with device and carrier. Timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
In the middle of this rush hour, seeing reports of a couple accidents here. The first one on 28 northbound right on the exit to Harmer, and also seeing another accident in the west end right on the intersection of McCartney and Freewall Streets. Traffic brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt LGKG. Accident LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Great stuff from Matt Clement in the last segment. Thinks that while the leash is not short for Bubba Chandler, he thinks it's getting shorter and shorter. And Bubba Chandler will be on the bump tonight taking on the Houston Astros, who aren't good but are suddenly hot. Isn't it funny how that works? And then 2 massive measuring stick series, man. The Braves, who are outscoring the opposition by 2 runs a game, and the Dodgers, who are the Dodgers.
The damn Dodgers.
The damn Dodgers. I heard Mulsey yesterday in the second half of his show. He just opened the phone lines. He said, I think the Pirates are good. Do you? And the vast majority of callers said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? They are a good baseball team.
They're good. Yeah.
And he made a compelling argument that they're maybe a top 8, top 5 team in the sport. They are top 5 in runs scored. They are top 5 in ERA in the National League. I think they are. But you're going to show it, or have to, against these big-time teams this next week and a half.
Well, think about the exercise that we did yesterday. That tells you where they should be, where they're at.
Well,
they're top 10 in every position that they're top 10, and obviously you throw Andy Rodriguez in there, and then that's legit every position they have a top 10 player.
You're right, and the offensive numbers year over year are staggering, but these offensive numbers historically for the Pirates franchise are staggering. Later in the show, we have Pirates tickets to give away. I wonder if Bucs fans feel like this offense is sustainable.
I mean, I think it is, because you lost a significant piece and you figured out ways to uphold that standard. You lost O'Hearn for a month-ish, right? And then you still kept scoring runs.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
I will reveal my answer later.
Did you want me to reveal mine there? I didn't know.
No, that's okay.
Because you paused and didn't know if you wanted me to talk.
We just had a female coworker come in and say we both look hot today.
I think she was lying.
I do too, because she asked us for a favor immediately after.
She wanted something.
But I'm going to take any compliment I ever get, ever.
Yeah, she was definitely lying, because she looked down like 3 times too.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
That's a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway when you just look down.
Unless it's like a look you down, look you up kind of thing.
No, it was just
It was
down.
not. It was not that.
It was a lie.
Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm going to do a thing. I didn't know if I was going to do this today or not, but I'm going to do the thing here. So, Carmen Majinski speaks to Jason Mackey yesterday, right? And Noah Hiles is all upset about it. Dejan Kovacevic all upset about it. The Twitterverse has been set ablaze because this is new age modern media. Mackey works for the Pirates, and instead of making Majinski available to the assembled media first and then Mackey second, they made him available to Mackey first, and I don't know if they're going to make him available to the rest of the media. I guess we'll see. He might pitch tonight. We know he's off the restricted list because, well, Mackey reported it. I understand the gripe from Hiles and from Dejan. I really do. And Noah's a guy that I'll always go to bat for. Dejan is not. And I'm also not a guy that gets behind the microphone and lies. Whatever you hear out of me, stupid or otherwise, is just me. I get why those guys are pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. I don't know that the general public gives a rat's ass.
See, like, that's what kind of I'm at. Maybe I'm not educated on it enough of why there's such an uproar from other media folks about this situation. Because is it because
it's just state-run media controlling the narrative before independent journalists get an opportunity to ask questions?
So the outside media thinks that they can get better answers from Majinski?
You just want to be able to ask
More
questions and
transparent?
have your own follow-ups, right? And follow the cheese, so to speak.
It looks like if you let somebody that works for the team ask the questions first, it looks like there could be a hint of bias because the journalists at these independent papers and websites don't have that same bias because they don't work for the organization.
Right. But so I'd be upset if I didn't have an availability with them now.
I still think you want an opportunity.
First?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the landscape's changing. And I do think Jason Mackey's a hell of a reporter. And I do not believe Jason to be a guy who is carrying water. I think he's asking questions of Carmen Majinski, and Carmen Majinski is answering the questions as honestly as he can to the best of his ability. The thing that is going to rub the independent journalists wrong is that you've got a guy wearing a Pirate hat doing the interview, right? But again, that's 2026. So I get the griping. I think fans should care about stuff like this too, because if you follow the sports and care about the sports and care about your teams, you want to know what's going on. So the more availability, the better. Now, if you're an organization, you obviously would want to take the other tact. But Jason himself did absolutely nothing wrong here.
No.
And I know that Noah did a good job of making sure that that was clear in his initial post. Like, hey, this isn't Jason. It's not. Jason's doing his job. So I did see some people be like, oh, it's Jason. No. Jason Mackey did his friggin' job, a job that he's paid to do, a job that he does really well. Don't hate the player, hate the game. If you want to hate modern media 2026 sports teams taking it into their own umbrella, then I totally get that. It's one of the reasons why I wasn't all that sad when I left my previous job. I worked for the Steelers radio network. They had told me at times, oh, delete the segment you just did. It's too critical. Like, that's very real. I hated that. Mm-hmm. We don't get told that here at all about anything. Mm-hmm. But this isn't Mackey's doing. Mackey, hey, you want to talk to Majinski? Yeah. So he talks to Majinski. So, hate the game, not the player. That's all I wanted to say.
Do you think that it's going to be more like this is the direction that all media, all things are going to go in? Have an in-house insider, if you will? I mean, across all sports.
I think so. Like, and I don't pretend to know the inner workings of like what Brian Batko is going to be doing for Steelers.com.
Oh, that's a good example, yeah.
Right? But I think he's going to do some feature stuff. I'm not 100% sure. I think he's going to knock it out of the park like Jason is with the Pirates. But, you know, that's going to be inherently different if you work for a sports team than if you don't. If you write for the Post-Gazette, you're trying to get to the bottom of stuff. And if you work for the team, I'm not saying they're spoon-feeding you what to ask and what to write, but if you're a fan or you're someone who consumes the content, I mean, you can make that determination for yourself.
Like how much can they control this? I know we're off the beaten path here, but like I'm very intrigued by this situation because, like I said, like I'm not fully educated on it and don't know the sides and the inner workings. So like can the Pirates control this moving forward? Like say like all right, a player is available for media. Say Paul Skeens is available for media. He had a bad start. He's available for media. It goes to Jason. Does that media availability? Did he do his, I guess, quota of media availability, or does he still have to meet with the outside media now?
After a game, I think they're all going to be available. Continue to be available. But
like for Majinski right now, does he have to is he required to meet with the outside media if requested?
Man, that's a good question.
Now that he already met with the inside media.
That's a great question. If the answer is no, I would see even more so why people are up in arms about it. 412-928-9370. I realize this is like real inside baseball, but I just wanted to have the discussion because I think it's very interesting, and I think Harry hit it right on the head. I think Mackey does a wonderful job, and he was just doing his job here. So the hate should not be, in my opinion, directed at him. Just like if, and I should probably stop using him as an example, but if Brian Batko writes a wonderful feature piece on YA Black, people are like, well, that really painted him rosy. Well, yeah, it's on Steelers.com. Mm-hmm. Not going to be a YA Black hit piece. Why YA Black?
No.
Felt right. The Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June, and you can grab a one-of-a-kind #BergProud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPGH. Sorry to laugh there. I printed out these reads. They're so small. I'm holding like an inch from my face. That's how Stan Savran used to read back when I worked with him. He'd like grab the computer and he would literally lift up the screen to where it's an inch away from his face like it's a book. I'm like, Stan, man, we got to get you some new spectacles, buddy. All right. Coming up next, yes, the Stanley Cup begins tonight. The hated Vegas Golden Knights and, well, I hate Taylor Hall, but the Carolina Hurricanes and Jordan Staal. Tyler Kennedy gives his thoughts. We got Neil Walker at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
2 big trades went down yesterday in the NFL. The Cleveland Browns traded edge rusher Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams, and the Browns got back linebacker Jared Verse, along with a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. Also, the Philadelphia Eagles traded away their star wide receiver A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots, and the Patriots sent back a 2027 fifth-round pick and a 2028 first-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities, and this is your time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a donation or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and Centos. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and No Sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Did the April showers lead to a roof leak? What should you do? Don't wait. That could lead to costlier damage. Call us. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned and operated Whalen Exteriors. Whalen Exteriors will not only inspect your roof with our first-in-class technology, but we survey your attic as well. Comprehensive and honest. No games, gimmicks, or upsells. Is the cost too daunting? We offer financing. Some options with 0% interest for up to 2 years if you qualify. There's no stress and no mess with Whalen Exteriors. That's part of our Respect Your Home guarantee. WhalenExteriors.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home,
They won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tyler Kennedy going to join us shortly. Brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. The Stanley Cup Final begins tonight. Vegas and Carolina. Every time people talk about the matchup, they're like, oh, but the TV ratings are going to be bad. I don't give a rat's ass. I think it should be good hockey. I'm sure the league cares. But the ratings this playoffs have been really good for the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I do think it's an interesting battle between a franchise that hasn't won in a long time and a franchise that has only been around for 9 years and has already won once. Jordan Staal, TK's old teammate, the captain of the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't like Taylor Hall, that flopping son of a gun. And the battles between the Penguins and the Canes down the stretch, they created somewhat of a rivalry, I thought. So I'm just going to enjoy the hockey. I don't really have a rooting interest. I guess I'd rather see Stolzy win. In fact, that'll be my rooting interest, but it's not like I'll cry if they lose or anything like that.
You hate the Golden Knights. You said it last week.
I know, but I hate Taylor Hall too. How many times are you going to dive this series? Over under 3.5. Not to be critical. 412-928-9370. Having trouble reaching Tyler Kennedy. Perhaps he's getting his chiclets worked on again. Is he going to soon be on a billboard?
Maybe. We'll see. Depends on how fast he gets them done. It depends on what type of work he needs. He's a different case, you know? I mean, he's a hockey player. He got pucks to the mouth.
I wonder how many teeth he lost over the course of his career and how many that were just damaged. Like, are we on already our like third or fourth sets of teeth?
I'm sure that mostly every one of his teeth have been damaged at some point.
Yeah.
With the fights.
Oh, yeah.
The pucks, everything. Yes. I'm sure. Probably lost, 6?
This is going to not surprise anybody coming from me. But I have a really hard time thinking about hockey players not wearing cages.
Yep.
Not wearing visors for a while. I mean, in the infancy, not wearing helmets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these guys, they play with no fear.
Yep.
I got hit in the shin with a puck playing pond hockey like 10 years ago. My shin still hurts.
Still hurts.
And it wasn't even like a hard shot. There was a hump to the thing. It doesn't feel good.
No.
And TK's like, oh, yeah, boys, let me sign up to get my face punched in. That was half his career. If you listen to the stories he tells, Michelle Terry, like, all right, TK.
Yeah.
Tonight you got to get punched in the face. Like, I know what he says is you have to fight, but really what you're saying is you are signing up today to get punched in the face.
The baddest dude, too.
Yes.
Like, you have to go after and fight the baddest dude.
Go fight Sean Avery.
Right. Not just some humdrum out there.
I remember when Colby Armstrong was traded and Hal Gill was coming back, and they had the highlights of Hal Gill just pummeling Colby Armstrong. And Colby Armstrong's not a small guy.
Mm-hmm.
He'd beat me to a pulp. But the USS Hal Gill is just
He's huge.
Oh, my God. One of the biggest,
6'8",
most bruising defensemen of the time. Absolutely.
Wasn't he a really good quarterback, too?
Was he?
I think so.
I'm on it.
I think he
Hal
was.
Gill.
I think back in high school or maybe college.
These are the things you know.
Yep.
6'7", born in 1975, Concord, Mass. Who thought we'd be talking about Hal Gill today? But hey, here we are.
I think he was.
You think he was a quarterback?
I think he was a quarterback or at least a football player. Pretty good.
He attended Neshoba Regional High School. He's married to Ann. The two met during their time at Providence College. They have 2 daughters.
Oh, come on.
I got nothing on football. Are you thinking of Crankshaft?
Nope.
Douglas Murray?
Nope.
God, that guy was a blonde.
He played football? Doug Murray?
I have no idea.
Oh.
See if you can find something on Hal Gill, the quarterback. Texter, did Doran just say cum drum? No.
Nope. Humdrum. I did not say that.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have read that. It is 8:43. Step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance 724-443-5610. You too could text us and have me read it on the air before I proofread it myself. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Did he play? Did he play quarterback? The people got to know.
Before his hockey career took off, he was a standout multi-sport athlete at Neshoba Regional High School in Massachusetts, while he was heavily recruited by colleges to play football and even attended camps for it. He ultimately accepted to play hockey.
I wonder if he would have been like a BC Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
If he'd have, talk about a difference in size between he and Doug Flutie, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
Also, married to Ann.
I didn't realize he was that old.
1975.
I didn't realize, I thought he was like,
Incidentally, the last year the Flyers won the Cup. Woo! We got Neil Walker at the top of the hour. Some of these Pirates offensive statistics are absolutely mind-blowing, but is it sustainable? We'll talk to Neil about that. We'll take your thoughts on it, too, at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight at 8:10 against the Houston Astros at the beginning of a 3-game series and an entire 6-game road trip. Pirates have the Astros and the Braves coming up on their schedule. But game time tonight against the Astros is at 8:10. Coverage on the Fan begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Right now, the Pirates, Cardinals, and Cubs are all 5.5 games back of the first place Milwaukee Brewers, who got their 36th win of the season after a win against the Giants yesterday. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Let me tell you about the huge success of the Keystone Custom Apparel Fan Club T-shirt fundraiser. Each player gets a custom shirt with their supporter's name printed on the back. Supporters go online, donate $20, type their name, pick the player they want to support, and that's it. No order forms or money collection required. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. More than a dozen local organizations have raised over $65,000 with Keystone Custom Apparel. Want in on this? Then I highly recommend getting started at KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Route 8 southbound as you head towards the Etna Bypass is very backed up starting before the sheets there, and that's due to a construction zone down by the Katanning Street intersection. But once you get on 228 by that Etna Bypass, it's pretty clear for this rush hour. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The great Neil Walker joins us in 15 minutes, brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia. West Virginia Mountaineers moving on in the closer to the College World Series. I'll tell you this about college baseball. It's great. It's great because there's a ton of small ball. The teams lay down bunts. They hit the ball the opposite way. They tried like 4 squeeze plays in the game. Like there's a lot of fundamental stuff you don't see so much in Major League Baseball anymore. But it does, when you watch these postseason games, make you realize how on the nose Rob Manfred was about needing to change the game of baseball.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, like Astros Bucks tonight, it starts what, at 8:10? 5-10 years ago, that bleep wouldn't be over till midnight.
Yep.
And now there's a chance it's done before 11 o'clock. Could be done around 10:30.
Yeah.
And we might actually be able to stay up and watch Pirates play tonight. That would have been impossible doing our jobs 10 years ago. I'm not saying change college baseball. I'm just saying,
but why not? I mean, with the pitch clock.
Oh, I mean, I'd be absolutely on board with it, but it's staggering. The difference, like watching baseball growing up, I didn't realize. I mean, you know how long the games would take, and you watch like Red Sox Yankees, those games were routinely over 4 hours long. But until the clock comes in and then you watch baseball the way it used to be played, it is a staggering difference.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking on the broadcast last night. Hey, remember a couple of years ago when there was the 21-inning game? I was like, oh, my God, I can't watch that.
No.
That would have been going on till 4 a.m. But the number of mound visits, unlimited. The number of pickoff throws, unlimited. Pitching changes. I saw a pitching change in the middle of an at-bat last night. Like now you've got the 3-pitcher minimum. And there's a lot of stuff that Rob Manfred's done that I disagree with. But I'll tell you what, he got all of that stuff right. And even the ghost runner on second base, the games get done early. What's happening? Amanda's out there in costume. Is that Amanda?
I think so.
Okay.
They should go to Wooden Bats College.
I agree.
Why not? I mean,
they play in Morgantown on a turf field using metal bats. And this poor third baseman for Kentucky made an error in each of the last 2 ninth innings before yesterday. It's because it's coming 8,000 miles an hour. There was a bloop single that landed in the outfield that almost bounced over an outfielder's head that on grass wouldn't have happened. But I don't know why they still do the metal bats.
Me either.
And then you're projecting these guys to the big leagues. Man, it's kind of bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Good point by you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. High of 77, low of 49. Question for the people, and we'll be giving away Pirates tickets after our Neil Walker segment. This Pirates offense has been historical. Is it sustainable? Because while I am starting to lose a little bit of faith in this starting rotation, you can hit your way around that. And they have been. So do people think this Pirates offense is sustainable? We'll talk to Neil Walker about this coming up at 9. But the Pirates have 4 players in the top 20 of OPS in the National League. Lau, Horwitz, O'Hearn, Reynolds. And this from Pirates of Allegheny on Twitter. If that held up until the end of the season, it would be the third time, just the third time since 1975, the year Hal Gill was born, to have 4 Pittsburgh players in the top 20. I mean, I don't see anything with any of those 4 that makes me think that's not sustainable. More on that with Mr. Walker next. Neil, brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. It is the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
2 men and a junk truck? Our name may seem small, but let's be clear. We handle the big jobs like estate cleanouts, business closings, and shed removals. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, It means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
That earlier accident on the right shoulder of the Parkway West inbound at the Wilkinsburg Exchange has now been cleared, but you can still expect to experience very sluggish traffic on the Parkway starting from that Wilkinsburg Exchange. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and wouldn't this sound nice? Reduce joint pain, improve libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or the PM Team, you could get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
People texting in correctly that there is a pitch clock in college. It's just longer between pitches. 15 and 20 seconds. It's a big deal. It adds up. But all these pitcher conferences, that would have 2 wins to Omaha. Neil Walker joins us now to talk about the Bucks. Pirates averaging 5.2 runs per game, the most that they've averaged since 1940. They have 4 players in the top 20 of OPS in the National League. If that holds true throughout the end of the season, that's only the 3rd time they've done that since 1975. The question is, how sustainable is this? Will they be averaging 5 runs a game all year? Neil Walker joins us now. Good morning to you, Neil. What do you think?
Crowley, good morning to you. Good morning, you guys, and congratulations to your Mountaineers.
Yeah.
Oh, did I lose you?
Briefly, but I was just basking in the glory of my Mountaineers, that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was exciting. I had some friends that were down there at yesterday's and the day before's game. They said it was a really fun scene. So congratulations to you. But checking in here from Houston. Yep, I do think there's some sustainability with this offense as we creep toward June here. As we creep into June, this will be a fun little road trip here. Hopefully they can take care of business here in Houston, and they're going to have a nice test in front of them in Atlanta against one of the better teams in the National League. So, you hope this Majinski situation is kind of in the rearview mirror, and from what it sounds like it is, but you hope that you're as loaded as you've been with Ryan O'Hearn getting back this past weekend off the IL, and you continue to score runs. It's been impressive so far.
Neil, how long of a leash does Bubba Chandler get? We know that he's starting tonight, and it feels like that there's going to be some added pressure, obviously, with the Majinski situation, and a lot of eyes are going to be on Bubba Chandler. Ultimately, how long of a leash does he get to prove that he could be a starter in this rotation?
That's actually a very good question, and I don't think we're sure what exactly that looks like. We know the profile of what he's capable of doing. The transition to the big leagues, and as you know, Doran, and the NFL, from college to NFL, or even the minor leagues to the big leagues, it's not all the same. It's just not. You snap your fingers and you're a high prospect, and it translates into the major leagues. With some guys, it takes time. With others, they get it right away and have a transition period a little bit later. It seems to me like this, Bubba's situation is different. Last year, he got up and he was a strike thrower and obviously a hard thrower, and with wipeout secondary stuff. And this year, he's had a hard time commanding the baseball, and I think that there's a belief that he's going to get back on track. I think they believe it's maybe a little more mechanical than it is mental, and so that can be adjusted. That can be worked on, start to start. But I think their belief is that they're going to be able to get him right. And when you're from the 5,000-foot view right now, if Bubba Chandler gets right on top of what's going on with the pitching staff. And now the addition of Carmen Majinski down in the bullpen, which should be a huge boost. This could be a fun June and July. This is the time of year where teams start to separate themselves, and you hope for the Pirates' sake that they continue to play good baseball on the road and take care of business at home.
Well, let's stick with Majinski here, and Neil Walker joining us on the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. As a veteran in the clubhouse, I'm sure that there are guys who are a little irritated with how Majinski handled things this weekend, but the Brandon Lows, the Ryan O'Hearns of the world, a guy like Neil Walker back in the day, is it incumbent upon you to put your arm around this guy and be like, hey, listen, man, I know you're pissed off, but your time will come?
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to look at it. Look at, in so many instances too, you get to the major leagues, you want to have a long career, especially pitchers. They're one arm injury away from, potentially not being able to get back to their form. So you can understand the sentiment and the rhetoric floating around Carmen's head when he was, moved down to the bullpen. And I think when a wound is kind of raw like that, in your mind, a lot of things float around your head, and when you step back, and I think this is probably happened with Carmen, when you step back and say, you know what, if I performed in a starting role and I go down to the bullpen and I perform there, and it's a pseudo, multi-inning relief spot, and do well there, let's be honest, Carmen's probably going to have some spot starts here. Absolutely. Down the stretch, and so I think when he kind of stepped back from this whole situation and said a few things maybe he didn't wish he maybe didn't say. I think you're now going to see this thing be pushed away and move forward. And in my opinion, this multi-inning higher leverage bullpen role is starting to turn into a high leverage 7th and 8th inning guy in some instances. I really believe that you're probably going to see more and more of this across baseball. This might be a new trend, maybe not necessarily immediately, but moving forward. So just because you're seeing less and less guys go 6+ innings in Major League Baseball. So he is a hugely valuable piece to this Pirates team. And I think this situation is going to die the next time he steps on the mound. But as you said, a big boost to the bullpen if you can get the right mindset and the arm that we've become accustomed to from Carmen Mlodzinski down there.
Neil, are you a little bit worried about Connor Griffin's forearm elbow injury?
He's so young that 20 years old. I remember getting nicks and bumps at 20 years old and bouncing back. But you really hope that it's nothing more than some inflammation in there, and they're able to get it out. I think not having them play on Sunday and then the off day yesterday. At least you're not necessarily waiting the entire full 10 days, and I think they just want to be extra cautious. I hope that that's the case, and I haven't been with the team for a couple weeks now, so I'm gonna have to sniff around a little bit more, and for my own sake, and see hopefully that when he comes back, it's kind of not a non-issue, because we know how valuable he is to this team.
Neil, Jared Jones made his debut, his long-awaited debut, on Friday. Hit 101.5 miles an hour with the fastball, also threw a changeup, has a curveball now. He had been primarily a two-pitch guy prior to his injury. What did you see out of him, and maybe most importantly, with the varying, with the variety now of pitches, because that had been a knock about him before?
Yeah. I think when you think about Jared, last year you talk about the high velocity and the fastball and kind of the wipeout slider, but I can remember thinking to myself, watching a lot of the starts, boy, we have to develop something soft that's moving away from left-handers, and we saw him right off the bat really make a concerted effort to mix in his secondary more than just his slider, his other secondary stuff. So. Really encouraged to see 100 plus from him. There was a lot of adrenaline that first start back in the big leagues for over a year. So that was good to see. It'll be more telling when you see start. For me, 3, 4, 5, 6, those ones after you settle in a little bit and the adrenaline starts to wear off a little bit. But it'll be really interesting in my head to see how the Pirates want to handle these pitchers, especially these starting pitchers, going into the end of the year. And I think to that same point, that's exactly why you're probably going to see Mlodzinski, starting some games here and there, or going more than 2-3 innings out of the bullpen, because, they're going to try. You're not going to see Braxton Ashcraft throw 200 innings, I'm sure. You're not going to see Jared Jones. I don't know what their number is for him, or if they even alluded to that, but so they're going to have to get creative if this team is continuing to compete come August and into September. And Jared Jones is at the very top of that list. So be interesting come the All-Star break if they try to get guys a break going into the All-Star break and then push them back, or however they're going to handle it. But it's going to be all hands on deck, especially with these young pitchers going into the late part of the season.
Neil, are you confident in saying that the Pirates are a top 10 team in baseball?
Ooh.
Yeah. No, I am. I am. This is as complete a team as we've seen in a long time, and sure, it's got its wounds. The bullpen has, arguably lost 4 or 5 games, maybe. So you look at that. You look at the additions of the offseason, especially Lau and O'Hearn. I mean, I keep coming back to talking about O'Hearn and how good he's been for this offense, and not just what he individually does, but what he does for others around him. And it's really, really fun. Defense has been spotty at times, but it's probably been a little bit better across the board than what we anticipated. But there are times where it seems like when it goes bad, it goes really, really bad. And then, of course, the starting pitching has been pretty solid. And this offense, like you guys said, holy cow, 5th in baseball in runs scored. If you can come close to that through the second and third, or this 4th and 5th and third, 4th and 5th months of the season, you're going to be very, very happy about where you're at come August.
Neil, you talk about this maybe being a top 10 team in Major League Baseball. Houston obviously has been very good for a while. They've got brand recognition. They're not so hot right now, but then you take on the Bravos, and they are smoking hot, 40-20. The Los Angeles Dodgers are 38-22. As a player going into a series like that, thinking you're a pretty good team, do you guys look at that kind of thing as a measuring stick?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. You're always kind of looking when you look around and you have a really good group. You're always kind of looking to see who stacks up well against you guys and who doesn't. And going on the road, especially a weekend series in a place like Atlanta, come the end of the school year type of thing. That's when you start to see stadiums get filled up to 99% capacity in places that are winning like Atlanta and like LA and New York. Whereas, April and May, when school's still in, you're not quite seeing as big a crowds, maybe on the weekends, but definitely not during the week. So Atlanta's a very difficult place to play on the road, and they are on fire. Like I said, hopefully these guys can take care of business here in Houston. These guys haven't been so fantastic this year. And, you at the end of the day, you don't want to succumb to the thought of going 500 on the road. But when you're going 500 on the road like the Pirates have, there's times that you're looking at series and going, okay, we need to beat Houston 2 of 3 because it's going to be really difficult to win 2 of 3 in Atlanta. And if we can get back on the plane on Sunday and be looking at 3-3 or even 4-2, if you were to find a way to sweep not a great team on the road, you're very happy with your road trip.
Last thing here for you, Neil, just a really interesting pitching matchup tonight. I know Doran asked you already about Bubba Chandler, but Mike Burrow's going for the Texans, for the Astros. He has the worst ERA in Major League Baseball among qualified starters. And you got Brandon Lau, Mason Montgomery, and Jake Mangum in return. That's one of the better trades in maybe Pirates history, depending on where this team goes, but certainly recent Pirates history. My God.
Yeah, it's seemingly so, right? And you know what? When they let Mike Burrows go, I was somebody that when I watched him pitch last year, I thought his 4-pitch mix was very, very good. Now, call it a transition period, call it, whatever it may be. I haven't seen him pitch much this year, and so I'm going to dig into kind of his numbers here when we get to the field later on. But I really liked his stuff. I thought his breaking ball was really good. I thought his, 4-seam at the top of the zone and his off-speed stuff was very, very good. But it seems like he hasn't quite settled in down here. So to this point, the Pirates have come out as heavily favorites on this trade. So, hopefully Burrows doesn't maybe turn it around a little bit until the Pirates are out of town.
Neil, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate the time.
All right, you guys, have a great week.
You too. Talk to you Monday. Neil Walker, he'll be on the broadcast tonight. You asked him, are these Pirates a top 10 team in all of Major League Baseball? And it sounds crazy because we're Pirates fans. I think you're right. I think Neil's right. I think they're better than that. Do you agree, Pirates fans? At 412-928-9370. One way or the other, give us a ring, and the best caller on this subject wins a pair of tickets to the June 27th Buccos-Reds game at 412-928-9370. In this offense, is it sustainable? Take your calls on both subjects when we come back. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
A couple of big NFL trades that took place yesterday. Cleveland Browns traded edge rusher Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams, and in exchange, the Rams sent over linebacker Jared Verse along with 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick back to the Browns. And then the Philadelphia Eagles traded away wide receiver A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots, and the Patriots returned a 2027 fifth-round pick and a 2028 first-round pick. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. So the NFL burned down yesterday. Absolute earthquake. Los Angeles Rams have pulled off a historic blockbuster, acquiring reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett from the Cleveland Browns. In exchange for the Sack King, LA is shipping two-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Jared Verse, alongside a haul of future first, second, and third-round draft picks. Blockbuster. Andre Toll.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. More ways to build and more value every time you play. You can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment, from spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts all NBA playoffs long. All right, the Knicks are in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, and do they have what it takes to knock off the Western Conference champion? In my opinion, no, they do not, because we still don't know how good this Knicks team really is. They got lucky with the Embiid injury in the Philly series. Cleveland is gutless and didn't have to play Boston to get here. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Seeing some backups on the Fort Duquesne Bridge as you head outbound to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Expect to stop at the top of the Green Tree Hill over on the Parkway West. And as you head into the city through the Liberty Tunnel, expect to be in there for a little while because it is still backed up. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Go to windownation.com now to book a consultation.
During Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale, you could replace your home's windows and get half of them free. Plus, you could get them with no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
At some time before the hour is up, we'll get into the most interesting storylines heading into Steelers mandatory minicamp today, Dickerson. After this week, your longest tenured Steelers, your most veteran Steelers, your most valuable Steelers, we won't hear or see them again until Latrobe.
Correct.
Because next week with the OTAs, it's going to be more developmental, which I actually think is a really good idea by Mike McCarthy.
No doubt.
I wonder if it's something he's always done. Probably. I don't know.
If not, I mean, it's a good idea.
It's a great idea.
You have 2 young quarterbacks, so you want to see and get as many reps and exposure as possible. So give them the kind of full reins to kind of control this thing and see, you get that baseline of how you want to approach training camp, of who you want to approach it with, where the numbers are. And, Will Howard would probably be the second guy going into training camp, I would assume, if he doesn't mess things up at this point. But, yeah, it's another opportunity to get more reps for younger players.
Hold the line, Howard.
Yep.
You hold that line.
Yep.
We'll get more into that before the hour is up. You asked Neil a good question. Neil, do you think the Pirates are a top 10 team in Major League Baseball? And my default setting on Pirates optimism typically is no, they're not. But you watch them and they're 4 games over and they've won 6 out of 10 and they had an impressive homestand. And when you look at their numbers, I think you're actually wrong. I think they're like top 5.
Top 5, right?
I can't believe it. I mean, we all thought they'd be above 500, and you and Harry were higher on them than I was. I thought they'd be an 83 and 79 team, and they're on pace to be better than that. They're on pace to win like 90 games this year.
Yep.
Which puts you up there. Listen to some of these statistics. This is offense. And these are major league stats, not NL, but MLB stats. 4th in batting average. This was, by the way, the worst offense in Major League Baseball last year by a country mile. 3rd in on-base percentage. 8th in slugging percentage. Oh, slackers. 5th in OPS. 4th in stolen bases. And 11th in home runs, when last year they were dead last in home runs by like 40 homers.
They led the league for weeks in home runs, right?
They started off real hot, yeah. And they've kept it up. They put crooked numbers up there quick, and they score early in games. And if their bullpen was merely passable, they'd be probably up around the top of the division with the Milwaukee Brewers. You say, okay, they're a top 10 team in baseball. 9th best record in MLB. That pretty cut and dry right there.
Yep.
5th best run differential. When you're predicting how teams will continue to fare, a lot of smart baseball people will point to run differential. They're 5th best in the sport. Oh, and guess who they're behind? The damn Dodgers. The Braves, the Yankees, and the Brewers. That's pretty damn good company.
So is Don Kelly just an extension of Derek Shelton then?
Not to me.
That's what people are saying.
I never understood that.
Me neither.
Oh, I think it was because early in the year, it was, oh man, he is managing the bullpen poorly. And now, the more baseball we've watched, I think we've all come to realize he's not managing a bullpen poorly. He's managing a poor bullpen.
Yep.
And there's only so much you can do. So the question, the prompt, if you will, at 412-928-9370, do you think these Pirates are a top 10 team? Do you think they're a top 5 team? Right now, a lot of the statistics are pointing to yes, and they found a bunch of different ways to win, too. And this team's scoring a bunch of runs, but they also have a top 5 rotation ERA in the National League. To Gary in Cleveland?
Yes.
Best caller on this subject wins a pair of tickets to the Pirates game on the 27th against the Reds. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, so yeah, the Pirates are definitely for real. I mean, we're top 5, top 10, and we're just putting up quiet numbers. Look at Horowitz. I mean, he's not putting up monster numbers, but he's so consistent. The on base is there, and what we have sustainability. Just because we don't have one or two guys that you could pass around, and you have to pitch to everybody, and everybody's contributing. But I will say this: I still think we need to go out. We need to be buyers. And we still need a lights-out closer. I'm sorry. We still need someone who can come in there, whether it's a Chapman. To be honest with you, at this point in time, that Skeens window is closing. We don't know if we're going to have him down the road. Let's pull the trigger now. Let's deal off Bubba Chandler. That'll solve that problem. You know, get a lights-out closer, maybe even a middle guy in there. I think this is the year. I really do. I feel 1979 all over again.
Whoa! Wow. Gary on hold.
Wow. Deal Bubba Chandler.
If they did the thing that they should have done this offseason, and it was a great offseason by Ben Cherington. I mean, just look at tonight's starting pitcher and then look at Brandon Lau, and you should feel pretty good about this offseason. The thing they need the most is the thing that's easiest to acquire, and that is bullpen help.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can give up a lot, and you can get a hell of a player in return. You could also give up middling prospects and still get significant upgrades in the bullpen. So when your biggest issue is one of the most fixable things in the sport, you're in a pretty good place. What I was going to say is if the Pirates did what they were supposed to do and sign like a Jose Quintana as your 5th starter, then you would make another starter expendable in a deal. Maybe not even to acquire a bullpen arm, but maybe to go out there and get another thumper in the middle of the lineup. Because the one area where they're lacking is, oddly, the designated hitter.
Yes.
And one of their highest paid players. 412-928-9370. Is this a top 5 team in Major League Baseball? A lot of the statistics would indicate the answer is yes. And as far as the offense is concerned, I think the strength of the pack is in the pack, man. Brandon Lau, Spencer Horwitz, Ryan O'Hearn, Brian Reynolds, O'Neal Cruz, Connor Griffin, Nick Gonzalez. That's 8 guys right there who all have OPSs higher than league average. League average OPS hovering around like 705. That's 8 guys higher than that. And then Endy Rodriguez doesn't qualify yet. But if he did, I mean, his OPS is hovering around 800. And that was beyond DH, the other weak spot of your lineup. If Endy can be average,
yep.
Then there's all of a sudden, apart from Ozuna, there's no automatic outs in the lineup. Hopefully Connor Griffin can come back healthy. 412-928-9370. Great question. Neil Walker thinks this is a top 10 team in baseball. We do too. Is it even better than that? Best caller wins a pair of tickets to the upcoming Pirates-Reds game on June 27th. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Bucks also made a trade. We'll tell you about it. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates played tonight against the Houston Astros in the start of a 3-game series, and it's the beginning
of a total 6-game road trip as well. The Pirates will have the Houston Astros and the Atlanta Braves on their upcoming road trip schedule. Tonight's game at 8:10 is one you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 7:15 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates also made a couple moves. They've activated former starting pitcher, now bullpen pitcher Carmen Mlodzinski from the restricted list, and they also decided to trade bullpen pitcher Justin Lawrence to the Minnesota Twins for cash considerations, and that's days after Justin Lawrence was initially designated for assignment by the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Blues with Westwood One Sports. A blockbuster NFL trade in June? With NFL sack king Myles Garrett now a Ram, it's title or bust for Sean McVay. LA has arguably the best personnel groups on offense and defense in the entire league. With a 50% or greater win probability in every game this season, give me the Rams to have the most regular season wins at plus 850. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. round-trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances. Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Well, we talked about this guy yesterday with Mark Cabali, and we've been awaiting word on if he was a Steeler or not. Aaron Wilson, longtime NFL insider, tweets veteran safety Darnell Savage Jr. has signed with the Steelers, per veteran agent Seth Katz. Quote, Darnell is excited about playing for the Steelers, end quote. So there you go. Darnell Savage, a Steeler. Just before mandatory minicamp, which begins in mere hours here. Covered by guys like Jeff Hathorn and Mark Cabali. Buccos yesterday traded Justin Lawrence. They had designated him for assignment. He goes to the Twins in return for cash considerations. I'd like to know how much cash.
I know, right? We never get the number, do we?
Not till later.
Not till later.
Not till later. If at all, sometimes. I'd love to know what they deemed worthy of Justin Lawrence.
$1,200. What if it was like $1,300?
What if it's like a $200 gift card to Amazon or something?
Giant Eagle card. Here, we know your grocery store's a Giant Eagle. Here's a $300 Giant Eagle card.
Like, what? Hey, to get anything for him, I think, is success. I understood what they were doing when they acquired him, but boy, was he bad. I mean, when he would enter a game, like, especially a home game, like the collective from the fan base, palpable. Jason Mackey joined us yesterday and said it today, but his reports are brought to you by Westminster College. $1,000 visit grants now available at westminster.edu. You can check them out there for details. Are the Pirates a top 10 team in Major League Baseball? We say yes. The statistics say they're probably closer to top 5. Do you feel comfortable 60 games into the season saying, you know what, I think these Buccos are for real? Arthur in Daytona Heights. Hi, Arthur.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Yo.
Hey, I definitely think right now they're a top 5 team. I mean, they're proving it on offense with their starting pitching. They definitely need Connor Griffin back sooner than later. I don't want to see Jared Triolo out there any more than possible. In fact, when I look to go to a game, I wait for the lineup, make sure he's not in it.
Oh, man.
But,
so if
I know that
Triolo's
sounds
penciled
kinda
in there,
cool,
you're
but
like,
I mean,
I ain't going.
You want to see their best players out there. I'd like to see them get a definite closer in that down the stretch here and that. I think that's going to be a help. The nice thing about this season is they're giving us hope for the first time in a long time, but they're giving all Pittsburgh sports fans hope because we don't know what's going to happen with the Steelers. Well,
you know what,
this year.
man? It is refreshing, Arthur, on June 2nd to be able to do like 85% of your show.
It is very nice.
On the Pirates. It is.
Man, it's going to make you guys feel good. It's like negative talk about them and hoping the Steelers are going to come through this year.
And also, like, I mean, you think about what in about a week and a half, like you have the Dodgers that are going to come to town. It's going to be popping, but you also have the feeling that the Pirates could win the series.
Yep, that's exactly right.
You have it. They're going to go to Atlanta after this series. Atlanta's pretty good. you feel like the Pirates could win the series.
Pirates have not had a losing road trip, and thank you for the call, Arthur. I'll put you on hold. They haven't had a losing road trip all season. And I think it's important if you could take 2 out of 3 from Houston here at least. And then if you get 1 in Atlanta, I mean, you're still feeling good because you go 3-3 on the road. You'll never return that one at the Deli.
Yep.
And then you see what happens at home against the Dodgers. But, man, no, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you compete with those guys. And the Dodgers, the way it's set up right now, who knows? But it should be Skeens on the bump for Game 1 against the damn Dodgers. And then it should be Jared Jones and Keller. I'd feel better about them right now if Keller looked like the guy he was through his first 8 starts and not his last 4. But maybe it's a mechanical thing. Maybe it's a tipping pitches thing. Mm-hmm. Both should be fixable. Justin in Columbus. A lot of people from Ohio calling today. What's up, Justin?
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to make 2 quick points. I think they're definitely a top 10 team. I'm not ready to say that they're top 5 just yet. The offense is definitely top 5. Those numbers are, unquestionable. And I just look at the length of the lineup to support it. When you have O'Neal Cruz, who's on pace for 35 home runs and 50 stolen bases in the 6th spot of your lineup, which I actually think it's a perfect spot for him. I don't think there's too much pressure on him in that spot, and I think that's his sweet spot. So show me how many teams in the league can put that lineup out there at the length that they have. Where are the automatic outs, like you guys were saying, like we've seen in years past when you have JT Riddle or Josh Van Meter or whoever, insert Scrub and Scrubino here in the lineup.
Connor Joe, no offense.
Yeah, I think that if they can somehow go 4-2 or even split the road trip like Neil and you guys were saying, and then you bring in the Dodgers next week and you somehow win 2 or 3 against them, like they always seem to play the Dodgers well in Pittsburgh, right? So I feel confident that they can do that. But if you go 500 on the road trip and then win 2 or 3 against the Dodgers, you're going to have people that were saying, "Oh, it's cute what the Pirates are doing," but you're then going to have these national analysts say, "Uh-oh, we got to look at the Pirates as a serious contender."
I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it, and I think that's a totally reasonable place to be. That, hey, you could look at them as a top 10 team right now. The bullpen, the back end of the rotation, you got to kind of wait and see, especially on Jared Jones. But if you go 500 on this road trip and take 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, you were going to be the talk of the baseball world. And that ballpark's going to be jam-packed next week.
Yes, it is.
Damn Dodgers.
Damn Dodgers.
Who gets the tickets? Gary in Cleveland or Arthur in Detrona Heights?
Arthur.
Arthur, you get the tickets. But we want to talk to Emmanuel in Carnegie, too. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. How y'all doing?
Great. Good to hear from you, bud.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little hesitant right here. I'm not sure if the Pirates are a top 10 team. I'm going to go a little contrary to y'all. I think just because of the competition that we have in our division, I think the Cubs and the Brewers are a top 10 team.
See, I just don't think the Cubs have the rotation, and I haven't thought they've had all year, and now the lineup can't hit. I'm imagining the lineup will come around on them, but apart from the Brewers, I don't think there's a single team in the division clearly head and shoulders better than the Bucks.
Mm-hmm. Not clear. They're not clearly better, but I still a little reserved with our bullpen. The automatic out is when Davis is at catching position. We gotta have Indy bat more. It's not bad. He's not a bad catcher. He brings a little more pop to the offense. And I like one thing I like about us. We really rebound after our losses. We don't get in long losing slumps. We're usually rebounding, and that's what I can appreciate for the Pirates.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Good rebounding team, these Bucks. Who you like in the NBA Finals, by the way?
Spurs. Well, I keep flipping back and forth. I don't know.
Do you have a rooting interest?
No, I don't. I like the Knicks, and I like Wemby, and I like De'Aaron Fox. I like the Spurs. I like both teams.
I like the Knicks, and I like Wemby, too.
I did.
But we need to get in line so we can make the same bet.
Well, I think for legacy-wise, I think Wemby's going to go down as probably one of the best players. One of the best players. He'll be up there to ever play the game. And I think that this will kind of start that off. And if he wins a championship now, this early in his career, then he can really make a case whenever it's all said and done. So I think that the Spurs will win.
I think they will too. He's paralleling the LeBron James career. I mean, year 2, LeBron went to the finals.
Yep.
Now lost
Mm-hmm.
to, oh, no, I had it. I don't want to lose it. The Spurs.
Yeah.
They lost to the Spurs. Oh, well, there's full circle.
Uh-huh.
But Wemby's 22 years old. Dude, I don't even think he's close to what he's going to be.
Not even close. He's probably going to, I mean, in the next 2 years, he's going to put on like 40 pounds.
Yeah, man.
Like, look, just, this is the track he's going to go on, but probably better. Like, look at what Giannis looked like his second year in the league, his second year in the league, to where he looks like, what he looks like now. Like, he looks, I mean, he put on probably about 60 pounds.
Ah, the Greek Freak.
Yes. That's
I can't
what Wemby's going to
say
do.
either of their names. Wembenyama.
Wembenyama?
Wembenyama.
Yeah, Wembenyama. And Antetokounmpo.
I mean, you win one now, you win 4 or 5, you're going to go down as maybe the best player of all time because you're 7'4" and can shoot lights out, and defensively, it's unbelievable.
It's unstoppable.
I know people are, NBA. Seriously, if you are a fan of sport, and maybe not even the NBA, but just a fan of basketball in general, he's must-watch television.
Yep.
I'm really looking forward to that. Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's back June 17th and 18th. You can donate now. Make your tax-deductible donation at 937thefan.com. All proceeds benefit 25 local volunteer fire departments presented by A to Z Fire Equipment, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, and People's Natural Gas. Our top minicamp storylines. Steelers open it up today. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Stanley Cup Finals begin tonight at 8 o'clock. The Vegas Golden Knights play at the Carolina Hurricanes in Game 1 of the series. The NBA Finals, they begin tomorrow with Game 1 at 8:30 between the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
This rush hour is starting to ease off a little as 28 southbound is completely clear at this point, but the Parkway East, you can still expect sluggish traffic at Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Parkway West inbound. Slow go once you get over that Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Parents, get your kids in the game with Team Pittsburgh Ball Hockey. For just $100, your child gets full equipment, 2 training sessions with USA Ball Hockey certified coaches and men's team players June 20th and 21st, plus a free summer in-house session starting July 6th. Register now at teampgh.com.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Commemorative Fan 5-alarm t-shirts are available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. Order your shirt while supplies last. Fan 5-alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Target Freight Management and 1-800-BOARD-UP. Day one mandatory minicamp for the Steelers today. My number one storyline, it's not going to be surprising to anybody, but this is the next evolution. Is William Howard going to be getting QB2 reps again? And then my number two storyline is, are any of these guys looking for contracts and be holding out, holding in? And I think it's much ado about nothing if it's a guy like JPJ, or even if like Keanu Benton's going to get a deal. I think it's a bigger story if it's a guy like Herbig, who I don't expect to get paid. So you wonder how long he would keep going with that kind of charade, right?
Yeah. I mean, my biggest storyline is the offensive line configuration.
Yeah.
Just to see, like, is IMAX going to get first team reps at all? Faltano obviously at left, McCormick at left guard, those type of things. So we'll see how it all plays out, but things are rolling. But before we know it, we'll be talking about Latrobe practices.
I can't believe it, man.
Crazy.
We're 99 days away from the start of NFL season. 99 days. In college football, we're around 80 or something like that.
Yep. Rolling.
Oh, I never wish summer away. And no matter how hard you try anyway, it doesn't move faster. That's not how life works. But it is always nice to know that we've got this great stretch of vacations, and you got Buccos baseball. They're playing well, but on the other side, you smell that? Crisp fall air.
Oh.
Maybe a campfire, bonfire in the background.
Pumpkin beer.
A little pumpkin beer. A little chilly.
A little chilly.
It's coming, baby.
Yep.
We will react to the big storylines from minicamp when we have our show tomorrow at 5:40. I hear that the trio of Starkey, Mulsey, and Pomp are playing at Oakmont today.
Nice.
So Donnie Football is up next with City Limits. Good for those guys.
Mm-hmm.
No invite?
No, of course not.
Why wouldn't they invite you?
I don't know.
You golf.
Who knows? Don't like me.
I'm offended on behalf of you.
Thank you.
Me, I'm an embarrassment. You can't have me out there.
Especially at Oakmont.
No. More ways than one I'd embarrass myself and them. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 77, low of 49. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
$500 attempted purchase on plane tickets. What?
Did you know Dollar Bank checking accounts have features to help protect your card from fraud?
Seriously?
You'll get a text when there's suspicious activity with your card. Plus, you can set up real-time alerts on card activity, card controls, or even turn that card off if you need to.
Nice. Thanks for looking out.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank, your local community bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Pittsburgh getting over the rush hour this morning, so most places are pretty clear, but the Parkway East, you can still expect some sluggish traffic at Edgewood Swissvale as you go inbound, and the Parkway West inbound is slow go once you get over that Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Bet365. Winning is everything.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First of three in Houston for the Pirates begins tonight, and it's against a familiar face. Mike Burrows will get the start opposite Bubba Chandler for the Bucs. It's an 8:10 first pitch. Listen to the game right here on The Fan as pregame coverage will begin at 7:15. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli. Pirates swept Minnesota over the weekend, off day yesterday, 32-28. They have activated Carmen Mlodzinski off the restricted list, so he is available to pitch tonight. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I thought the Pirates offense had a chance to be league average in 2026. At minimum, league average. That's all we were really asking for. You go back to the 3-year swing in the 2010s that we saw the Pirates go to the playoffs, and that's just about what the offense was. Nothing super special. They had Andrew McCutchen, who was an MVP for them. They had some good players and really good players that they would acquire at the trade deadline a couple of those years. But we've been so programmed to expect the offense to be outright terrible for the last decade and for the better part of the last 3 decades that seeing what they're doing right now has caught me by surprise. Wanted them to be good, obviously. I didn't think they'd be quite this good. But what I did expect was that we could see a bounce back for some others that were already on the roster thanks to the addition of 2 key bats. It's Donnie Football in for Pomp and Joe on this second day of June 2026. Yes, you can all take a wild guess what Pomp and Joe are up to today. Same as almost every day once we get to this part of the calendar. Austin Bechtold is with me behind the glass, the man we call City Limits. However you may be consuming us today, radio, Odyssey app, YouTube, or X at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the shows live on X and on YouTube. We have Nick Farabaugh joining us in about a half hour, a little bit earlier than his usual spot because Mike McCarthy is speaking later on this morning as the Steelers open up mandatory minicamp as we inch closer and closer to the real thing on the NFL's calendar. We will talk to an Astros reporter at 11:30 as the Buccos are set to start a series in Houston tonight, 8:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage beginning at 7. And they will face a former Bucco in the process who is not having himself a very good season. Carmen Mlodzinski is back. He's seemingly ready to roll. We'll get into that. And we also have Michael McHenry to help us preview this series and also recap what was a big sweep for the Pirates this weekend. The Fort joins us, as always, at 1 o'clock on this Tuesday. But the Pirates offense, to me, has me feeling a little bit vindicated to a degree about something that I thought would happen once they made their key additions. And how the first 60 games have gone has backed that up. Realistically, they should be better than their record. They're 32-28. They've let a handful of games get past them, and I know that happens to every team across Major League Baseball. but they should absolutely be a better team than 32-28. They're above 500. They're in the thick of things in the National League playoff race. They're also smack dab in the middle of the most competitive division in all of baseball, the NL Central. But we had a feeling that the starting rotation would be pretty strong, and I would say that's true for the most part. You still have Paul Skeens, and even though he's had a couple of, by his standards, rocky starts in the month of May, we turn the calendar to June. He still has an ERA sub-3, which is very good. He has 75 punch-outs on the season, and he has only walked 12 guys all year, but he walked 3 in his last start. Very unlike him. Braxton Ashcraft has emerged as, right now, the best pitcher in the rotation. Now, I'm going to guess by the time we get to the end, Paul Skeens has passed him up, but Ashcraft in his first full season as a starter, 12 starts, almost 75 innings, most on the team, a 2.77 ERA, best on the team. He's 5-2. He has struck out 81, best on the team, and he has walked just a few more guys than Paul Skeens. He also has the best ERA plus on the squad at 151. Skeens a few slots behind him at 145. Mitch Keller, I know he's coming off not his best work of 2026, but he still has mostly been a steady Eddie in the middle of that thing. Bubba Chandler needs to figure some things out. I think the leash on him should be pretty short. He leads the National League in walks with 36. His ERA is approaching 5. Carmen Mlodzinski and some of the short-term drama seemingly around him. He was solid for them in the starting rotation, but now Jared Jones is back into the fold, and maybe this thing gets rolling a little bit more. We had a feeling the starting pitching would be just fine, and it is. The bullpen has been shaky. That's been their weakness. But the big point that I made after the trade for Brandon Lau and the signing of Ryan O'Hearn is that it would lead to better production up and down the lineup from guys that were already here, guys that were on that ugly 2025 Pirates roster. That lineup that put together some of the worst offensive numbers in baseball, and in a lot of major offensive categories, they were dead last. And it was a team that was, for 75% of the season, managed by Donnie Kelly. I like to fault Derek Shelton as much as possible, but he was out of here at this point in the season last year. Actually, it was mid-May when they parted ways with him. They started 12-26. They cut bait. He was done. Don Kelly is through a year plus as Pirates skipper. So a lot of those offensive numbers from 2025 could be tied to Kelly for the most part. But all it took was a couple of moves to get things kickstarted, and that's what has happened. Because here we are, the first couple of days of June in 2026, and the Pirates have taken their offense from the worst in baseball. They were 30th in baseball, dead last, in almost every single category that you could have for an offense. They have taken that, and they have turned this thing into a top 5 offense in the span of a season. The addition of Brandon Lau, 14 homers, 37 runs batted in, an OPS of 875, OPS plus of 142. Ryan O'Hearn, who just came off the injured list. He's played in 45 games this year, 8 homers, 30 ribbies, 849 OPS, 137 OPS plus. He had a home run in his first at-bat off the injured list. That has completely shifted this offense. The addition of Connor Griffin, who is on the 10-day injured list, and hopefully we get good news on him sooner rather than later. It's a top 5 offense in baseball through the first 60 games. And they just got Ryan O'Hearn back. They, going into last night through the first 60 games of the season, they averaged over 5 runs per game, 5.02. That was number 5 in baseball. A team batting average of 253, 5th in all of baseball. A team on base percentage of 335, 3rd in all of baseball. 398 team slugging, 8th in all of baseball. OPS 733, 5th in all of baseball. They're also 11th in home runs, 4th in stolen bases. They walk at a top 5 rate. And they are up there with teams that you would consider the powerhouses of the league. The Dodgers, the Yankees, the Braves, all of them in great shape, as they usually are. But they have completely flipped the switch on what we expected out of their offense. And they did it at a very quick rate. And it feels like this team that is 32-28 should be bound for the postseason by the time we get to late September. I don't get the feeling, genuinely, that anybody in the NL Central is truly better than the Pirates. Am I crazy for that? Maybe. 412-928-9370. Even though they're all kind of clustered together and the Brewers have created some separation, they had another big win last night. I think they put up like 16 runs in their win last night in Milwaukee. I don't get the sense that any other team in this division is definitively better than what the Pirates put out there every single night. I mean, am I nuts for that? Like, Austin, do you think of a team like Milwaukee, even though they're a handful of games separated from the rest of the division? I don't actually get the sense they're like pound for pound better than what the Pirates can do.
No, I don't think they are.
If the Pirates didn't give away a handful of games through the first 2 months, they'd be right there.
Well, the bullpen single-handedly blew, like 6 games, maybe 7 games for them so far this year already. So, and Milwaukee also is having some guys overachieve.
Which always happens.
Which always happens. Talent-wise, I think they definitely match up. Like, I'd be very curious to see what a Pirates-Brewers series at this moment would look like, because I feel like the Pirates would probably win it. But Milwaukee just finds a way against anybody. They crushed San Francisco last night. They're more consistent than the Pirates are, and I think that's the one thing that's separating them.
They have almost been, to me, like the guardians of the National League. Like, kind of a similar story to the Pirates. You don't have a big market, but you're a team that's always able to figure it out. No matter who is on your roster, you end up being good. That's how the Brewers are to me. And that's how they are again, it seems, here in 2026. And I know that it would take the Pirates to make a little bit of a jump to get past them. There's still plenty of time to do so. We're only 2 months into the season. And we saw, I think, a good example of that, how it played out in May. The Cubs looked like the clear best team in the NL Central, and they fell off a cliff. It can happen fast. The Pirates have felt like the most consistent squad, or at least the one that can actually keep this up. Brewers, they probably will. Let's be honest. Milwaukee is not far behind the Pirates in terms of runs per game. They're actually right behind them. The Pirates at 5.02. The Brewers are at 4.98. Oddly enough, the Washington Nationals lead all of baseball in runs per game. That offense is really good. The pitching is just a dumpster fire. But we have seen the rest of the NL Central, I think, get a little bit fortunate, a little bit lucky with how seasons have gone. Like, I don't buy into the Reds. I still don't buy into the Cardinals. I just don't think they're good.
Well, the Reds are battered around and bruised now. Ellie De La Cruz is going to miss a couple of weeks. Hunter Green's been out most of the season, like the entire season. So their injuries are also concerning, and I don't really feel great about their bullpen. They have great pieces, but injuries are starting to really hamper them.
Yeah, I mean, and teams will have that as the seasons go on. Every team will have to deal with that same thing. But the Reds, they're a team that is negative 39 in run differential. The Pirates, for reference, are plus 31. Brewers, again, they just continue to kind of defy what their roster is. Plus 88. They're 36 and 21. They're 5.5 games up. 3 teams are 5.5 games back in the NL Central. And one of the teams, even with the Pirates, has a run differential that is 40 points worse than what the Pirates do. That's the Cardinals. So I don't really buy into 2 of the 5 teams, the Cardinals and the Reds. The Cubs have their warts. The Pirates do when it comes to their bullpen, but that's something they should absolutely target and figure out. And maybe Majinski moving there will help them out. The Brewers, they're the Brewers. Same thing every year with them. But the Pirates have a team that should be in this thing until we get to the end. We should see those competitive games in the month of September. We should be early on in the Steelers season, and the focus can very well still be on the Buccos, a team that should be fighting for a spot in the postseason. And the lasting impacts that Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn have made has helped out everybody. Guy, you just look at the numbers from year to year. OPS plus, if you want to do it quickly with something like that. Everybody is up across the board. Gonzalez a 720, Griffin 729 after a rough first month up until his 20th birthday. Cruz 793, Reynolds 841, O'Hearn 849, Horwitz 858, Lau 875. Spencer Horwitz, by the way, the only player last year that played over 100 games for the Buccos that had an OPS plus above 100. It was that guy. And he's been even better this time around. This season, through 60 games, 7 regular starters have an OPS plus of 100 or better. Lau leads the way at 142. Horwitz is at 140. He's having a great season, a pretty underrated season. And think about that. Those are the last 2 big offseason trades that Ben Cherington has made. And I got to say, the guy deserves his criticism for some other moves, and I still don't think the deadline last year was all that great outside of a couple of smaller moves. The Lau trade looks like an absolute robbery. All they gave up was Mike Burrows, who is bad. He's been terrible for the Astros. They get Lau. They get Mason Montgomery, who's been a pretty solid left-handed reliever. They get Jake Mangum, who is going to be the defensive replacement or late-game base runner, and really just a dude that you can throw anywhere in the outfield, which they've done all season. I still don't know how they pulled that one off, but they did it. Spencer Horwitz they got for 2 bad minor league pitchers and a guy that will probably never pitch in Major League Baseball again. And you could argue just with the OPS and OPS plus numbers, they've been their 2 best or most consistent guys. O'Hearn right behind them, an offseason signing, the first multi-year signing they had in nearly a decade, going back to 2016 with Ivan Nova. Brian Reynolds, bounce-back season, had a huge month of May. OPS plus 137. O'Neal Cruz at 120. Those were the 2 guys I wanted to circle going into this year. Thinking, will they finally have what they didn't have before? Will they finally have that lineup protection that they never had? They always had the pressure on their shoulders to be the best players. Now they can be themselves and perhaps turn into the best version of themselves on the diamond. Brian Reynolds did not have a good 2025. This year so far, 6 homers, 38 runs batted in, slashing 276, 403, 438, 841. And I just mentioned his OPS plus, well above 100. His WAR is 1.7, and a lot of that comes from the plate because we know he is not a good defensive player. O'Neal Cruz, hot start in 2025. Hopefully it's not that way again, but fell off a cliff. And now in 2025 or 2026, I don't really care about his strikeout numbers for what it's worth. He could set the major league record for all I care. If the guy has an OPS around 800 and ends up being a 30-30 player, I'm not going to be too upset about it. And that's what he's well on pace to do. 13 homers, 19 stolen bases. He also leads the team with 41 RBIs. And he'll hit towering home runs. Had a couple of them this weekend. My focus was on those two players after they made the move for Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn, and they have paid off greatly. Then you just get some bonuses thrown in there. Spencer Horwitz continues to pay off. He's been great. Nick Gonzalez hitting over 300, finally hit his first home run the other day, but he has turned into a very trustworthy bat. Connor Griffin had a tough first couple of weeks, turned 20, and turned a huge corner. And that guy's speed cannot be underestimated. 14 stolen bases in 51 games for Connor Griffin, and you just see the way he moves on the bases and how he's able to create extra runs. There are already a few examples I can think of. Had another one this weekend. A hard hit ball to left field should not score a guy from second base. And Connor Griffin is one of the few in baseball that is able to make that a reality. So he adds that aspect to the game. And that leaves them with Marcell Ozuna, who has not carried his own weight, still has 5 homers, still has knocked in 20-plus runs. But imagine if he comes alive. Imagine if they actually get a second half from Marcell Ozuna like they got from recent aging free agent signings like Rowdy Tellez in 2024 or Tommy Pham in 2025. If they get a turnaround from Marcell Ozuna, they have one weakness in their lineup, and it's Henry Davis, and you can hide something like that. Just a few years ago, it felt like Henry Davis had to be one of their best players. Now, yeah, there's still critics out there. There should be. He's been an awful first overall pick, all in all. I think he has the lowest batting average of any 1-1 player ever as it stands right now. That being said, you can hide that guy. And you can say, all right, well, you know what? Just be a good defensive catcher. That's all we need from you. And even he still has a timely home run every now and then. The big home run he hit on Memorial Day. And now we just hope that Connor Griffin is okay when it comes to his injury. He'll be on the 10-day injured list and hope that's it. But here's how he was able to shift his season from the time it went from April to May. He turned 20 the last week of April. He finished the month. He was hitting 231. On base was 290. Slugging was 341. The OPS was only 631. He was 40 points better by the end of May in batting average, 270. About 40 points better in on base at 327. Almost 80 points better, or 60 points better when it came to slugging at 402. And almost 100 points higher in OPS at 729. He had a pair of 4-hit games. He had 6 multi-hit games. He had 20 games with at least 1 hit. He had 7 doubles, a triple, 2 home runs, 9 runs batted in, and 7 stolen bases in the month of May. Only 5 games in which Connor Griffin did not have a hit in the second full month of 2026. The Pirates' offense is legit. We have spent a lot of time over the last decade knowing that they didn't have good offenses. Think back to some of the putrid teams around the COVID era. But at the same time, even when they do have a good offense, because of what we've gone through, because we've been battered and beaten by some of the ugliness, we have a hard time telling ourselves that they are actually good. Look across the board. It's easy to search. They are a top 5 offense in all of baseball. 412-928-9370. Let's get some of you involved. Frank will kick us off. He's in Plum. What's going on, Frank?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind, man?
Hey, so I was thinking about the Pirates in June, and going along with what you were saying. I think we have a chance to be a top 5 team coming out of June. I think Brian Reynolds is really going to turn it on. History shows that he is one of the best players in baseball in the month of June. Years past have shown that. And I think our bullpen can really step it up. I think Moljinski is going to give you some bulk innings. And Dotel, you know how he's been doing in the month of May, had a really good month. I think some good games are coming, and we're going to put together a good month.
Yeah, Frank, and along those lines, there was a move made last night. Not only did they reinstate Carmen Mlodzinski, they also traded Justin Lawrence. The Justin Lawrence era in Pittsburgh is over. They were able to trade him to the Minnesota Twins for one of my favorites in return, cash considerations, which is one I would normally make fun of, but Lawrence was so bad here. If you get literally anything for that guy, I'm okay with it.
I have $3 to offer you. Okay.
It could have been $1.50, and I think Pirates fans would have taken that.
Something
move.
from the dollar bin at the dollar store?
Yeah, you got Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Family Dollar. Go find something there. That's what you're going to get for Justin Lawrence.
99 cents.
But yeah, it's cash considerations, also followed by player to be named later. Those are two of my favorite trade returns, and they got one of them last night. Nick is in Uniontown. What's going on, Nick?
What's up, Nick? Statistically, you laid out perfectly why the Pirates are a legit offense, and because we as a fan base have been battered and beaten for so long, it is hard to convince ourselves that we have a legit team here. But what stands out to me, and I'd like to get your opinion on it, is the culture shift in that dugout and amongst the teammates just seems to be totally different this year than any other year past. I don't know if it's Paul Skeens mixed with Don Kelly, mixed with guys like Ryan O'Hearn that came in here, and the culture of winning, it's almost tangible in my opinion. And I think that to me is the most convincing part of why this team is legit and why fans should buy into this, because I think the players are buying in. You don't see the guys walking off the field like the Sawinskis and guys just not acknowledging their strikeouts. I mean, every time Ozuna has a blunder or a strikeout, guys are picking him up, and we didn't see that in years past. So I'm curious to know your opinion on what has changed that culture within the dugout.
We've also heard from many people, and thanks for the call, Nick, that Marcell Ozuna, even though he has not been good at the plate, and he obviously serves no purpose in the field, he's just their DH, that he gets rave reviews about being a clubhouse guy, and he's helpful to somebody like O'Neal Cruz. And to your point about guys that have a little bit of winning in their background, Skeens certainly wants that. He has that at the college level. And he certainly wants that here. I do believe when he says things like, I want to bring Pittsburgh more than just a wild card win, because that's what a whole generation of fans has to hang on. And in the end, that's pretty sad. But I am part of that. Austin is part of that. Many people out there that are 30 or younger are part of that. All we have to hang on to as a shining moment is a pitcher dropping a baseball and Russell Martin hitting a home run on the next pitch. Paul Skeens wants to bring more than that. Brandon Lau, I think, is huge because he actually has World Series experience. The guy got there as part of the Rays. He had some huge seasons with the Rays. He also was part of a team that has mastered the craft of small market success, the Tampa Bay Rays. We talk about Milwaukee and Cleveland. The Rays do it every year, and they're doing it again this year, by the way. They are one of the best teams in baseball through the first 60-plus games. They are a game ahead of the Yankees in the AL East. They're 36-21. They find ways to do it every year with no matter who they have on their roster. And I think Lau has been a good figure to have in the Pirates clubhouse since he has so much experience in that aspect of the game. Because it's something that you just can't pull out of thin air. It's something that you can't, just have as the moment you enter the league. There has to be some experience under your belt, and Brandon Lau has that, and he has been able to bring that to the Pirates clubhouse on a daily basis. 412-928-9370. If you want to get involved, you can hit us up on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. As I said, Nick Farabaugh joins the show coming up next. We will also have an Astros insider joining us in about an hour. Michael McHenry joins the show at 1. A big baseball and football day for the next 3.5 hours. That's Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Your calls along with Nick Farabaugh next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Donnie, mandatory minicamp day 1 for the Steelers today, tomorrow, Thursday, mandatory minicamp before they go back into the OTAs portion of offseason workouts and development for the Steelers next week. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now, here's a message from Joe.
Why, thank you, all Limitless Wonder, for throwing it in my direction. JP Roofing and Siding is the place to be after a rough winter. Actually, they'll come where you are. Your roofing, your siding might have taken a hit. Get it checked out, fix a problem. It's a Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. 1% have that designation. Joe Potochnik has it. He's among the 1%. Give him a call, $500 off your first roofing or siding installation. It's 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Don't look now, but the Cleveland Browns are actually a well-run organization. I can't believe I'm saying that, and I can't believe it's true. They had to trade Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's 30 years old. He doesn't fit their timeline, and I love the return that they got for Myles Garrett. And if you look at the young talent on this team, it's there, and now with 2 first-round picks in next year's draft, in position to get a quarterback. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Parents, get your kids in the game with Team Pittsburgh Ball Hockey. For just $100, your child gets full equipment, 2 training sessions with USA Ball Hockey certified coaches and men's team players June 20th and 21st, plus a free summer in-house session starting July 6th. Register now at teampgh.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. On that Fan Hotline is where we find our friend and yours, the man with the man bun, Steelers reporter Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. About 14 hours after I last talked to him on last night's Fan Evening Show. And Nick, ask and you shall receive, because last night we got into the issues at depth for safety, inside linebacker, a little receiver, and we questioned what happened with Darnell Savage. Well, today, for what feels like the 10th time, the Steelers have signed Darnell Savage. So is this officially official?
Yeah, it's actually happening now. Again, I think, I said last night, I think it was probably something medical, and my guess is the Steelers said, let's keep you away from the facility, go rehab it, and then come back when you're fully recovered. Probably the injury now is fully recovered, and he's going to compete here in mandatory minicamp. That's the good thing, at least, about this. He gets here early enough to where the Steelers can see him in the spring. They can start to kind of parse out his role, because he's not guaranteed a roster spot. I know they're shallow at safety, but he's not had a few good years here in the NFL. And so, a guy like Sebastian Castro or Robert Spears-Jennings comes up and competes and wins that job. They do. But at the very least, now they have to compete for it. They're not handed that roster spot. Darnell Savage has been there, done that. He's like an 8-year vet now, which seems crazy to me since he came out in 2019. He's a guy that's more of a box safety, just like Brisker and Elliott. He's going to be a more downhill guy. You're not going to get ranging in the free safety, kind of in that deep zone area. You're going to see him more with his eyes facing forward, play in short zones, be more of a run support guy than a coverage guy. Seems like the Steelers have a type there this offseason, but it's finally done, and they at least have some depth now.
Yeah, that COVID year for Savage looking by far his best. So you go back all the way to 2020, 15 games. He had 75 tackles, 4 interceptions, 12 passes defensed, a sack, a couple of tackles for loss, a fumble recovery. He did a little bit of everything, but that's 6 years ago now, which is already hard to fathom. So we should just expect like a 1-year league minimum type deal here. I mean, it's not going to be like anything more than league minimum, right?
No, I think this is going to be the vet minimum, and that's kind of where he's at this point in his career. You know, it's very similar to the Juan Thornhill signing last year in some respects, where Steelers are hoping to see a guy that was very talented, that was a high draft pick, recapture some of that magic from the past. We'll see if he can do it. Savage is a guy that's really smart. He's not going to blow assignments. I think that's the thing. He's not going to play a ton of hero ball. He's a good tackler in space. Like, he does a lot of little things right. He should be a good special teamer. Like, there's a real shot for him to make the team. Is he going to be like a big-time, game-changing signing to their depth? I don't know. Would I still be looking around the market? Sure, for a more, sure thing. But at least, now you have another veteran in that room. They needed someone with experience behind Brisker and Elliott, because I think you couldn't just throw Jalen Ramsey back there, because as we talked about what they're going to do with Jalen Ramsey, the versatility he's going to provide is invaluable to that secondary. So at least having someone with experience to make these guys earn it, that's a really important thing. Competition breeds, I think, competition. And so you look at Castro, who I think is intriguing. Spears Jennings, very big athlete that can do a lot of different things. Very, very intriguing player, but he is somebody that has a lot of raw points. Castro, the athleticism questions. So at the very least, Savage is going to make him earn it. But if he does make the roster, there's clearly a few things he can do that will help.
And kind of explain for people, I know that we got into this a little bit last night, but not always the same audience, what type of role Jalen Ramsey will be serving with the Patrick Graham defense.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be playing a little bit everywhere. I think the main role is going to be the star role, which is going to be the Steelers' slot cornerback this year. And you're going to see him play all in the inside of that secondary. You're going to see him play slot corner. You'll see him play a little strong safety. You'll see him play a little free safety. They have this thing called money linebacker, which is a sub-package linebacker, essentially, which is a box safety in some respects. He could play that. You can also put Elliott or Brisker in that role. They have three guys, I think, that fit that role really well. Darnell Savage can also do that role. So that can do that. But Ramsey's just going to be this guy that they can move around. With all these disguises, you can do a bunch of different things. You can put him on a slot receiver. You can put him on a tight end. You can make him blitz off the edge. You can do so many different things. He can be a real big help and run support. We see kind of a lot of nickels nowadays, Donnie, and I think people in Pittsburgh, since the Steelers really don't invest in the nickel corner position, have maybe seen this fly over their heads. But the Steelers are going to now follow a trend where we've seen a lot of bigger nickel backs come into the league. 6'1", 6'2" guys. It's not always the 5'9" scrappy guys like a Mike Hilton anymore. You look at Trent McDuffie and Brian Branch, and those guys are bigger physical players. And Ramsey fits that. Ramsey was that when he was in L.A. with the Rams. So it's going to mirror his role there, actually, under Raheem Morris and the Los Angeles Rams. I think you look at Patrick Graham, and he just watched the tape and said, this is where this guy's best. He can utilize his ball skills. He can utilize his physicality, and we can move him around the secondary to do a bunch of different things, which is really going to be intriguing to see how they use Jalen Ramsey.
So who would you say on that defense, or I guess it could be a mix of guys that would be at risk of losing some snaps with Ramsey moving all over the place?
Well, I think the obvious one is Brandon Echols, a guy that was most of the starting slot corner last year, probably is now just the backup slot corner. Now, you could utilize him in different packages if you wanted a more kind of bulkier type of guy that's smaller and can maybe fit with the quicker guys. You could see someone like Brandon Echols maybe come in and use Ramsey at safety, but he's the obvious guy that's number one on the list. I think you also see, with 5 DBs on the field, you're just going to see both safeties and Ramsey. So any other cornerback in that room, a guy like Asante Samuel Jr., might have a hard time getting on the field. Now, he might come on in dime packages. That dime backer spot is probably going to be Ramsey's, but they're going to need a slot corner. So who is it going to be? Is it going to be a guy like Echols? Is it going to be a smaller guy like Samuel to maybe roam the middle of the field? There's a lot of different things they could do with that. So that'll be something to watch. But I think those are the two obvious names that could have had obvious playing time. And then if they do go, to those kind of money packages where we see a DB come down and be the second linebacker, I mean, I think any of the second linebackers would obviously lose some playing time to that. I think you would see Patrick Queen on the field. So a guy like Peyton Wilson could lose some snaps on coverage downs if they go light in the sub-package game there for Ramsey or Brisker or Elliott to come down and play in the box a little bit more. So those are some guys that I think could lose playing time. And then I think, the real question is who's going to be the second safety and base packages. Is it going to be Elliott or Brisker? My guess is it's probably going to be Jaquan Brisker. So that would be Deshaun Elliott might not play as much in base packages, but would play at least 70% of the snaps all the time because they're going to be so much in the sub-package world. But if they go to base, I mean, do you see Deshaun Elliott maybe coming out? It could happen. So maybe he loses some playing time too.
Do you have any doubts that Deshaun Elliott can return to being the player that he was pre-injury? Because he was awesome in this Steelers defense.
You know, we're talking about a guy that's had so many injuries over his career that even when he came to the Steelers, the level of athleticism he came in with out of Texas was sapped a little bit. So I don't think we're going to see a guy that's dramatically less athletic. I don't think we're going to see a guy that's not as fast. That never was his game really anyways. He wasn't a fast guy. He was just more of a physical, instinctive player that could just do everything you asked of him. He was a technical kind of masterpiece in some ways. He was somebody that really did a lot of good things in coverage, knew where his run fits were, very vocal. He's a leader, got guys in the right position. He could play the overhang in the nickel. Like, he could do a lot of different things for you. And it's not like some insane injury. Now, his hamstring did come off where it attached at the knee. That was the injury that happened. That's a significant injury. But I don't think it's going to be something that totally draws him back. You know, I mean, looking at him at OTAs right now, he looks good. He looks fluid. He looks fully recovered. The athleticism looks like it's there. So I do believe that Deshaun Elliott can reach the heights he had in 2024 and even early in 2025 when he played, you know, for example, in Minnesota. He had a phenomenal game there in his return. So I do think he can come back and be the player you saw in 2024 that got him that extension.
Keeping it in the secondary, is Joey Porter going to be a richer man sometime later this summer?
Absolutely. There's no question about it that they are going to pay Joey Porter Jr. and probably a significant amount of money. You know, I was kind of going through this the other day, and you look at the richest contracts in the league at corner. You look at guys like Sauce Gardner, guys like Derek Stingley. That money mark is over $30 million per year. I think he's probably a foot below that. And so, you know, J.C. Horn at 25 per year is probably the deal we're looking at here as the benchmark. So somewhere north of that, I think, is where Joey Porter Jr.'s money comes in at, north of 25 per year. But he's the most obvious re-sign. He took a big leap last year. He's become more consistent across the board. The penalties went down. The tackling has gotten better, even though it's not perfect yet. He's a very rare kind of skill set with the press man coverage he has. And he's more valuable to the Steelers than I think a lot of other teams he would be, just because of what they're going to do with press man coverage. Like, look at Jamel Dean signing. He's a press man guy. They're clearly going to press. And he's also gotten better in quarters and kind of these zones that he needs to with his eyes. He's now starting to really settle down these zones, read quarterbacks, big plays on the ball in zone. That I thought was maybe his biggest leap last year, aside from the penalties and the grabbiness going away. And so he's going to get paid very handsomely at some point before the season starts, and I do believe will be a Steeler long term.
Nick, what are the realistic expectations for Jamel Dean in the secondary?
It's kind of interesting. I just think Jamel Dean is a guy that's kind of flown under the radar in some respects, which is crazy to think because they gave him a very rich contract. But he's a guy that just kind of goes about his business. Not a lot of hype there. But he is somebody that is very physical. He's probably one of the best tackling corners in football, if not the best. He's by all metrics, he's top 3 best tackling corner in football. That'll help in the screen game. That'll help out in the run game. There's just going to be a lot of really good things he's going to bring to the table there. Then you talk about coverage. I mean, he's coming off the best year of his career. He is turning 30. I think there's some trepidation there from people about that. But the expectation should be, even if he doesn't have the season he had last year in Tampa Bay, that this is a guy that can have a really good season. He has been pretty consistently, when healthy, a very good player. And that's the other thing is, you know, Jamel Dean has been a guy that's dealt with some injuries over his career. And so you needed that depth. They have that depth. But Jamel Dean, when he is on the football field, is a really good all-around corner and extremely sticky in man-to-man coverage. Steelers are really going to be able to plaster teams on the outside and man-to-man, which is going to be rare because they couldn't do it last year. They wanted to do it, remember. They tried. It obviously went terribly. If you remember at Cincinnati, they just got torched all day in man-to-man. But this year, I think that they should be able to really hold up in a lot of those coverages, and Jamel Dean's a big part of that. So he's just kind of a low-key, under-the-radar guy because of how he goes about his business, it feels like. But I think he's going to be as impactful a signing, as impactful an addition as anybody.
So you think the Jamel Dean signing will be more like Joe Hayden and not quite like Darius Slay?
Correct, I do. I think the big thing for Dean is, can he stay healthy? But this is not a guy that at a position of volatility, every year these guys at corner, some of them go up and down. He's been a guy that when he's been healthy has been remarkably consistent over his career, which is something to really be said. And so, I think he should be a guy that stays steady, that stays at a pretty high level. We'll see if the speed drops off. He came in a blazing fast corner. The speed is always a question when you start to reach that 30 plateau for these corners. Well, he showed no signs of dropping off last year. So we'll see where that goes. But he looks like a player, I think, that is going to be a real difference maker on the outside for the Steelers. And I think they needed that, obviously, after the Darius Slay signing with last year, after Jalen Ramsey, clearly, who they thought was going to be outside corner to start, has now kind of graduated that and gone more into the slot and safety world. They needed an outside guy that could really hold that fourth down across from Joey Porter Jr., and I think Jamel Dean can definitely do that for 2 or 3 years.
Talking to Nick Farabaugh, covers the Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, who is a veteran on this team that now we're getting into mini camp, late next month it'll be training camp, and then preseason games, who you think could be at risk of missing out on the initial 53-man roster?
The one guy that I keep coming back to that we talked about, as a guy that probably could have been cut this March was Malik Harrison. He's somebody that, if there is somebody that gets on the short side of the stick here, he would be the one I would look at. Now, they would probably need an outside addition at inside linebacker for that to happen. I think if they don't make an addition there, he probably makes the team. They probably keep either 4 or 5 guys, but I did like what Carson Bruner did as a special teams ace last year. Listen, Harrison can play special teams. He can be a rundown guy, but so can Cole Holcomb. Cole Holcomb just signed a 2-year deal. They clearly like Cole Holcomb and a lot of what he brings to the table. He also became a really good special teamer last year. So are there 2 spots or 3 spots in that linebacker room behind Queen and Wilson? And if there's only 2, I could easily see Harrison being a guy that maybe gets a short end of the stick there. He's a very limited player in space. He honestly wasn't nearly as good as a run stuffer as we thought he was going to be for the price tag he paid. And so, especially if they make an outside addition here like we talked about, he absolutely is in danger, I think, of not making this roster. We'll see if he can do it. Patrick Graham likes to have a thumper or 2 in there. He certainly is that, but so is Cole Holcomb, and he could have his job snatched as a result of that. So I'm not thinking that Malik Harrison is a lock. Right now, if I was doing a projection, he'd be on it. But I think if you're talking about a surprising cut, he could be one.
Given the difference in styles a little bit when it comes to the 2 top running backs, Rico Dowdle and Jaylen Warren, how should we expect that crew to be broken up in 2026?
Well, I think we see Dowdle do a lot of the early down work. We look at Jaylen Warren. He's a little lighter. Usually he would play around 215 or so. Now he's down to 208, he said last week. He looks more like a third down back. And so I think what we're going to see from Jaylen Warren is probably more of the Kenny Gainwell role, which is actually going to be very interesting. Just a pass down guy. This team is going to throw the ball so much to where Warren's going to play a heck of a lot. I think people think about third down back or pass down back and they think limited role. Mike McCarthy's offenses throw the ball a lot. And even with the personnel they have right now at Aaron Rodgers, 42 years old, they're still going to throw the ball a lot. And so Warren's going to play a heck of a lot, but I think he's going to play more in the passing down roles. And I think you see the early down stuff, the gap runs, the in-between the tackle stuff. Maybe try and take some of the wear and tear off Jaylen Warren and give that to Rico Dowdle. Because Dowdle, when he gets going in between the tackles, he's like a locomotive. He needs to heat up a little bit, but when he goes, man, he is a really, really hard running back to stop. He runs hard, runs behind his pads. It's going to be one of the most physical duos in football just because of how, I don't want to say reckless they are because I think that has a negative connotation, but they are absolutely ruthless. They are like 2 hammers coming down on you just all day. And I think that's going to wear down defenses. But I think we're going to see Warren in space more this year, and I think that can only mean good things. He's one of the best tackle-breaking running backs in football. And I think his contact balance, his ability to shake people in space is really going to shine in that role that Kenny Gainwell occupied last year.
What are the current polls looking like for the quarterback 2 race between Mason Rudolph and Will Howard?
Yeah, I said last week, 55% for Mason. And the reason I fell on that was, I think that he's just a little bit ahead of Will Howard right now. I think Will Howard's still a young guy trying to learn on the job, man. This is not a perfect player by any means. His mechanics have been reworked since he came in. The footwork has been a big thing. He certainly has some really good accuracy. I think some really good touch on his ball. He's made some really, really high-level throws. But I also think Mason is just a vet that knows what is coming at all times. He looks like a guy picking up a new offense really easily. He's got a really good arm still. His deep ball still dazzles all the time in practices. He's a guy that just goes about his business in a way that you can tell he's been a backup for a long time. He understands what it is to be that and what it takes to stay on the roster, what it takes to keep an offense on schedule. He's a point guard. And I think Will Howard sometimes, tries to maybe take the flashy play. And I think he's still learning, to be that point guard. But I think he's done a good job this spring of doing that. So we'll see. I think this really heats up when we get into training camp in the preseason. I think these spring stuff, it doesn't matter as much. And I think the Steelers would really like to see Will Howard win this job because they'd have 2 quarterbacks on the ascent from a young quarterback standpoint. But we'll see if Will can do it. But I think right now they're kind of just teaching the offense, teaching the new mechanics, and they're not really totally in the evaluation period. So we will see where that goes. But I think training camp and preseason, Will Howard has a legit shot to win this job. And anyone telling you differently, I think is wrong. But I also think Mason Rudolph is a guy that is just a very high floor player, and they know what they're getting. And that can take a lot to knock off.
One more for you, Nick. Pittsburgh Pat on our YouTube chat asking, which rookies do we think are not going to make the roster? I hope Eli Heidenreich makes the team.
So that's an interesting question because I think we're going to see all of the first, 7 picks through round 5 go on to the roster, obviously. I think Nowakowski will make it as the fullback. And then I think you start to get into kind of murky territory. Gabriel Rubio, I frankly just do not think is going to make the roster, especially after signing Dean Lowry. The math there at defensive line is thin. He could be a guy that plays at base end, but you look at Dean Lowry, he plays out there. Azazio Tamewo is kind of a pass rusher specialist, plays out there. You even got guys like Logan Lee. So it's just going to be kind of tough. There's 5 or 6 guys that I think are definitely going to make that team, and he's going to have to show out. So I don't think he makes the team. I think Spears Jennings is going to make the team. He's going to be one of the best special teamers this year for them, I think. He's going to be a demon on that end, and they're thin at safety. So I think he makes the team. Heidenreich's a real tough one, Donnie. Would not shock me if he doesn't make the roster. There's just a lot of players at running back that I think are intriguing. Listen, you still Caleb Johnson, who could have another good summer and could certainly up his stock and face of a new step. But Travis Homer's there, too. He's a returner. He's a 4-phase special teamer. He's a great pass protector. People aren't talking about him enough. There is an opening in the wide receiver room, though. And to me, if you can get Heidenreich to really embrace this running back wide receiver kind of hybrid role and come along fast, not only is he a running back and wide receiver, he'd be a 4-phase special teamer because that's what he played at Navy. He'd be a return man. So he condenses like 5 roles into one player. That's the type of guy that can absolutely make the bottom of the roster. So I'm real up in the air on Eli Heidenreich. I think he's a good player. I think that he could be a practice squad guy day one while they're trying to kind of develop him still. But the only guy I think for sure I'll say right now that I don't think is going to make the roster personally is Gabriel Rubio.
Nick Farabaugh, check out his stuff. He covers the Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, as always, thanks for taking the time, brother.
Hey, thanks for having me on, man. Appreciate it as always.
There we go. Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com on the first day of Steelers mandatory minicamp down on the south side. Jeff Hathorn is also down there. Hopefully we can turn around some audio from Mike McCarthy before the show is over. I believe he's supposed to talk in the next 20 or 30 minutes. So sometime in that noon hour, we hope to hear from Mike McCarthy. You can follow along on X, on Twitter, at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch the shows live there now at 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen to this show Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Coming up, 2 major NFL trades in the last 24 hours. What do they mean for the Steelers? We get into that next. We have an Astros reporter joining us at 11:30 to help break down the Buccos and Astros series and maybe a question or two about Mike Burrows and his struggles in 2026. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. The old Joe Green today. A beautiful day, sunny, and a high of 75. The 2 big NFL trades on the board next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Buccos and Astros, former NL Central rivals, will play an interleague play today at 8:10, the first of a 3-game series in Houston. As you can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, 7:15 is when our pregame coverage will begin. It's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. As Bubba Chandler takes the mound, Pirates have lost their last 7 games that Chandler has started. He's 1-6 overall and has the most walks in all of baseball with 35. He goes against Mike Burrows, who has the highest ERA in all of baseball for starting pitchers. He is a 5.40 ERA, 63 in the third innings, 54 strikeouts. Again, 8:10 first pitch. Coverage begins 7:15. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hi, Joe.
Thank you, Oh Limitless Wonder. You know, for women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. If you're noticing shedding, thinning, breakage, you're probably not imagining it. This is where New Image Hair Clinic comes in. I've started my journey. I'm doing the FDA-approved laser therapy plus shampoo, conditioner they've created, vitamins. Get your free consultation by joining 800-514-HAIR. That's 514-4247. Or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th, and you can make a tax-deductible donation at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Contos, Minji, Killian, and Hassan, Impact HVAC, and Glick Fire Equipment. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got this sweet, stayed up all night and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Wet basement, cracks in your foundation? Don't wait for the problem to get worse. Call Foundation Solutions of Western PA, the experts in waterproofing interior and exterior French drains, subsurface drainage systems, and foundation wall repair. Their experienced team helps protect your home from water damage and structural issues before they become costly repairs. From keeping your basement dry to strengthening your foundation, Foundation Solutions of Western PA has you covered. Schedule your estimate today and protect your home from the ground up.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Cotton candy. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple.
Moon mist.
I think one just said my name.
Fago, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Macanudo Cigars will be at Verona New Cigars for a lunch party. Introducing the new Macanudo Sumatra and Ecuadorian Shade Cigars. Don't miss a smoker at Verona New Cigars, 754 Allegheny River Boulevard. Friday, June 5th from 7 to 10. Have a great evening of cigar smoking with a taco bar from Trilogy Kitchen, beer and cocktails from Riverbank Distillery. Only a $10 cover. Buy 10 cigars, get 3 free, or 25% off boxes on the new release of Macanudo Sumatra and Ecuadorian Shade.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's finally summer. You can't blame the weather anymore for not dealing with your clutter. Book us today to clean out your shed or garage. Then you can relax and enjoy the sun. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com. Pittsburgh Grass Volleyball Open, July 24th through the 26th. South Park. Register at pittsburghgrassvolleyball.com.
If your AC is struggling, don't sweat it. Literally.
You got that right, Doran. At Southside Plumbing and Heating, we specialize in new air conditioning systems or full replacements to keep your home comfortable all summer long.
And unlike those big companies, Jake's techs aren't working on commission.
That means no pressure, no gimmicks. Our team knows what's best for you and your home.
Family owned, trusted, and built on doing things the right way. Call my guy Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating today, 412-431-7455, or go to the website, southsideplumb.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. More ways to build and more value every time you play. You can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment, from spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts all NBA playoffs long. All right, the Knicks are in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999, and do they have what it takes to knock off the Western Conference champion? In my opinion, no, they do not, because we still don't know how good this Knicks team really is. They got lucky with the Embiid injury in the Philly series. Cleveland is gutless and didn't have to play Boston to get here. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, play your game. 21 plus in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Big trades that went down in the NFL yesterday. Myles Garrett out of the AFC North, traded to the Los Angeles Rams for Jared Verse, a first-round pick, and much more. We're going to dive into next. There was another big trade that happened on the other side of the state as well. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You can listen to Pomp and Joe on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm not either of those guys. Pomp and Joe, it's a nice day, early summer. Take a guess why they're not here. Donnie Football with you until 2. Austin Bechtold is here. The man we call City Limits is behind the glass. We talked to Chandler Rome, who covers the Houston Astros for The Athletic, in less than 20 minutes. A little insight on what's going wrong for former Bucco Mike Burrows, who starts tonight. And also if the Astros are ready to be sellers at the trade deadline, because they have some of the big bats that teams may be looking for. And there's even been some small amount of speculation out there that maybe even the biggest slugger from that Astros team could be connected to the Pirates. 2 major trades, speaking of that, happening in the NFL yesterday. But first, Austin, the college football playoff has announced the dates and kickoff times for the college football playoff.
Oh, I'm glad you saw this, because
26 and 27.
I was going to bring this up later in the show, and just read it off. Read it off.
So the first round will be the same weekend that it always is, like that third weekend in December, the 18th and the 19th. You'll get 1 game on the Friday night, 3 games on the Saturday. That's always a good one. Quarterfinal round, a little bit over a week later, about 2 weeks later, December 30th, and then you have 3 games on January 1st. Then 2 weeks later, you have the semifinals. And then 10 days later, you have the national championship game. My immediate gripe with it is after January 1st, you have 3 games in almost a month's time. That's just, listen, I get that you want to make sure these guys are rested. It's a long season. That's just too much in between to me. Like, you go from the 3 games on January 1st, and then you have 2 semifinals 2 weeks later, and then you have the national championship game a week and a half after that.
I'll give you a better number, Donnie, because I saw Yahoo Sports post this during the break. Between the conference championship weekend and the national title game, There will be 52 games for 52 days in between conference championship weekend and a champion being crowned. How does that happen? 52 days in between what is like the unofficial end of the regular season and when a national champion is crowned.
The funny thing is that's like half a season.
Yeah, you're talking
that
about
amount of days.
What, 52 days? There's 7 days a week. I suck at math. But you're talking about legitimately half a year.
Yeah, like almost half of the college football season will span between conference championship weekend and the national championship game. I don't know. Maybe it's an unfair gripe. I feel like it is way too spread apart.
Why can't they move the season up a week? Think about it from this perspective. Fall camps start in like the beginning of August. Move it to the last week of July. Kind of like how the NFL does. Move the season up a week. If you don't want to change the Army-Navy week and you want to respect Army-Navy Day, I understand that. Move it up. It moves conference championships up a week to the point where you're playing the national championship game pretty much the week after New Year's, which is what it should be. And if you want to do all this bitching and complaining about the transfer portal and players are transferring in the middle of the college football playoff, how dare they? Because they have to make sure that they're enrolled in their school because it's so important that we have players enrolled in school and going to classes, right? Change the calendar. Don't make it longer. Don't make it deeper into January. They're defeating their own purpose.
I also think they could play around with this more to where, there's just not like 10 days or 2 weeks in between rounds. Like, okay, have your first round that week, and then, hey, you're going to have to suck it up. Guys are going to have to play around Christmas for the quarterfinal round. And you know what? We see NFL teams do it every year now. It's either Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. We have games the day after Christmas. These dudes, if they're playing at the highest level of football, they're going to probably be in position where they're playing on the holidays anyway.
Right.
And you're going to have huge audiences. Do that, then play again around New Year's because that's a week between each other. And then another week later, like January 8th or 9th, and then play the national championship game basically when you would play the semifinal game, like the 15th or 16th, whatever that Monday is. I also think, and maybe this is an old man take too, I have always felt like for college football, they should play the national championship game on a Saturday.
And not on a random Monday night?
I mean, it's college football. You think of Saturdays.
Right.
And then they play Monday night, and the game is, luckily they moved it up to 7:30. I feel like it used to start even later.
What is college sports' a big excuse for, let's play our championships on Monday night? College football, college basketball, I don't know, is the college baseball championship game going to be played? Game 3, I think it is, or whatever, going to be played on a Monday? I think actually the schedule might work that way.
I think it's just trying to get that primetime audience during the week, during the work week. It's a better guarantee that people will go home on a Monday night and they're going to be watching this game on TV as opposed to having some sort of weekend plans.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if they played the college football national championship game on a Saturday, I think people would find ways to watch it.
No doubt about it.
But that's just me. But yeah, that schedule is out there, and you can find that ESPN, ABC, TNT, going to have a bunch of games. The two big trades yesterday in the National Football League, the Rams trading for two-time Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett. They make a little bit of history. They now have the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on their roster. Cleveland, they got Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. Now, it does beg the question, and people immediately brought it up. We got into it yesterday afternoon. Do you wish the Steelers did this with T.J. Watt a few years ago? They missed their boat. There's no way they would get anything close to this now because Watt is coming off one of his worst seasons and Myles Garrett is coming off a record-breaking season. But I would have gone down that road a couple of years ago. They just happen to be a team that never wants to admit defeat. And I can at least credit the Browns a little bit for doing that here. That being said, this is good news for the Steelers, Bengals, and the Ravens. All three teams no longer have to worry about the best pass rusher in football being in the division. They no longer have to worry about facing this guy twice per season. And are you worried about the Browns figuring it out with all of these draft picks? They have had a couple of good drafts in a row. 2025 draft was good to them, besides the quarterback position. On paper, the 2026 draft looks like a pretty good one. And it looks like they're going to start Deshaun Watson this season. That has been a disaster. The only way to justify that is because of what they put into that deal when they made it. But I'm oddly not worried. Even though they have made some good picks, they still have to figure out the most important position on the field, and they have yet to do so. There has been no worse team in football than figuring out quarterback than the Cleveland Browns. Since they came back into the league, they have really never been able to do it. And the one time it looked like they did, they tossed that guy out with the trash for putting his body on the line week in and week out when they had Baker Mayfield. That looked like the one time they truly had found a franchise QB, and they dumped him. And he has gone on to have multiple good seasons since. The Rams side of this is pretty simple. They think they can win it all. They're the Super Bowl favorite as of this morning. 5.5 to 1. Kind of an overwhelming favorite. Behind them is Buffalo at 10 to 1. You have a squad that has gotten deep into the postseason 2 years in a row and has lost to the eventual Super Bowl champ and has given them the most competitive game they saw the entire time. The Eagles a couple of years ago, the Seahawks last season. Maybe it's the Rams' time now. They just signed a mini extension for Matt Stafford. I know they drafted Ty Simpson, but they have also been a team that's able to do this, and Les Snead loves the F them picks mentality because they have been so good at the draft every single year. They lost Aaron Donald, who now is fueling some comeback rumors, and man, just imagine that defense then, because I fully believe that Aaron Donald could step right back in and play football. They have that, and they lose Aaron Donald, and they end up reworking that defensive line in very quick order. That front seven has been built on mid to late round picks, a second round pick thrown in there with Braden Fisk. They have guys in the secondary that were picked in rounds 4, 5, 6. Look on offense. Kyron Williams, 5th round pick. Puka Nacua, round 5. They have made the most of the draft. It doesn't really matter to them how many or how few picks they have. They've nailed it. So that's why they go into this with that mentality. And now, I think for good reason, they are the Super Bowl favorite. The Patriots come in at 16 to 1, and that comes after they acquired A.J. Brown yesterday. They made that official just after 4 p.m. They send a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick back to Philly in the exchange. How much better does that make the Patriots? It certainly does on paper. They get A.J. Brown. They signed Romeo Doubs. They were a team that had a weak offense, and they got to the Super Bowl last year. Drake May did a lot of the heavy lifting. Their wide receiver room had dudes like Demario Douglas and Kayshon Boutte in it. Stephon Diggs was there too, and he had a good season. But I actually think that the Patriots will be worse. I think they will have an odd Super Bowl hangover. They look better on paper. They have a better roster than what they did this time last year. But now they're on everybody's radar. They did benefit, and I don't always love this point because, listen, teams will play who they play. You play who's on your schedule. They did absolutely benefit from a weak schedule. their coach is going through a lot of off-season turmoil, and his head may not be in it for the first couple of weeks of the regular season, and we know every single game is important in the NFL. That's the beauty of the sport. I think they might have peaked a year or two early. I thought they'd be a borderline playoff team last year. They get to the Super Bowl. They get a little bit fortunate in the run. I oddly think they are going to be worse than what they were in 2025. Like maybe not even a playoff team. 412-928-9370 is the number to get you connected. You can hit us up on the fan text line at that number. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, Astros reporter Chandler Rome. We also get into the Pirates bullpen discussion. That is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NBA Finals start tomorrow in San Antonio as the Knicks and Spurs will battle it out. 8:30 in Game 1. The Knicks swept their series against Cleveland. The Spurs won in Game 7 on the road in OKC. The action begins tomorrow night. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Joe, your endorsements continue.
I always want to tell you about my feet, Oh Limitless Wonder. And here's the thing that happened to me a little while back is the joints of my big toes just started to hurt. And it became, I won't forget it either. It was a long time ago. And it was a pain that just wouldn't go away. It was throbbing a lot and eventually became a situation where I tried to get it diagnosed. They said I had gout, things like that. It wasn't that. Eventually I didn't care. I just wanted some relief, and I got it thanks to the Good Feet store. Specifically, Good Feet foot arch supports designed to provide relief, balance, and comfort, and they're available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, and it worked for me. Could work for you, whatever you have going on. Plantar fasciitis, could be needles in your heel, could be stuff in the balls of your feet, whatever it is, this could work. Go to goodfeet.com or visit a store. Go to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, coming off a big baseball win I saw yesterday, I think it was, maybe the day before. I don't know. I was just watching the highlights. That's in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. And there's a Good Feet store now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. So come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, Crowley, do not ask the texters to send their pipes. Great point. Yep. Poor phrasing. Biceps. I'm not even going to lie. I check out dudes now a ton because of the exercising. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
It's not a sexual thing. It's like, hey, I need to step up my game kind of thing. Should I not have said that out loud?
No.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With star receiver A.J. Brown traded to the New England Patriots, it feels like the clock is ticking on Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts. No excuses now with A.J. Brown shipped to New England. Philly has spent a lot of resources improving the pass catchers, including drafting Mekhi Lemon in the first round. Hurts has no guaranteed money after this year. This stands to be a make-or-break season for the former Super Bowl MVP. I'm Nick Costos.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Zero Res wants to help clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Hey, it's Crowley. Shopping for new windows? Window Nation's new Illumilite windows are designed to offer triple pane performance with the look and weight of double pane. Illumilite are more energy efficient, reduce outside noise, are easier to open, and have an unmatched level of clarity. And you could save big on Illumilite windows during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you can get them with 0 down, no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Illumilite windows, only from Window Nation. Book a consult now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%. Wow. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Want to win your way to the World Cup? Join the Pittsburgh Riverhounds in a bar to Coca-Cola beverages at FNB Stadium for free U.S. watch parties on June 12th and June 19th, and you could win 4 tickets to Brazil versus Haiti in Philadelphia. Watch the U.S. on the stadium video board. Enjoy food, drinks, giveaways, family-friendly entertainment, and soccer activities on the field. Admission is free, but fans need to claim their tickets in advance. Visit riverhounds.com/watch party for details. And don't miss your chance to win your way to the World Cup.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
With the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
High throughout today with a high of 75 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The Pirates open up a series with the Houston Astros tonight, 8:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel begins at 7 o'clock, and we take a look from the other side of that matchup. We welcome in on the Fan Hotline Astros reporter from The Athletic, Chandler Rome, is with us here on the Fan. Chandler, the Pirates parted with Mike Burrows in the offseason as part of that three-way trade that landed the Buccos Brandon Lau, Mason Montgomery, and Jake Mangum from the Tampa Bay Rays. The Pirates only sending out Mike Burrows. He goes to the Astros, but he has struggled this year. What has been going on with him, and is there some hope that he can figure things out?
Yeah, it's been interesting with Burrows. I don't think if you've, and I don't blame you guys if you haven't, I think if you have watched every inning he has pitched this year, if you've watched all 11 of his starts, you would be a little surprised to see the overall line he has. There was a run there in April where he was the unluckiest pitcher in baseball by just about every metric that can be measured. Expected ERA, expected slugging percentage, expected batting average, all that stuff. He was just there was just some poor luck. Now, I mean, we're at a point in the season where bad luck is no longer an explanation, right? Like, his ERA is what it is. He has the highest ERA of any qualified starting pitcher in baseball. He's allowed 13 homers, which is the most in the American League. Not all of this is bad luck, but I don't think this has been a situation where he has just been completely unsalvageable, completely unpitchable. He's had some tough luck, some tough go at things, but he's got to get better at a couple things. You know, his four-seam fastball has been one of the worst fastballs in baseball all year. He made an adjustment in his last start with just where he was locating it, kind of how he was sequencing things. He pitched backwards a lot in his last start, going, change up and spin early in the count and then some finished fastballs late. So maybe you're seeing a little bit of a change here, but look, I understand. You look at the totality of his season, and if you haven't watched Mike Burrows, you would think, man, this guy's really, really scuffling. It maybe hasn't been as bad as the numbers look, but the numbers are what they are, and they look pretty bad.
It appears that something that was kind of his Achilles heel in Pittsburgh is the same thing in this case, Chandler. 13 home runs given up. That leads the American League. He had the same issues here. So it always felt to me, if he could figure that out, which I know is easier said than done, that he could turn himself into a pretty solid starter.
Yeah, and they've, I know he was working on a sinker even before he got traded over to the Astros, but the Astros have, encouraged him to throw that a little bit more just to get hitters off of his four-seamer, because as we just said, his four-seam fastball is one of the worst pitches in baseball. I think he's given up 8 or 9 of his 13 home runs have been off of his four-seamer. Now, you can't just tell a pitcher, don't throw your fastball. That's not how this works. But I think they've been looking for ways to make that less of a prominent pitch in his arsenal. They've been looking for ways to mix it up or use it differently or throw it in different quadrants. So, yeah, he's got to keep the ball in the ballpark. But, again, I'm not sitting here saying this is all bad luck. But of the 13 homers he's allowed, I can think of 4 off the top of my head that landed in the first or second row of the short porch Crawford boxes in left field at Daikin Park, which, again, everybody's got to play there. He's got to learn to pitch there because he's going to be here for 5 more years, and this is his home ballpark. But I really think that this isn't maybe the cataclysmic failure that it would look like, maybe if you just look at his stats.
Talking to Chandler Rome, he covers the Houston Astros for The Athletic as the Pirates begin a series there tonight. Are the Astros bound to be sellers at the deadline, or is that just too hard to say because the American League is kind of a crapshoot? Let's be honest. There are a lot of bad baseball teams. They just happen to be one of them.
Yeah, way too hard to say at this point. And look, they've played better. They went 15-14 in May. Now again, they were 12-20 before they went that 15-14. So they're stabilizing a little bit. But I mean, if you look at it right now, they're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. They're 2.5 games back of the wild card. And you got to remember too that General Manager Dana Brown's in the last year of his contract. He has not been given assurances that he will get another one. I can't imagine if he's still employed at the trade deadline, which I have no reason to believe he won't be. I can't imagine a guy in the last year of his contract is going to be like, oh, we're just going to stand pat. We're going to sell. Look, if they go into a free fall, if it really spirals out of control where they are really out of reach of the division, really out of reach of a playoff spot, sure, you could entertain me with the thought of being a seller. But owner Jim Crane has said numerous times that the window will never close as long as he owns the team. Whether that's realistic or not is another discussion to have, but I cannot see them just selling at face value. It would have to go pretty terribly here for the next 2 months for them to really consider what would be a full-fledged sell-off.
If they do go into a bit of a free fall and they fall out of it and they happen to position themselves as sellers, I think the number one player that teams would be looking for is a part of that Astros roster. It's Yordan Alvarez. The guy has an OPS over 1,000. He has 20 home runs. He's hitting over 300. His slugging is over 630. How high would the price tag be for somebody like that once we get to late July, if the Astros are, in fact, sellers?
They're not going to trade him. I mean, even if they are sellers, even if they go 12-20 for the next 2 months consecutively, I really don't think it's even realistic that they trade him. Now, it'd be malpractice not to listen. It'd be malpractice not to, take calls from other teams, see what they would offer you. But just because you listen doesn't mean you do it. I would be fall on the floor stunned if they traded Yordan Alvarez. Now, you asked what the price would be. It would be up there with what the Nationals got from the Padres for Juan Soto. It would be up there because he's got 2 more years of control left after this one on this contract he's playing on. He's the best hitter in baseball. And I don't think, I know Aaron Judge exists. I know Shohei Ohtani exists. I know, there's a lot of good hitters out. You combine power with contact with just the hit ability. That's the thing about Yordan Alvarez that I think gets lost in a lot of national analysis of him. Everyone just thinks he's a power hitter. Everyone thinks they see the big homers. They see, they see what he does with the home run ball and the power, and they just think he's a big slugger. He has always been a hit over power player. He doesn't strike out. He doesn't chase. He doesn't whiff. He'll take his walks. If it's a 2-on, 2-out situation, they got to get a run in and they throw him a ball in the outer half, he'll take it the other way for a single. He is just a complete offensive player, a complete hitter, and they're going to value him as such. Again, I do not believe they will trade him, but if they do listen, the price will be so high that there's going to be very, very, very select few teams that could meet it. Similar to what the Nationals got for Juan Soto. Yeah, I would say that is pretty high. But, hey, it's a player that absolutely warrants it. What other pieces do you think the Astros have that would possibly be moved if things do go into a little bit of a free fall? Well, you look at Christian Walker, their first baseman, who's had a resurgent year after, kind of disappointing last year. He's already got 15 or 16 homers this year. Any team that needs kind of a right-handed thumper in the middle of their lineup would, look to him. But, I don't know what you would get for him. He's 35 years old and has $20 million left on a contract for next year. I don't know how much teams want to really give up for a guy that just last year you kind of thought he was aging and declining. Isaac Paredes, who the Pirates obviously had some discussions with the Astros about this offseason. Isaac Paredes' name is going to be bandied about again at the deadline if the Astros do sell. Jeremy Pena is going to be the very interesting one because They tried and failed to extend him last year. He then hired Scott Boras as his agent, and I don't know if you guys know, if you hire Scott Boras as your agent, there's a 99.9% chance you're going to end up on the open market and not sign an extension with your team. Pena this coming winter, I should say, he will be in the same position that Kyle Tucker was 2 winters ago. With 1 year left of arbitration eligibility, the Astros have really no hope of signing him long term. They've tried and failed, and they've just never given the sort of contract on the free agent market that it would take to keep Jeremy Pena in Houston. So I've always kind of presumed he's going to be a pretty logical trade candidate this coming winter. If they're out of it by the deadline, he becomes a pretty logical trade candidate at the deadline as well. So you look at those three guys. Josh Hader is also out there too. He'll be activated today prior to the series openers, and it'll be a season debut if and when he gets in. He's missed the first month and a half with a bicep injury. Now, he's got 3 more years and about $50 million left on that contract. He's a closer, and he's got a full no trade clause as well. So it could be more difficult to move him, but look, if he comes back in the next 2 months and pitches like Josh Hader and the Astros are out of it at the deadline, I could certainly see him being a guy that's talked about for trades.
Spencer Arrighetti will go in the middle game of this series. What has been his key to success in 2026? Having a really good season, a 1.34 ERA in 8 starts.
Yeah, he's been incredible. And it's always kind of been in there. Like he was in rookie. He finished on some Rookie of the Year ballots 2 years ago. Last year, just had a really difficult year. He missed 3 months of the year after in April he was playing catch in left field in Seattle, and while they were taking batting practice, somebody hit a BP fly ball up. He put his hands over his head to shield himself, and the baseball hit his thumb and broke his right thumb. So he missed 3 months last year because of that, just a freak injury. He's pitching with a chip on his shoulder because he didn't make the team out of spring training. And it wasn't because really of anything he did. It was more because, they've got some high-paid starters that just kind of had to make the rotation. They didn't really have a spot for him. But now they've been so injured that he's had to come up, and he's been he's not qualified for the ERA title. He hasn't thrown enough innings, but if he was, he'd have the lowest ERA of any qualified starter in baseball. He should win American League Pitcher of the Month in May going away. It's a lot of stuff with him. The command is not great. He's going to walk guys, but just the stuff is got a ton of swing and miss in it. He's able to be more competitive with his chase pitches. His chase pitches aren't just completely out of the zone now. They're a little closer to the zone and enticing guys to swing a little bit more. He's also incorporated a little bit more of a sinker to get some more weak contact, get him some more early out so he can get deep into games. But this is a guy pitching with a lot of confidence. This is the guy pitching with a chip on his shoulder, as I said, because he didn't make the team out of camp. He's kind of on a roll right now, and he's going to go up against Paul Skeens, obviously, on Wednesday. And Spencer's one of those guys in the clubhouse that is very aware of everything around him. He follows everything in baseball probably closer than anybody in that clubhouse. He'll know who he's pitching against on Wednesday, and I think it'll certainly make for kind of a heightened sense of the adrenaline will be running for him on Wednesday. Let's put it that way.
Chandler Rome covers the Houston Astros for The Athletic. The Pirates start a series in Houston tonight at 8:10. Chandler, thank you so much for taking the time, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
There we go. A little view from the other side as the Pirates take on the Astros tonight at 8:10. The Fan 5 alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is back June 17 and 18, but you can donate now. Make your tax-deductible donation at 937thefan.com. All proceeds benefit 25 local volunteer fire departments, presented by A to Z Fire Equipment, McVeigh Plumbing and Heating and Cooling, and Peoples Natural Gas. So he talked a little bit there about the struggles of Mike Burrows. He said it goes beyond just bad luck at this point. He also named the price for a Yordan Alvarez potential trade, and he said it would be up there with what the Padres gave up to the Washington Nationals, and that was a trade that included the likes of C.J. Abrams, James Wood, Mackenzie Gore. They also got 3 other players in that deal, so it was a massive, massive trade that sent Juan Soto and also former Pirate Josh Bell to the San Diego Padres back in 2022. Is that something that would interest you, Austin, or is that price just way too rich for you?
Yeah, I think that price would be very steep. You'd give up Hernandez, you'd give up Florentino. I would be good with giving up Florentino, but I don't want to give up Hernandez, just knowing what he can be for them even next year, pitching in the middle of the rotation, in the middle of the year. But it's Yordan Alvarez, which makes it so enticing. You have him for multiple years, especially if any economic changes are coming to the sport as well. You can afford Alvarez and potentially even more. I would look for just bullpen arms and more bullpen arms. So Josh Hader is somebody who's actually available for a decent price based off of injury history and maybe some inconsistency. That's somebody that I would try to buy as low as you can on, because he's a dominant reliever. If you could bring him in and he finds it again, you are set up shop for exactly what you need in the back end.
Yeah, and he is expected, as you heard Chandler say, to be activated before the game tonight between the Pirates and the Astros. Speaking of the bullpen, Carmen Mlodzinski told Pirates in-house reporter Jason Mackey that he wants to do what's best to help the team win baseball games. That is what he said in an interview that was only done with Jason yesterday, which means it sounds like the Mlodzinski hissy fit for the time being is over. He's going to be back with the team, a short stay on the restricted list. They activated him last night. They could have hypothetically just kept him on there and not paid him.
They could have for the whole entire year. Like, if he just wanted to complain about the role and not embrace it and not just accept the realities of it, they could have just had him sit out the entire year, not paid him, and called him, I guess, disgruntled.
But he is expected to pitch tonight in his relief role as the Buccos take on the Astros. I'm glad that's over, or at least it seems like that's over, and I hope that it doesn't carry over into what he does on the mound, because the frustration was normal. It was relatable. People go through that in everyday life. Every line of work, there is frustration like that. No matter how fun or how tough the job may be, you have that. I just don't agree with how he went about it. That's not really my style of things. It makes me curious as to what they told him ahead of time, though. Because it seemed like the worst kept secret around the team, and that 99.9% of people knew that he was going to be the one going to the bullpen upon the return of Jared Jones. It seemed like he was the only person, in fact, that didn't know he would be the guy going to the bullpen. But if he can get down to business now, then let's roll. Because I have said for a while, I think he can be a weapon for them. Some metrics show, you heard Chandler bring up Mike Burrows and that he's been unlucky. Carmen Mlodzinski's been a little bit of the opposite. Some metrics show that he's been more lucky than good. His hard hit rate is one of the worst in baseball. I mean, guys normally crush the baseball off him. He just happens to still get outs out of it. But guess where he was also at his best last season? Out of the bullpen is where Carmen Mlodzinski did his best work. Malsey said late last week or yesterday that Mlodzinski is a victim of his own versatility, which is 110% true. Because he has shown he can be valuable in other facets of the game for the Pirates, that's what they're taking advantage of here. They don't know, to a certain extent, if Bubba Chandler can be of use in the bullpen. He got his start there, but can they throw him there now because of his control issues? He might be headed there. He might be headed to AAA the way that he's playing. And he'll get another opportunity tonight against Mike Burrows. But Mlodzinski has already proven, hey, I'm a pretty decent starter. I'm even better for you in the bullpen. And I can do a little bit of everything. We've gone through it. You need some bulk work. You need somebody that can give you just an inning here, an inning there, start a game, he's very likely going to start again. Close out a game. He can do a lot of that. But I hope, Austin, that we don't see what happened over the weekend, what happened over the last week carry over to Mlodzinski on the field, because he can be very helpful to them in the bullpen.
I'm concerned, Donnie, that it's going to linger. I am. I think that's just a natural idea for a lot of people to have, just because, I say it a lot, they're not robots out there. You can't just press a button and expect somebody just to be able to perform well and not have the range of emotions sometimes affect them. Some people are better at managing that than others. And it seems like Carmen Mlodzinski is the type of person who just weighs and wears those emotions on his sleeve, which makes me think if he walks the first guy or gives up a leadoff double or something like that, how does he lock back in to, rein himself in, might thinking, oh, well, here I go into the bullpen where I don't want to be. And maybe kind of like Bubba Chandler does at times, he gets over-consumed with emotion and then it starts to spiral on him. Now, I think his experience in the bullpen will help with that, but it's still a concern that I have. Just for his first outing or two. I expect him to be good in the bullpen, but the first outing or two might be rough.
And we could see him as quickly as tonight. I mean, who knows what happens with Bubba Chandler.
I think it's very likely that we see him tonight.
Because Chandler has had so many issues this season. He has not been good. I thought that start in Toronto was pretty good. He got hurt by bad defense and also really little to no run support. But the walks have caught up to him. Things can get away from you in a ballpark like Houston. There's a very real chance we see the guy tonight who would have to bail out the dude that he felt he was better than, and he has been better than for what it's worth. But it also gets back to, and Noah Hiles brought this up with me last night, it's the way the organization views and values some of these guys too. Carmen Mlodzinski's not in that upper echelon of their long-term plans. And it could be hard to break through that glass ceiling. Nobody's really at Paul Skeens' level, unless you want to include offensive guys, and we'll include Connor Griffin there. But when it comes to pitchers, Paul Skeens is in his own level within the organization. And then you probably have guys like Braxton Ashcraft, like Jared Jones, and Bubba Chandler who fall into that next tier. And they are a tier above Carmen Mlodzinski, and that may be why Carmen Mlodzinski is getting a bit of the shaft in this situation. And he just, unfortunately, has to kind of suck it up right now and bide his time. Like I said, could very well end up back in the rotation very quickly. I think if Chandler has a couple of bad starts in a row here, he's going to get sent down. I don't know where else he's going to fix it.
Yeah,
is the problem.
Because I don't know if the bullpen, even though it worked for him last year starting out there, is an ideal role. Now, I think they would rather send him there than to AAA, because I think if you send Chandler to AAA, that's really going to mess with his mind. He thought he was down there for too long to begin with, and that's why a lot of people are speculating his outings were getting poor later and later in the season, because he was just bored. It's like, why am I still here? Like, I have the stuff to be in the majors. If you send him back, he should have the right mentality about it, but Donnie, I don't think he will. So that's why they're more than likely to keep him in the bullpen and try to keep the bull in the pen and not have him completely unleashed.
The Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind #BergProud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPGH. Austin, I hope you've started to get some of your steps in. Second day of June.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting some work in, Donnie. I wonder how many miles I move or run or walk in wiffle ball. I need to try to track that on my Apple Watch.
I was going to say, if you have a watch, you should be able to see that.
Now, since I got a new phone, I haven't been able to find out how to pair my Apple Watch, which was on my old phone, to my new phone. It's been months, and I still can't figure it out.
That's odd. Wouldn't it
I
just
know.
be like an Apple ID type deal?
Well, because I don't have my watch on like my data plan. Like it's separate.
Okay.
From my phone. So like I'm trying to get it to sync to my phone, but I don't know how to get it to work. If any of the texters have a suggestion on this, because this has been, I can't figure it out. I look it up and I don't know. Any of the texters can help me with this. I would really appreciate it.
Both of us at home are due for a new phone soon.
An upgrade. Donnie, you're rolling with the iPhone 8 right now.
I think I have the 13.
Okay.
I think
I have the 15. I don't even know what iPhone they're on right now. 18, 19?
Yeah, I mean, but it just, you can tell that they're slowing it down on me. Because Apple, they've caught Apple doing that in the past. They will slow down the older phones.
Just to make it so that you need to get a new phone.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's been proven in the past.
That's some pretty bad inside the house tampering there, Donnie.
Yeah, and we're due for a run to, I don't know if the Apple Store will just go to like one of the cell phone providers. We'll see, but I'm due for one because I've probably had this thing for like 5 years.
I need to get my iPad fixed. It got smashed during a wiffle ball game. The wind blew it over and it fell and the screen cracked.
Was it on like concrete?
And
it could not have cracked in the grass.
I don't know. I wasn't there when it broke. One of the other teams were like, "Don't hate me. I didn't do this," and then showed me the screen and I just went,
"Nice."
And then I took it to the Apple Store. Would you like to know how much they said that it would cost to fix it, Donnie?
What was it?
Over $200. I could have got a new iPad for like $300 or like $330 or something. And I was just like, yeah, I'll just let it play out.
They're running a hell of a business over there, that's for sure. The old Apple Store.
Trying to make me broke.
Fan Twitter, you can follow us there at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the shows there live. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. We hope to have some audio of Mike McCarthy within the next hour. We will talk to Michael McHenry in an hour. But coming up, since it is the first day of mandatory minicamp for the Steelers, Austin and I have a little six-pack for you right around the bend. Sunny and a high of 75 today. A beautiful day. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A Steelers six-pack is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
But first, here's Joe.
Talking a lot about Gina Giampietro. If you're ready to make a move and you want to make sure that you're working with an experienced agent that can get you great results, David recently worked with my friend Gina to sell his home in Edgewood. In his 5-star review, he said Gina knows how to make deals happen, was great to work with, would not hesitate to recommend her and her team to anyone thinking about selling or buying a home. With Gina's expertise, David was able to sell his home for over $300,000. When you want to work with the best, be sure to call my friend Gina. She sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. You can't lose. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call her, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates tonight in Houston. They will play the first of three against the Astros. It will be Bubba Chandler on the mound. There is potential for Carmen Mlodzinski to pitch maybe in a piggyback role. No, don't know if that's expected, but it could be likely with the just lack of times that Chandler has gone deep into games. 4.85 ERA, 52 innings pitched so far, and a 1-6 record this year for Chandler. He will oppose Mike Burrows with a 5.40 ERA, former Pirate, highest ERA in baseball, 63 1/3 innings pitched, though, for Burrows. He's gone deeper into games than Chandler, 54 strikeouts this year. 8:10 first pitch, North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 7:15. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Parents, get your kids in the game with Team Pittsburgh Ball Hockey. For just $100, your child gets full equipment, 2 training sessions with USA Ball Hockey certified coaches and men's team players June 20th and 21st, plus a free summer in-house session starting July 6th. Register now at teampgh.com.
So you're thinking about asking her to marry you. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality diamond engagement ring, you're just in time for our spring sale, which can save you up to 30%. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest unique selection of certified natural and lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. We also stock a huge selection of designer engagement rings, or we can custom make a ring of her dreams. Stop in today, Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. Check us out at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Doran, I watched a 10-minute video on how to install something at home. Took me 4 hours.
And at least 2 trips to the hardware store, right?
Minimum.
That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So no guessing, no rewatching the same video 5 times, just experts who set it up right.
And it's protecting your home from day one intrusion, fire, cameras, all of it.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply. Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Cintas Fire Protection Services help businesses prepare for fire alarm and suppression systems, sprinklers, and fire extinguisher inspections. Cintas trained technicians, cutting-edge technology, and regular inspections help businesses protect people and property. Visit cintas.com/fire.
Have you noticed that every every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch. Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates will play against the Houston Astros first of 3 tonight in Houston. It's Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Buccos. Our coverage will begin, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, at 7:15. Old friend Mike Burrows, who was the key headliner sent out of Pittsburgh in the Brandon Lau trade, acquiring Lau, Mason Montgomery, and Jake Mangum, the 3-team deal with Tampa Bay. He will get the start for the Astros. Has not been a good season so far for Burrows. Has allowed 13 home runs to opposing teams. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. No Pomp, no Joe. They are on the golf course. They are at the course of courses in the Pittsburgh area today. They are playing at Oakmont. Mulsey is out there with them, so it will be another solo PM team. Pony will be back. And for the listening audience, you have the combo of Dom DiTommaso and intern Jack behind the glass. So that's what you have to look forward to from 2 to 6. Pirates baseball on the air tonight at 8:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 7 o'clock. We hope to hear from Mike McCarthy later on this hour. The reporters are down there waiting to hear from McCarthy, our very own Jeff Hathorn among them. And Jeff will be sending stuff back as they get it. But in that time, I thought it would be a good moment for us to have a bit of a six-pack here, Austin. And it is a six-pack of Steelers predictions as we enter the first day of mandatory minicamp. We will make 3 each. And I told Austin they can be really whatever you want. They don't have to be pertaining to minicamp or training camp or the preseason or summer workouts, anything like that. You can go any direction you want here. Star player, maybe a trade, surprise cut, whatever it may be. Austin, I will bat lead off here. I will have you take numbers 2 and 3.
Sounds good.
But mine is going to start around Jeremy Bernard. I'm really buying into this guy. And I might be made to look like a sucker for all I know. The second-round wide receiver out of Alabama. A little bit of a do-everything type. I think he gets kind of lazily compared to Deebo Samuel, and I'm not insinuating he's going to be as good as Deebo at his very best, because Deebo had some great seasons under his belt. By the way, he is one of the many wide receivers that are still available. He could also end up being the Roman Wilson or the Caleb Johnson of 2026. That guy that is the darling of football in shorts that we see every single person that is at practice everybody from Jeff Hathorn and Mark Cabali to our guy Ben Tenuta, who goes down there to shoot video, everybody raving about what the guy is able to do. And we've already gotten some rave reviews. But with the other players I mentioned, and certainly with Caleb Johnson, we just heard how explosive and how fast he looked while wearing shorts. And then once the real games got here, it was not as pretty. I like what I'm hearing about Bernard because it doesn't necessarily have to do with everything skilled based. It's not, man, he's super fast. Man, the hands are unmatched. We want that. You want to have those qualities. But we also have been hearing time and time again, the attention to detail is outstanding. The ability for him to always be in the right place at the right time. He goes about things like he's a veteran, like he's been in the league for 5 or 10 years. Those types of things speak to me a little bit more than just a guy running fast while wearing shorts and playing against a two-hand touch defense. Or no defense, for that matter. I think he's very quickly, Bernard, that is, he's very quickly going to become their third wide receiver. I think that will be apparent by the time they hit training camp, if not early on in training camp, and then by the time they start playing preseason games. And I hope that it's not just a preseason player the way James Washington was, even though Washington, to his credit, actually had a nice season in there with Duck Hodges, of all people, at QB. But I think Bernard will be a viable third wide receiver to DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman. I think he's going to thrive. He's going to be the Steelers team rookie of the year in 2026. It won't be Maxie Honachor. Not that I think he'll be bad. It won't be everybody's favorite offensive lineman with a mullet, Jennings Dunker. It won't be the guys on defense. It won't be Eli Heidenreich or Drew Aller or Riley Nowakowski, who I think would be close to Bernard in this category. Weegan would have to return a couple of kicks and punts to snag this. I think Bernard will have it pretty easily. I don't even think it's much of a hot take that Jeremy Bernard will be this team's best rookie and be their rookie of the year in 2026. How you like that one, Austin? What do you got?
I like it a lot. I just want to address that real quick. I'm with you on that. I wondered what they were going to do when, and unfairly, I think Bernard is going to get compared to Mekhi Lemon and whatever Mekhi Lemon does in Philadelphia just because they missed out on Lemon in the first round and Bernard would not have been picked in the second round if not the case. But they traded up for Bernard a couple of spots for a reason. I think we've all watched a lot of Alabama football just because they're Alabama and they're always on TV and they're always playing big games. He was a stud last year with Ty Simpson. I think Jeremy Bernard made Ty Simpson look very good rather than the other way around. Mm-hmm. So I'm fascinated to see what he looks like in this offense with Rodgers. And I'll use this one first. I had this listed as my third, but I'll use it as my first one. I think that the Steelers' offense is going to be a breath of fresh air with Mike McCarthy. Now, especially with the younger quarterbacks. You might not see the fruits of the labor with Aaron Rodgers just because he's 42 going on 43, not a lot of mobility, wants to get the ball out of his hands quickly, questions in some other areas. But with Mike Tomlin, I felt that there was such a strong effort on not turning the ball over and not throwing the ball into the middle of the field, tips and overthrows, don't put the ball in harm's way, where sometimes Rodgers just went out and did his thing, bend the same thing, draw it up in the dirt, and make happen what needs to happen. I think McCarthy is going to be more aggressive in that respect. He's an offensive coach. It's a different mentality than Mike Tomlin. They're going to be more aggressive over the middle, whether that's Pat Freiermuth's utilage, whether that's slant routes, which other than DK Metcalf never happened with any other receiver in the last, really since Antonio Brown. The offense people will be able to breathe a little bit better watching how the offense is called compared to previous years.
Yeah, I am excited to see the change there because it did feel like And it's felt like really since, Ben's departure, even the last year that we saw Big Ben, it has just been such a cautious approach on the offensive side of the ball. And not that that's all bad, but it's certainly not good. Like, it's not game-changing to a level that you have an offense. You want to have an offense that you feel like every time they go out on the field, they are going to drive down and score a touchdown. I know it doesn't happen every time, but they haven't had that since probably like 2018, 2019, or I guess 19 is when Ben got hurt. So 2018, it felt like the last time they truly had that, because you had Ben and AB. And Ben had, the most touchdowns he ever threw in a season that year. I mean, he would wing it, and he would make his mistakes, but, he had a great receiving core. It's been a while since they've had an offense that felt that way. And I think there's potential for that because there's been such a change in the fact of, okay, they go from defensive-minded, hard-nosed, to let's open things up with Mike McCarthy. I think a lot of people want to see this offense look a whole lot different.
Yeah, like that's a silver lining for me. Like, I wanted younger offensive mind to be the coach, but the fact that McCarthy does have the success that he's had on offense in multiple different stops, defenses were big questions in Green Bay and Dallas, but that's what makes me feel better about what's been a huge weakness for the Steelers. I mean, the offense has been what has held them back. Sure, the defense and underachieving is a big part of it too, but they're not, at least they weren't, playing a modern style of NFL offense. And I think McCarthy could help take them to that point.
Somebody in the YouTube comments said, you're replacing two bums in Canada and Smith. It shouldn't be that difficult to do. I mean, that is pretty accurate. Now, I think Smith was oddly better than what he got credit for. I mean, he was like a, I don't know, league average, a little bit below league average offensive coordinator, I would say. Canada was bottom of the barrel. I mean, I don't even, does Matt Canada even have a job in football right now? Does Coach Randy even have a job in football right now? Like, Smith, there was like a place for what he did. I just don't know if it worked out with what the Steelers had personnel-wise.
I have an opinion on it.
Crack another one for me, Limits. My next one is also dealing with wide receiver. And it turns out being one man's misfortune, because I think Jeremy Bernard is going to come onto the scene strong and have a big rookie season. I think the Steelers are going to either cut or trade Roman Wilson before we get to the regular season.
Whoa. Elaborate.
There is a player here at risk of losing his job entirely. That's Roman Wilson. The coaching staff was not here when he was drafted. Completely different. Yeah, I get that Omar was here, Andy Weidel was here, but he has wasted most of his first two seasons. The only time he's gotten touchdowns or anything notable came in garbage time. He had like the one nice catch against Green Bay early in the game. That's been his career highlight to this point. Not only was he in the Mike Tomlin doghouse, more importantly, now he was in the Aaron Rodgers doghouse. And if you don't think that Rodgers had any factor in the receivers on the field, ask me why Adam Thielen and Marquez Valdez-Scantling wore the Steelers uniform in 2025. Roman Wilson couldn't break through. They were getting guys that were at the end of their days in the National Football League to step in off the street and play wide receiver for them and be really more accountable for them. Scotty Miller was getting more looks than Roman Wilson late in the season. Ben Skoranek, who is a special teams ace, was more useful in the receiving game than Roman Wilson. This will be a situation that calls for a clean break. And I think there could be a team out there that ends up talking themselves into Roman Wilson as an option. Hey, he didn't work out in Pittsburgh. Maybe he can work out here. I also think that some of the guys they drafted outside of Bernard, I don't think Weegan will do them much in the receiving game. But what if Eli Heidenreich shows that he can be a small-time receiver at the NFL? At the NFL level, that is. You also have a list of wide receivers that are still free that could be coming in at a pay cut if the Steelers are interested. That would provide you a lot more than Roman Wilson. Now, I don't think they would really touch the likes of Tyreek Hill or Stephon Diggs. I don't know about either one of the Samuels. You have Debo, you have Curtis. DeAndre Hopkins is long in the tooth. Keenan Allen, same thing, although he just continues to be productive. Former Penn Stater Jahan Dotson's out there. He's only 26. Josh Reynolds, I think Nick Farabaugh mentioned him with me last night. He's 31. You have dudes out there that if they needed to just fill a little void, they could probably do it, and they could find a player that is better than Roman Wilson. So I think he will be a surprise cut or trade for them when we reach late August. It just seems like a situation, kind of in a way, we saw this happen with a couple of offensive linemen, Kendrick Green, Kevin Dotson. They both got moved. Now Dotson has thrived, Kendrick Green not so much. But they could find some value for this dude. And there'd be a team out there that says, oh, you know what? Let's take a shot on him. Let's see if we can figure something out. So, for as well as I think Bernard is going to play, I think we've actually seen the last of Roman Wilson in a Steelers uniform in a regular season game. There you go, Limits.
I like that one, Donnie. You're on fire right now. Giving some bold predictions. Can I give you a bold prediction?
Absolutely.
Donnie, the Steelers' best safety this year will not be Deshaun Elliott, will not be Jalen Ramsey. It will be the man that was signed for a 1-year, $5.5 million deal to come over from the Chicago Bears, and that's Jaquan Brisker. Look, this has nothing to do with the fact that he's from Gateway. This has nothing to do with the fact that he went to Penn State, because I'm sure many people are going to take it in that direction. If you watch Brisker and the impact that he made on the Bears, especially in the playoffs, he is a guy that can play multiple different spots on the field, is a very consistent tackler, is somebody who I think had double-digit tackles in both playoff games for them this past year. He's somebody that puts fear in the opposition. Like, you don't want to cross Brisker over the middle because he's going to lay the boom on you. He's the tough physical safety, good tackler that they lacked when Elliott was hurt last year, and I truly wonder if he's going to be the same type of player off the injury, and Ramsey is going to be playing so many different positions. So the upside that Brisker brings, the versatility is still very young, that Brisker is, mid-20s. I'm surprised that they got him for just $5.5 million. I'm surprised it was just a 1-year deal, not a 2-year deal. He's somebody for me who I think can be an anchor on this defense the entire season.
I thought about doing something around him, so I like that you went there. And maybe I'm falling victim to, hey, local guy comes home. I really want to see this guy play well. He was on my initial wish list for the Steelers when they went to free agency. He and Rico Dowdle were 2 of the 5 guys I had on there. They signed both of them. I agree with you. I thought Brisker was going to cost a little bit more, and I thought he might have been a player that saw a multi-year deal come his way. He didn't. I know the projection for him, those aren't always accurate, but SpotRack's projection for him was like $10 million or 10.5 or 11. Like, it was something that got close to the double digits in term, and then you're thinking that guy's going to sign a 2 or 3 year deal. It feels like they got him at a discount, and it feels like for him, he's having the opportunity to do a couple of things here. One is, yeah, he gets to play for his hometown team, which is pretty cool. And 2, this can be a prove-it year for this guy who
needs to be.
I wouldn't say has been bad by any means in the NFL. I thought, ESPN had a whole top 50 available free agents that they put out there back in February. He was on it. He checked in in the mid-40s somewhere.
He's much better against the run than he is against the pass. His coverage needs to be improved. And I don't bow down at the feet of PFF, when it comes to some numbers. I look at them and glean some things. They ranked them as the 68th out of 98 best overall strong safety this past season, with just a 60.4 grade, which I'm surprised by, but had the 9th highest snap count of any safety. That's something you can look at and glean something from. Maybe that's why he was available and is in need of a bounce back, but I think this is a good fit in Patrick Graham's defense that he's going to be capable of it.
He also had, if you recall, when they played the Rams in the divisional round, he had a monster game. He had some huge moments in that game. He did a little bit of everything against LA in that divisional round, and that was a classic game. And Brisker was up for the task. So, maybe that proves that he's a bit of a big game player. I like that one a lot, Austin, because I thought about making one of mine about him.
14 tackles in that game, 1 sack, and 2 passes defended, and a couple of tackles for loss.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. He was all over the place. Crack the final one for me. You'll still have one left after this, Austin. I think Patrick Graham is going to unlock a top 5 defense in 2026. He is getting an opportunity here to work with more talent than he's ever had in front of him. Some of it aging, sure, but a lot more talent than he's ever had, and he's going to take advantage. The Steelers' defense, where they ranked in 2025, the final year under Mike Tomlin, and a defense that still has a slew of first-round talent, they ranked 17th in points allowed, 26th in total yards, 29th against the pass, 13th against the run. They had the 25th third down defense, and they were 31st in fourth down defense. They were actually pretty good in red zone defense, by the way, 7th. They were a top 10 unit there. Patrick Graham was stuck in Vegas for the last few years on a team that was known for just one defensive player, Max Crosby. That was it. They really didn't have much around that guy that was looked at as even B-plus level talent, at least for guys given the stages in their careers they were in. And I know that this past year he didn't really run the defense a ton because it was the one and only year that Pete Carroll was in town. But Graham has mostly just gotten to work with Max Crosby and a bunch of random guys on the Raiders defense. This will be the first time that he surrounds himself with more than one high-level player. Do I think the Steelers will have a defense that's up there with the Texans or the Broncos? No, but I think it's something that we see unlocked a little bit. You still have first-round players on there like Cam Hayward and TJ Watt, who are going to be Steelers Hall of Honor guys, and I think at least one, if not both, will end up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day. You have Derek Harmon, who was a first-round pick last year. You have Joey Porter Jr., who is due for an extension and has quietly become one of the better corners in all of football. The guy gets a ton of hate, but he's a lot better than what people say. You have really good second and third edge rushers like Alex Highsmith and Nick Herbig. You have a secondary that also includes Jalen Ramsey, who's going to be moved all over the field. I know he's 31 years old, but he's going to be moved everywhere. Jamel Dean coming off a good season. Jaquan Brisker, you may have in a little motivating factor. We just went through what his contract details were. Deshaun Elliott back from injury. I think there's something to unlock. And I actually think Patrick Graham could do it. Different packages, creative blitzes, something that we have not seen for several years. Because it felt like we had times when Mike Tomlin basically said, well, my guys are better. They'll win their battles. And that only took them so far because you have players like TJ Watt who would win a lot of battles. You have players like Cam Hayward who would win a lot of battles. But it can only go so far in the National Football League. So I think Patrick Graham unveils a top 5 defense in 2026. One last one to crack, Austin. This one's yours.
Donnie, I am very concerned the Steelers' new offensive line combination is going to get off to a horrid start. They're basically moving everyone around like it's a game of musical chairs except for Zach Frazier. Moving Mason McCormick to the left side of the line, moving Troy Faltanu over there does keep that duo together, which I like, and it does help protect your old quarterback on the more important side, on that left side. But I think it leaves the right side significantly exposed, and especially with, say, Amalu gone and truly not replacing him if you don't play Jennings Dunker early, this could be problematic if it's Spencer Anderson at right guard and Dylan Cook at right tackle. Do we truly know if Dylan Cook is going to be able to move to that position? Because it was hard for Broderick Jones at times, bouncing back and forth between tackle. Dan Moore just refused to do it because he said, I'm terrible as a right tackle. We've never seen Spencer Anderson really in a long form of snaps as a starting guard. I have a ton of questions about this offensive line where what's factoring in with Ahanichor. It seems like they only want to utilize him as a right tackle, not even try him out at left, just because that's where he primarily was playing at Arizona State. Mm-hmm. So this is not going to be roll the ball out there week one and look at this offensive line protecting Aaron Rodgers. No, I think they're going to get out to some trouble early in the season against New England's pass rush. Even against the pass rush week one against, now I can't even remember who they're playing at week one, Atlanta?
Yeah.
Like, they don't have a great pass rush, but still, could they bring a couple of exotic blitz packages and overload that right side and just kind of stun that offensive line at the start? I think James Campen's going to get them together, but I don't think it's going to take a while.
I also wouldn't be surprised. I thought about going this route that maybe by the quarter point or the midpoint of the season, it is 2 rookies on that right side.
And it should be.
I think Dunker will take over. Anderson will go back to being the nipple rubber. He'll be the tackle eligible guy. And I think that's a good role for him. I mean, he was a 7th-round pick. They have gotten good value back for Anderson already in his career. And then I think Ahanichor takes over for Dylan Cook at some point. Where does Broderick Jones even factor in? Nobody even knows.
No, nobody even knows if he's going to be capable of playing. Will he be healthy enough with that neck injury? I think they tipped their hand by picking Ahanichor when they did and basically admitting Broderick Jones is maybe not a bust, but a failed pick. And not somebody that we view as a starter moving forward, injury-wise or not.
Yeah, and you see the videos and you see the reports from people who are at the OTAs or they're at mandatory minicamp today, and we'll see some video of Broderick Jones, and he will look like he is like 40 pounds lighter, like in no way, shape, or form ready to play tackle in the NFL. Good stuff there, Limits. A 6-pack of Steelers predictions on this first day of mandatory minicamp. We'll see if we can get some audio of Mike McCarthy turned around to finish up the hour. If not, we'll try to squeeze it in next hour. About 20 or so minutes away from Michael McHenry. He will help us preview the series against the Astros, everything going on with the Buccos right now, and recapping the sweep of the Minnesota Twins. If you want to join in, hit us up at 412-928-9370. You can give us a call or shoot us a text. The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I also want to add that 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we are out in the community. I have to get back there at some point soon. It was fun when You, me, and Joe did a show out there last year. I got a whole box of stuff that I might have to take to our guy, General Patton.
Do you like
some point
the wedding gift that Joe got for you from the General?
I do. See,
Really
I have to make some space for that.
Yeah,
because
I see it back there. You haven't taken it home.
On Memorial Day, we went through a bunch of crap in the garage, which is a lot of my stuff, pretty much all my stuff, and reorganized a bit. And I discovered, I could probably take a good bit of this stuff to somewhere like the Card Castle, see if our guy Patton can do anything with it.
Do you have a lot of old wrestlers? A lot of wrestling figurines?
So I actually don't have those with me. My parents have them in storage.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Those are probably worth something, Don. Depending on which ones you have.
I mean, a lot of them are out of the box, so not really. That's also something, I mean, if I have a son, he's just going to have them.
Pass them down.
Yeah. But I noticed, like, I have, like football figures. I don't know what the company was called or, like, what the little series was that was called that put these out, but they're, like, very detailed, like, football figures that have guys, like, doing certain poses. Like, I have one that's, like, Hines Ward making a catch in the corner of the end zone. But, like, the jersey will be muddy. It'll have grass stains on it. Like, very well done. A lot of those I have out of the box. A couple of them I have in the box.
That's cool.
So maybe I'll see if Jeff wants to take a look at those. One of them is Steve McNair, the late Steve McNair, still in the box. Brian Urlacher, Dante Culpepper, Steve McNair, I think all in the box.
Why'd you never take them out of the box? Because you knew they'd be collector's items one day?
Honestly, I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess I just already had, like, a bunch of them. Like a Mike Vick one, Ricky Williams.
I never was a big baseball card collector. Which, looking back on it, I wish I was.
I have more football cards than baseball cards.
I have a lot of my cousin's old Pokemon cards and Bakugan cards that he gave to me when I was like 11 that I put in like binder sleeves. Those might be worth something. People love Pokemon cards.
Honestly, yeah, you're right. You should.
I don't know where they are, but
if there's a market out there. I mean, they're probably worth more than some of the football cards I have.
Yeah, they might be in storage somewhere. I don't know.
You can join Pomp and Joe tomorrow at the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union in Wexford from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Get your commemorative Fan 5-alarm T-shirt for just $20. All the proceeds go directly to the cause, benefiting those volunteer fire departments. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union off Brant School Road tomorrow, June 3rd from 10 until 2. Michael McHenry, just about 20 minutes away, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
NBA Finals start tomorrow in San Antonio as the Spurs host the Knicks. It's an 8:30 tip-off time in Game 1. Two different paths to get there. Spurs went to Game 7 and won on the road in OKC. And the Knicks swept their last two series, including the last series against the Cleveland Cavaliers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Fan 5-alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities. And this is your time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a donation or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5-alarm is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and Centos. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Rams and the Browns were a part of a historic blockbuster trade, and the Rams are acquiring reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett from the Browns. Cleveland, on the other hand, receives two-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Jared Verse and 3 high draft picks. With next year's Super Bowl returning to SoFi Stadium, the Rams are officially all in. I'm Addie Bates.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the hosts available? Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
A to Z Fire Protection Services in Greensburg has 16 years of experience as a specialized contractor providing fire protection services, including installing sprinkler systems, alarms, and inspections. A to Z is committed to providing top-notch fire protection.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
It's final season across the pro sports landscape. In these best-of-7 championship series, the top teams in basketball and hockey will face off with the title at stake. While both series are shaping up to be some of the most anticipated matchups in years, the biggest storyline is New York's return to the finals for the first time since 1999.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability, and we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. About 10 minutes away from our chat with Michael McHenry. Want to take a few calls on the Steelers at 412-928-9370. Alec has been waiting patiently. Let's see if he is still with us out in Grove City. What's going on, Alec?
How we doing, guys?
Good. What's up, man?
Well, so here's my thing. Mason Rudolph. I'm so sick of this conversation about him. You know what he is. You know what you got. We have to move on at some point. I'm so sick of Mark Caboli. I love the guy, but the guy has a crush on him. I don't need to hear about Mason Rudolph anymore.
I think you're on.
You need to see the young guys. You have to. It's time.
Yeah, Alec, I'm on your side there. I appreciate the call. I get the feel. I know that Faribaugh said a little bit earlier that he thinks it's like a 55-45 lead. Mason Rudolph is ahead. But I get the weird feel that this coaching staff really wants to work with the younger guys more than anything. Like, okay, Aaron Rodgers is here. That's all well and good. But when it comes to the guys behind him, they have two balls of clay, and they have Will Howard and they have Drew Aller. And I think it's more attractive to them to work with those guys than, hey, we already have a veteran here who's in his 30s. You know, he could be a spot starter. He can start a couple of games for us, but long term, it wouldn't be very good. I don't know. Just the way that they talk about him, how they talk about each of them, really, it does make me wonder if we're in for one of those training camps and preseasons like we saw when the Steelers had a young Josh Dobbs in his second year and a rookie Mason Rudolph, and they cut Landry Jones in place of that, having an established guy ahead. 412-928-9370. Dan is in Pittsburgh. What's up, Dan?
What's up, man? How's it going?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. So we're talking about free agency and stuff and talking about wide receivers. I'm thinking about offensive line. There's a guy out there in Taylor Decker, first-round pick, Pro Bowler, was a big staple for Detroit. I think it would fix our, having to jump with the lines around, putting Fontana to the left tackle, making Decker the left tackle, and keeping that right side solidified, and maybe, help the rookie out and watching Fontana play on right tackle instead of having to put him in mid-season or so.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea either, Dan. Taylor Decker was a name I brought up a few months ago. I mean, I feel like that time has probably passed. That would be one of those signings that I don't think would be a bad idea if we get deeper into the offseason and, hey, this guy is still actually in pretty decent shape. They bring him in during training camp. And, here's where I would say it makes sense. If they find out that Broderick Jones is, truly done, this dude ain't going to play this year, and then you have yourself a dependable veteran that you don't have to count on to necessarily start or even be good, but has a veteran track record behind him. I wouldn't think that would be a terrible idea. We've seen that happen before in recent years where they have signed guys pretty late in the offseason process and they end up playing or being some non-insignificant role with the team. You can follow along on Twitter, on X at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, former Pirates catcher, current analyst Michael McHenry. He joins the show in just a few minutes. First, I want to tell you about fan weather. Another beautiful day ahead. The old Joe Green, sunny and a high of 75. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We get back to the baseball talk next with Michael McHenry right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight, the Stanley Cup Final begins as the Golden Knights, for the third time in their history, it seems like they've only been around for a decade because, they've only been around for less than a decade, and they're in the Stanley Cup Final for the third time. They will play against the Carolina Hurricanes that are looking to break a very long streak of 20 years of not winning a cup. That's at 8 o'clock tonight with the series beginning in Carolina. The team that gave the Penguins a lot of struggles this year might end up being the one that wins it all. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Joe, I hope your golfing game is going well because you have a message for the people.
Why, thank you, All Limitless Wonder, for throwing it in my direction. JP Roofing and Siding is the place to be after a rough winter. Actually, they'll come where you are. Your roofing, your siding might have taken a hit. Get it checked out. Fix a problem. It's a Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Company. 1% have that designation. Joe Potochnik has it. He's among the 1%. Give him a call. $500 off your first roofing or siding installation. It's 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Commemorative Fan 5 Alarm t-shirts are now available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Get your 2026 shirt while supplies last. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, Leach Insurance, and Target Freight Management. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Raise a stein at Hopper House Pittsburgh, where fresh handcrafted beer is brewed on-site daily by world-class brewers. From classic Bavarian styles to seasonal favorites, it's bold flavor and big Pittsburgh energy in every pour. The party's on every night with live music, high-energy vibes, and the perfect spot for groups, celebrations, or after-work hangs. Come hungry, because the comfort food is big, bold, and built for Pittsburgh appetites. Now open for beer garden season, grab a cold one and soak it all in outside. Plus monthly keg tappings, happy hour deals, and $9.99 weekday lunches. Hopper House Pittsburgh. Good times are always on tap.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates tonight against the Houston Astros. It's the first of 3. Bubba Chandler will take the mound. Carmen Mlodzinski activated off the restricted list. So a chance that could see Mlodzinski in his reliever role for the first time this year. Mike Burrows will pitch for the Astros, former Pirate that's 3-6 on the air, 63 1/3 innings. He was the key piece traded away from the Pirates in the deal to acquire Brandon Lau, Jake Mangum, and Mason Montgomery, 3-team deal with Tampa Bay. And Tampa Bay, of course, picked up where they left off. They're one of the best teams in all of baseball, record-wise, the American League. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Michael McHenry joins next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fly ball to left field. Michael McHenry, the fort! Oh, baby! Your Buccos lead it! Unbelievable! Wow! His first in the big leagues! They're going to bring the house down!
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That call, that intro means it is time to talk to just one man, the Fort. Former Pirates catcher, current analyst Michael McHenry is with us here on 93.7 The Fan. Fort, I don't know if you caught it on Friday night. It was that Apple TV game, so Brownie was on the radio. He dropped the rare "Oh Baby" on the walk-off for Brian Reynolds.
Well deserved. And Brownie has some of the best calls in all of baseball. Good to be with you. Pomp looks good as always. I know he's been working on his physique. Looks very stout
dog,
today.
you.
I love that.
Yeah, Pomp and Joe are both at Oakmont today, so they get to enjoy that and the perfect weather. So you're going to be stuck with me. But the Pirates coming off a sweep. They take down Derek Shelton's Twins Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That had to feel pretty good for everybody in that clubhouse, Michael, after they end up splitting with the Cubs.
Absolutely. I don't know if you saw it on Twitter, but the Pirates kind of trolled the Twins. They took out the W in their logo, which I thought was outstanding. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to beat up the guy that's, your former manager. And I'm sure those guys wanted to, say something or have a big statement with their bats, and they did. At the end of the day, it's just fun to watch the Pirates go out and play right now. The offense has been incredible. If you look at what we're doing compared to last year, we've scored 102 more runs, Donnie. At this point last year, 102 more runs. Think about that. That's insane.
They have gone from an offense that was pretty much the worst in the game in 2025. They are a legitimate top 5 offense this year. Did you see this coming? I mean, they made some good additions, no doubt. Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, great outside additions. But, man, it's like night and day difference what we saw last year compared to now.
No, I mean, I think if you put it on paper, you're like, all right, we're going to be a lot better offensively, but you really don't expect kind of all these things to hit. O'Hearn goes down for 17 days, and we're still one of the best offenses in baseball in the month of May. So I think it's just worked out absolutely perfect. I will go back to that Brandon Lau trade, especially since we're facing Burrows tonight, and that's how that trade kind of all got started. That is the best trade I've seen the Pirates make in multiple decades. I mean, you talk about getting 3 players for 1. You had I hate that we have to give away our access pitching, but at the end of the day, that dude has been phenomenal for us.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know how they pulled it off. Like
Me either.
It felt crazy at the time, and now that it's played out a little bit, we're seeing Brandon Lau, who was on pace to set the Pirates single-season record for home runs by a second baseman. Mason Montgomery has been a solid left-hander in the bullpen, and Jake Mangum's been that dude you can kind of put anywhere in the outfield, good base runner, that type of guy. And Burrows has not been good for the Astros. We'll talk about him more in a minute because they face him tonight. But, I mean, that and the Spencer Horwitz trade, I know that Ben Cherington's track record isn't perfect, far from it. But, man, I mean, I got to tip my cap to him. The 2 big offseason trades he's made in 2025 and in 2026, masterful stuff from him.
Yeah, I mean, masterful. You go back to 25. I mean, Ortiz is out of the game. He's in a lawsuit right now trying to figure out his life. So talk about a slam dunk, because we could have lost a player and really got nothing for it. Horwitz has been phenomenal. Dating back to last year, one of the best OPSs in all baseball, one of the best on-base percentages. The dude still has not struck out more than he's walked. I mean, his numbers this month alone, 326, 966 OPS. I mean, he's showing out in every different way, but then we got to talk about his defense. His defense has gone through the roof when it comes to how much better it's gotten, as has Lau's. I mean, Lau has been phenomenal, but you think about what he's done in a Pirates uniform. Yes, he is absolutely crushing the baseball. The big question mark a lot of people had, especially evaluators across MLB, and I did too, was what was the defense going to look like? Horwitz never been a positive defender. Lau never been a positive defender. We're going to bring up a rookie. Even though he's phenomenal in just about every single way, not sure what you're going to get. Now you're going to put Nicky G at third base. All those dudes are in the positive when it comes to defensive run saves. Lau and Horwitz leading the way. You couldn't ask for better guys to push themselves, push this envelope, and push this team.
The 2 guys I had circled once they made their moves this offseason, especially Lau and O'Hearn, and I mean, you could count Ozuna in there, even though he has been, really just one of the only negatives. Even though he still has time to turn it around, 46 games in for him, 60 games in for the team. But I circled Brian Reynolds and O'Neal Cruz, and I told myself we could really see bounce-back seasons for these guys because they finally have lineup protection. I mean, is it just that simple? Like why things have gone so well for those guys at the plate?
Not for O'Neal Cruz, but yes, for Brian Reynolds. Brian Reynolds is absolutely reaping every single award, having Lau in front of him. We saw Nicky G hitting behind him and O'Neal Cruz just the other day. The depth of our lineup has completely changed. O'Hearn was actually hitting behind him the other day. So you think he's getting sandwiched in between the guys that we went out and got. And both guys are having great years, and you have to pick your poison. And last year, Brian Reynolds had a swing and miss rate that was through the roof comparative to years past. He was trying to force the issue. When he had guys on base, he didn't realize who was hitting behind him a lot of times. And I think now he's slowed it down. He's walking at a clip we've never seen. He's starting to really rake again. His month of May just below Horwitz when it comes to the numbers he's producing. But, yeah, he's doing some big things, and it's just now June, and this guy loves June. O'Neal Cruz, you could put him on Mars. He's going to hit. At the end of the day, it's where's the balance? Where's the focus? And for me, if you put him in the worst lineup in baseball, he's going to figure it out because he's a bad ball hitter. But, yeah, I think he still has more to show, and I think he's still going to do some big things this year.
Joe Block just put out there a stat on O'Neal Cruz, who was on pace for 35 home runs and 51 steals. And the 3 other players all time that are in the 35-50 club. Shohei Ohtani did it in 2024. Ronald Acuna Jr. did it in 2023. And then you got to go all the way back to Eric Davis back in 1987. Do you just accept the strikeout number if you're going to get that kind of production out of O'Neal Cruz? I mean, I'm certainly fine with it.
100% in this lineup. You know, if we have the same lineup as last year, you understand we need guys to get on base, and him on base is an absolute terror. But if we have this type of lineup, we have a very balanced lineup. So, you know, O'Hearn's not a big swing and miss guy. Horowitz isn't. Brian Riddle's really brought his swing and miss down. Nicky G's not a strikeout guy. There's a lot of guys in our lineup that kind of balance it out. So O'Neal Cruz, I don't necessarily love him at the leadoff spot. I love that he's down. Put him in that 5-6 hole, kind of like we had when I was there with Alvarez, and now he becomes a run producer. The swing and miss you can throw out, but then also you're creating havoc for the bottom of the order guys to maybe get better pitches when he's on base. So I think he fits perfect now. I would honestly love to see it go down, but if we're getting this production and he's producing in the way he's never produced when it comes to driving in runs, I'm perfectly fine with it.
Should we be worried about Connor Griffin's injury, or do you think it'll be shorter term?
I think it'll be shorter term, and I don't know all the specifics, but they seem really positive. You know, I know the family. I know him. I really believe it's really a precaution more than anything. The fact that he went out and DH 2 days in a row, I'd love to see him do that for 10 days straight until he could come back. But our lineup and our roster is really not conducive to that because of Ozuna. So it's going to probably be 10, 11 days. He'll be right back. I hope he doesn't go to rehab. They may send him there just to make sure, get him a couple extra bats. But, yeah, I think he's just fine, or I pray he's just fine. You never know nowadays, but we really need that guy in our lineup. He's been so good over the last month and a half.
We saw in 2024, Rowdy Tellez, slow start, turned it around in the second half. 2025, Tommy Pham, slow start, turned it around in the second half. Are we thinking the same thing could happen with Marcell Ozuna? Because given how good this offense already is, that could be a huge boost.
Yeah, I hope so. It's getting to that weird territory where he's going to have to go bonkers, which he has done before. The problem I'm having is if you look at that Twin Series, as a team, we hit 304. I mean, we just annihilated the baseball. We had 7 homers, 24 RBIs, 8 stolen bases, and he didn't play. He didn't play a single game, didn't get a single at-bat in that Twin Series, and what we did to their pitching staff was absurd. So the question is, you know, is it here? Is it somewhere else? Can we, you know, offload that contract, bring back a better arm for the bullpen? There's a lot of question marks because we're trying to win now. And I think the Griffin thing really exposed, hey, he doesn't really play any other position. He's only a DH, and he hasn't been swinging the bat well. He's not coming off the bench and doing much. So they have a lot of question marks there. But I would never bet against this dude and what he's done in the clubhouse throughout his career for his teammates speaks volumes. I still think their production's got to come up on the field, and he knows that.
Talking to former Pirates catcher, current analyst Michael McHenry here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Fort, I got to ask you about what's going on with Carmen Mlodzinski. Is he good to go? Like, do we have to worry about this dragging on anymore after the little drama that popped up over the weekend?
Man, I hope not. I hate it on both fronts. Obviously, some miscommunication on both sides, and then Carmen Mlodzinski has said for the last 2 years he wants to start, but you can't throw your teammates under the bus. I know he's probably dealing with a lot through his family, his agency. He said his camp. That's a really tough situation. We are very blessed to have a guy like Ashcraft go out and do what he did on Sunday. The fact that he got through 6 innings, they wanted to have him have a shorter start, not really put that much stress on his arm, because they were really relying on Mlodzinski to be that backup guy in that situation and start to mitigate these guys' innings. So hopefully he's talked to the boys. They've figured some things out, and he can get back out there and pitch. At the end of the day, this guy could be a starter. at a lot of different places. Right now, the best fit for us in the Buccos is him in the bullpen. He lengthens that bullpen. He can have a high leverage situation for 2 to 3 innings to close out games. This guy could be really special out there. I got to play with Josh Hader. I watched him try to start. He wanted to start. He really did everything possible to start. They finally pushed him bullpen. He's got $100 million in his bank account and a lot of all-stars under his wing. So at the end of the day, it's all about being in the big leagues and performing. Wherever that is for Carmen Mlodzinski, he just needs to go out and do it.
Do you think this entire situation, Michael, puts a little bit more pressure on Bubba Chandler? Like, obviously there is some now, but does it increase the amount?
Yeah, I think it does on all the guys. I think even Jared Jones. This didn't just happen over the last 3 or 4 days. It happened prior to Jones coming back. There was all the speculation, all the talk between the players. And, yeah, I think it's going to put pressure on everybody because if you look at who had the second best month in our starting rotation, now these are all the main numbers, not the underlying numbers. Carmen Mlodzinski had the second best month out of any starter on our staff. So he has an argument, but at the end of the day, it's a team. It's not about Carmen Mlodzinski. It's about the Pittsburgh Pirates. So, yeah, you're putting pressure on your teammates. There's a lot of things that are probably underlying that aren't good. They responded extremely well, especially offensively. So if they can continue to do that and kind of let this thing push to the side, we'd be better off for it.
Was the Jared Jones 2026 debut about what you expected? Coming back, looking a little bit rocky, getting beat up a little bit?
Yeah, I want to make sure that fans really understand the expectations for a guy coming off Tommy John or any surgery for that matter. They're not going to have feel consistently. They're going to miss spots dramatically at times just because that's part of the surgery. You lose a lot of feel in your fingertips. Sometimes your arm gets a little bit numb and you don't have the feel you want. So, yeah, I think so. I would love for him not to give up the homers. The fact he didn't walk 4 or 5 was outstanding. And you saw that swing and miss stuff, but the slider wasn't as good as you'd want it to be. But the reality of it is I think him going out and dominating in the minor leagues and showing that he could have feel with the sinker and a changeup and a curveball is a great sign. And we wanted that immediately. If we give this guy time, he's going to be at his best maybe in September going into October, and that's what we're really looking for.
Someone that I think is really growing a fan base here is Wilber Dotel. Is this a fluke of any sort, or is this guy this legit? Because he has been awesome so far in a Buccos uniform.
Dude, he's terrifying. I mean, if he could be in the WWE, I'm pretty sure he'd be the Undertaker. Dude doesn't smile. When he's out there, he just goes out and does business, gives up a hit, and he just looks right into the soul of the next batter. I love the kid. He had a huge month, especially when you think about the revolving door of going down to AAA and coming back. I think he's going to be a huge asset. And to be honest, guys, I've talked to us about this quite a bit. I thought this is how they were going to set up this bullpen, where multiple guys that are starters in the minor leagues that have stuff are going to be in that bullpen to save these starters down the road, because they've tried to mitigate innings. They've tried to mitigate pitches, ups and downs over the last 4 or 5 years. So they're going to do it again. Guys like Dotel, Barco, Mlodzinski being in the bullpen, you're getting a lot of innings and a lot of stuff thrown at you. And I hope that's what they do with him the rest of the year. The way he's been throwing those off-speed pitches and his demeanor, I'm obsessed.
You mentioned Braxton Ashcraft earlier because he was great again on Sunday. And you want to talk about a guy who doesn't change his demeanor on the mound no matter what's happening. The guy has been awesome, but I don't even know if he saw this coming. Like, did you see him being this good with the Buccos his first full year as a starter?
No. I take that back. Yes, with stuff. I had giant question marks with health. I mean, most people don't realize this guy was hurt 24, 23, 22. He had a hard time staying healthy. They were all kind of weird injuries, nothing with his arm. That was really a concern. So I didn't know how he was going to hold up, but he's holding his velocity. His pitch shapes are outstanding and probably getting better. His command has been phenomenal. And what he did over the month of May, he led all Major League Baseball in innings pitched for a starter. Think about that, right? You're talking about a guy first full year in the big leagues, really, and he's leading the league in a month, innings pitched. You don't see that. And that's why there's a lot of concern about, hey, where are they going to be in August and in September, because he's throwing a lot of pitches, a lot of innings. I think he's going to be a fine, to your point. Really no emotion. I call him the machine for a reason, because they just fine-tune him and throw him back out there.
What do you think they're going to do to get creative with him in the coming months to make sure he's good in case we are seeing meaningful baseball in September and even into October?
Honestly, I think watching it unfold start to start. So the start he had against the Twins, there's really no stress there until they had that long fifth inning. It was about 28 minutes, and he went back out for the sixth. He was throwing 95. Well, that's not because his arm's hurt. That's because he's been sitting on the sidelines for 28, 30 minutes, has to go back out there. As soon as he gave up the homer, he's 97, 98 again. So obviously he's holding his velocity. It's sticking from pitch 1 to pitch 100. Now, if that starts to kind of fade in a start, you pull him. Or if he has high-stress innings where he's constantly out of the stretch and he's got runners on, those are the games maybe you pull him to try to save him from those high-stress moments. I don't think the innings or the pitch total really matters for a guy like him. It looks like he's going to hold true, and he's built like an ox. Let's be honest, just an absolute ox.
The pitching matchup tonight, it is Bubba Chandler against Mike Burrows. Who do you think gets the best of it? We got two offenses that can hit the baseball a long way and two pitchers that are struggling going into the month of June.
I really think Bubba is going to kind of turn over that new leaf unless he puts added pressure on himself. He's been really hard on himself. I think he probably thought he was the guy going to go to the bullpen because of the numbers. So this is his opportunity to go out and do his thing. I want him to, in my mind, if I'm catching him, I'm like, dude, let's go out and punch tickets. They've got swing and miss. They've got power. Let's go get him. And if he does that from the gate, he's going to be just fine. It's really just the middle of the lineup in Christian Walker and Alvarez he's got to stay away from. But I think Burrows, I mean, he's got to throw his heater. And because he's got to throw that heater, he's going to have problems with the Pirates.
Michael McHenry, former Pirates catcher, current analyst, the Fort. Thanks for taking the time, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, Mr. Football. You take care of yourself.
There we go. Michael McHenry, the man who got an "oh baby" dropped on him on the home run way back when. That it caught me off guard when Brownie dropped one the other night.
Oh yeah,
that's a rarity.
Baby, that's how you know it's a big moment.
That you get the "oh baby." Now, unfortunately for the team that McHenry was playing on, they did not parlay that into a playoff appearance, and maybe that happens with the 2026 Buccos, and we can think back to that home run on that Friday night. Commemorative Fan 5-alarm T-shirts are available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. A portion of the proceeds benefit local volunteer fire departments. Order your shirt while supplies last. The Fan 5-alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Target Freight Management and 1-800-BOARD-UP. Coming up, we do have some audio from Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy. We will listen in to that to finish things up. Coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Huge day of NFL trades yesterday as Myles Garrett was dealt from the Cleveland Browns to the Rams in exchange for Jared Verse, Pro Bowler, Rookie of the Year on the defensive side of the football not that long ago, too. Signed for a couple more years with the Browns, and it's just a really good player that was dealt back in the trade. A first-round pick went back to Cleveland as well, and a couple other draft picks. The Philadelphia Eagles traded A.J. Brown, star wide receiver, in exchange for a 2028 first-round pick to the New England Patriots. So the Patriots get another weapon for Drake May in their offense and makes that a better team. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe has a message he wants to tell you about his feet.
I always want to tell you about my feet, oh limitless wonder. And here's the thing that happened to me a little while back is the joints of my big toes just started to hurt. And it became, I won't forget it either. It was a long time ago. And it was a pain that just wouldn't go away. It was throbbing a lot and eventually became a situation where I tried to get it diagnosed. They said I had gout, things like that. It wasn't that. Eventually, I didn't care. I just wanted some relief, and I got it thanks to the Good Feet store. Specifically, Good Feet foot arch supports designed to provide relief, balance, and comfort, and they're available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, and it worked for me. Could work for you, whatever you have going on. Plantar fasciitis, could be needles in your heel, could be stuff in the balls of your feet, whatever it is, this could work. Go to goodfeet.com or visit a store. Go to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, coming off a big baseball win I saw yesterday, I think it was, maybe the day before. I don't know. I was just watching the highlights. That's in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. And there's a Good Feet store now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. So come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Rams and the Browns were a part of a historic blockbuster trade, and the Rams are acquiring reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett from the Browns. Cleveland, on the other hand, receives two-time Pro Bowl edge rusher Jared Verse and 3 high draft picks. With next year's Super Bowl returning to SoFi Stadium, the Rams are officially all in. I'm Addie Bates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, if you've been putting off your bathroom remodel, here's a sign to finally do it. West Shore Home has been making home remodeling easier for local homeowners for 20 years. And right now, they're celebrating with their 20th anniversary sale. Here's what 20 years of doing this right looks like. Every installation handled by their teams of highly trained employee installers, never subcontractors, and tens of thousands of 5-star reviews from homeowners just like you. Getting started is simple. To schedule your free, no-obligation consultation, call 1-800-WEST-SHORE or visit westshorehome.com/fan. They'll help you build your dream space, and you'll get a price that's locked in for an entire year. And right now, their 20th anniversary sale means 20% off your project, 20 months of no payments, and no interest financing. And for being a fan of the show, an extra $500 off your project. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Service your vehicle the easy way at Joe Ball GMC. Open 6 days a week with convenient scheduling, free shuttle service, complimentary loaners, and a comfortable lounge. Our ASE certified team services all makes and models with a price match guarantee. Visit Route 8 Glenshaw or JoeBallGM.com.
When disaster hits your home or business, every minute matters. Call All Dry Ross Draver Fay West, your local team for mold remediation, 24/7 water damage restoration, fire restoration, and odor removal. From burst pipes to smoke damage and everything in between, they respond fast and help restore your property quickly and professionally. Don't let damage get worse. Trust the team that's ready anytime, day or night. All Dry Ross Draver Fay West. Restoring homes, restoring peace of mind. We expect the unexpected.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan text line 412-928-9370 is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Finishing things up here on a Tuesday, Pomp and Joe both out golfing. Chris Muller is as well at Oakmont as we get to social media's biggest loser. That's brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Any takers there, Austin?
Ooh.
Social media's biggest loser?
Myles Garrett for basically forcing his way out of Cleveland yesterday.
I thought you would have gone with Jared Verse, the poor sap who woke up today and realized he's going to the Browns.
Yeah, he definitely is the bigger loser in that regard. But Myles Garrett is the bigger loser for all that transpired in Cleveland. Would you admit to that?
Yeah. But
poor Jared Verse.
Now he has himself a big opportunity to win a Super Bowl.
Verse will torment the Steelers a little bit.
Oh, he's a good player.
He's good.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's no Myles Garrett, but he's a good player.
Pro Bowler, Defensive Rookie of the Year. That guy can play.
What's cooking? That's brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Also want to tell you that you can follow the show on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Mike McCarthy has spoken. We finally got these comments turned around. He talked to Jeff Hathorn and others on the first day of Steelers mandatory minicamp. Here he is.
This is our official minicamp, and frankly, what we're trying to accomplish this week is to complete our install. I know I've talked a lot about getting everything in before the 12th. This will give us that opportunity this week. We're also operating on a in-season schedule, which I think is important because it is our first year here, to give the men a chance to, feel what a Thursday in-season schedule will be like. So doing a lot of little things like that, but it's been great. We got excellent participation, which we've had all year, and we're looking forward to a great day of work. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Mike, is there anyone you don't expect to be here?
I'm really happy with the participation. I didn't even take attendance today, so it's been great.
Coach, in terms of the quarterbacks, how do you kind of work through the young guys and Aaron and just getting the reps that you need to see what they have?
I mean, having 4 quarterbacks, there's obviously a lot of benefits to it. I think anytime you can establish the room, the value in our room, obviously with Aaron Rodgers, the experience and just what he brings to the table. And I'm not just talking about playing between the white lines, but his experience and what he can add to a conversation in the quarterback room has been extremely valuable for our younger players. I've really grown to have a lot of appreciation for Mason. I'm really enjoying our time together. He's a hell of a football player. So another layer of experience for our 2 young players. So and Will and Drew are just soaking it up. Frankly, I mean they're just soaking it up, and they've done a really good job in that aspect of it too. So that's the benefits of it, to have a diverse group like that, because you never have enough quarterbacks. The challenge frankly is trying to find reps for these guys. Like for instance today, we have 3 2-minute drills in the 7-on-7. We're going to let Mason and the 2 young guys take it. So just trying to balance that out. So that's really only challenge. But I'm really enjoying having 4 quarterbacks.
Mike, you have 55 touches thing we were talking about last week. Have you hit that a lot in your career traditionally? Because it seems pretty ambitious.
It is ambitious. Traditionally the number was 53. I think I spoke on that. But I think just the way the league has gone with the rules and things like that, just the way things have opened up, I think 55 is an attainable goal, but it's definitely a higher goal. But it's more about the mindset of how you train. There's more to it than just achieving a statistical goal that week. It puts you on a focus of how you want to play the game, which also focuses on how you train, focuses on how you install, how you educate and interact with the players, what their expectations are in each and every game. But to sit here and tell you statistically exactly how you're going to play every week, that's not practicable, because that's the NFL is so competitive. But it's definitely something that I've always paid attention to. I got into the league in 1993 as a quality control coach, and I've always I've had game analysis as part of my thought process.
Mike, what you have to use this week and the upcoming weeks before camp with Patrick Graham to find out different ways that maybe haven't been used yet, or just more ways to use Nick Herbig?
Well, we have been doing that. I mean, as far as just the challenge, I think if you watch the early team period, the pressure drill has been outstanding. Just to the conversations, the protection adjustments, changing some of the verbiage and things, just taking advantage of things that are, terminology-wise that were used here in the past versus what we initially installed. And it's great to have Nick here. Nick's excited about being here, and so we'll definitely highlight the packages for Nick both this week and next week.
Mike, when you have players who are in the middle of contract negotiations and they might choose not to participate, or at least not participate in full out here, what are your conversations like with them, and especially with the new staff? How do you make sure that they're up to speed so that then when they do return, they're ready to go?
I think it's like everything in life, frankly. There's a personal side to this. There's a professional side to this. And when you break down the professional aspects of being in the NFL as a coach or a player, we all have contracts. So when those things occur, they really, frankly, just put that into a business category. So been dealing with it for 20 years. And the same advice I've always given. It's a business situation, and do the things you need to do necessary. But in Nick's case, he's been in constant communication with us. I had lunch with Nick in March out there in Scottsdale. So he's done the things necessary. But he's in a business situation. So I think it's no different than any of our players. I think you just separate that and this is an important time in their lives. I mean, their business decisions and business opportunities can change, the course of their life and their family's life, and I don't take that for granted. But also, I'm in charge of the football part of it, so we don't lose sight on that. And I think like any time you have situations where you're not together, or you just make sure you communicate. And I think our guys have done a good job with that, especially being in year one.
Mike, in your short time with Darnell, what is impressive you about him, and how do you see him?
Love Darnell. He's been there every day. See the classroom, good student. He's a pro's pro. I've been very, very impressed with him. So, he's done everything we've asked. I just think, I know I keep saying this. In year one, as you get to know your players, there's certain schemes you may tilt one way or the other, variations of schemes, and and definitely we've been doing that with our tight ends, and he's a big part of that reason.
Mike, last week you parted ways with Darius Swinton. Is there any additional light you can shed on that, and do you anticipate replacing that role with an outside hire?
Well, I mean, the situation's been dealt with internally, and we're moving forward. As far as the hiring process, it's going on, and I'm taking the steps necessary. But yes, we will be hiring a coach here in the future.
Mike, when we talked to Joe Witt, he brought up a comparison of Jalen Ramsey comparing him to Charles Woodson as far as his savvy, you guys both coached him. What have you seen just in the early impressions of Jalen that reminds you of Charles Woodson as far as his football brain and IQ?
I think like a lot of things times in this league, as far as my experience, is when you get to see a player live, and I obviously Charles Woodson was a Hall of Fame player for us up there in Green Bay, and I knew that from being in the division prior to that when I coached at the Chiefs. So I knew what he was all about, competing against him. But when Charles came to Green Bay, when we moved him inside and he played the nickel, I thought his game went to a whole different level. So his ability to be so impactful because we moved him closer to the ball. And fast forward, my time in Dallas, seeing Jalen from afar, appreciating his game, particularly as a corner, but practicing against the Rams and then competing against the Rams, I was so impressed with him as a nickel, and it was the same kind of felt very similar to the impact that I watched Charles make on those teams, and I thought Jalen has that same ability. He's a piece. He's a special piece to our defense. I mean, he can play nickel. He can play corner, obviously. He can play dime, and also can play safety. So I'm really looking forward to working with him. I think I can see exactly why Joe says that. That's an excellent comparison.
Guys, two more quick ones.
Mike, I know this is your first year in this division coaching, but can you imagine an AFC North without Myles Garrett in it?
I'm all for it. I mean, Myles Garrett's a phenomenal player. I had a chance to compete against him 2 years ago. So, but when you see these types of situations, it happens, and he obviously will have a great opportunity out there in LA. But these trades and transactions, I'm never surprised too. But what a great player.
Mike, last one. That NFL referees are here. What is the purpose, and is that something that goes on in the league or mandatory minicamp?
Yeah, I think it's great that the officials are here. Ron Torben and his staff are here. We introduced the guys to our players in a team meeting this morning. So I think, and I've always felt this way, and I think it was the last 5 or 6 years I think they've done a great job of coming to having multiple crews to your training camp. So I think anytime you can increase your communication, particularly with individuals that are part of the competition on the field, that's a positive thing. So I think it's great that they're here. They're going to work a little bit during our 2-minute drill, and I've encouraged our players and coaches to interact with them. We were invited to go to every meeting, and I think it's important to have them here as much as possible. I think it's good for them, and I think it's good for us.
There you have it, Mike McCarthy with the media on the first day of mandatory minicamp. You heard a couple of question and answers there about the guys up for extensions. Nick Herbig, he talked about his conversations with him. Darnell Washington, Nick Farabaugh mentioned Joey Porter Jr. earlier in the show as well. Want to thank Austin Bechtold for his fine work behind the glass, the man we call City Limits. A thank you to Michael McHenry, Chandler Rome, Nick Farabaugh for their contributions. A thank you to anybody who joined the conversation via phone, text, YouTube chat, or Twitter. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A beautiful day, sunny, and a high of 75. Andrew Filipponi is next on 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football signing off.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, it'll be Bubba Chandler tonight for the Pirates. 8:10 first pitch in Houston as they play against the Astros for the first of 3 games. Hear it right here on The Fan. Dan Zangerli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:15. Mike Burrows pitches for the Astros. Also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY is where you find it. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. PM team is next. Talk to you tomorrow.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back. June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities. And this is your time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a donation or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and Centos. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you make the most of Westwood One Sports. French Open quarterfinals continue tomorrow on the men's side, and in an all-Italian, all-Matteo battle, I think Berrettini, the former finalist at Wimbledon, cruises into the semis. His compatriot Matteo Arnaldi has played some cinematic matches this tournament, but it's going to catch up with him. He's played 18 hours on court in his 4 matches thus far. His legs have to be hanging on by a thread. I'm taking Matteo Berrettini to cover the game spread. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad, Les, and my sister, Sarah. We recently got a card in the mail from a person we don't know telling us how much she loves the American flags flying outside our office. It meant a lot to us. We lined the road in front of our building with flags to mark patriotic holidays, and last year we installed a towering flagpole with both the American and Marine Corps flags waving proudly, as I served 5 years in the Marines before returning to school to study economics. We honor America because we love America, and we're grateful for the opportunities she provides. The day we opened the doors to our family business was one of the best of my life. Our American workplace encourages and rewards risk-taking, innovation, and hard work. We feel lucky to work with people who've prospered in a country that helped them achieve personal and financial success. We don't take the privilege of living here for granted, and we are proud to be Americans. Visit us at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
That was the moment when I realized I got to do something. I was scheduled to go in for knee surgery, and for the pre-op, they do the blood work. It was determined that I was now type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. Years ago, I could cut back and lose weight, and I was finding it difficult to do that. 2 days into the Awaken 180 program, my daily glucose level went from 170 down to 61. 1 week into the program, I lost 10.5 pounds. That was the eye-opener that I knew this was the right thing for me. They teach you the lifestyle change and how to be smart. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Doran Dickerson here. Do you want access to the building supplier that the pros have? If you've got a home project coming up, you need to check out Reed Building Supply in McKees Rocks. Whether you're upgrading your space or starting from scratch, my guys at Reed Building Supply have everything you need: decking, windows, doors, cabinets, floors, tools, and so much more. Their team offers project consultation services to help you plan, price, and execute your project the right way from the start. ReedBuildingSupply.com, Robb Street in McKees Rocks. Reed Building Supply, your partner from planning to completion.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched. Dan Marino was the quarterback for our Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western Pennsylvania. Join the PGT Proud Professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
The area's largest outdoor volleyball event, the Pittsburgh Grass Open, returns to South Park Fairgrounds July 24th through the 26th. Music, food trucks, beer, and a $10,000 prize purse. Juniors, adults, and all skill levels welcome. Register at PittsburghGrassVolleyball.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Okay, the Pirates start a 3-game series in Houston tonight. Shortly after 8 o'clock, we will have the game for you here on the Fan, which means that in the 7 o'clock hour, very early on, we will have a pregame show that begins with the leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Mike Burrows on the mound against his former team. Bubba Chandler for the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We've got 6 starters, and we decided we're not going to go to a permanent 6-man rotation. We made the decision that Carmen was the one we were going to ask to go into a bulk length role in the bullpen, and that was not because we don't believe he's a starter. We do. I think he's proven he can do that. We believe he can do that. We certainly believe that could happen even again this year, depending on circumstance, health, performance, etc. In the short term, we decided that Paul Skeens, Mitch Keller, Braxton Ashcraft, Bubba Chandler, and Jared Jones would continue to take the ball as starters. We believed, after a lot of debate, that was what was best for the team, and that was the decision we made. He, not surprisingly, didn't agree with that decision. We want players to express that. We want players to be honest about how they feel about decisions, and then it's our job to work with them to get them into a spot where, okay, we've disagreed on this, we've shared the information, and now let's go win games.
All right, it's been a little while since we talked. That would be Friday. I was off yesterday because of a family situation. 2-year-old daughter had surgery, knock on wood, although I don't see any in studio. Things have gone well there. She's on the road to recovery. So I'm back just in time to take over for Mulsey, who is out playing Oakmont today, along with both midday hosts, Pompiani and Starkey. They rolled out the red carpet at Oakmont, the course that has hosted the most U.S. Opens in golf history, for 3 of our guys today. No invite for Doran, which I think is kind of BS. No invite for Crowley because he doesn't golf. No invite for me, which I'm fine with because I'm not a big golfer either. I do, though, as a sidebar topic, I do wonder, as a novice golfer, if Oakmont is overrated. And I'm sure we have such a broad audience all over the place, YouTube, X, 93.7 FM here in Pittsburgh and surrounding environs. This is purportedly one of the great golf courses in America. But if a golf course is too hard, if it's only fun for guys who golf all the time or really good golfers, well, then what kind of golf course is it really? And that's what I've heard, that even if you're decent, you stink when you go to Oakmont, even with the help of a caddy. So if you'd like to clarify that as someone who has played there or belongs there, please do it, 412-928-9370. But that doesn't sound like a fun 6 hours to me. You're decent at golf and the place makes you look like ass. And you leave there saying, this was the thrill of a lifetime? I pinch myself that I got to play Oakmont? I don't get that part of it. You know, I've never been to a restaurant where it's like, oh my God, this is a Michelin-rated 5-star place, but I needed to work to eat all my food and it took me 4 hours. It was worth it. I guess I struggle with that with Oakmont, but you know, people can call in and say, you're not a golfer, you don't get it. 412-928-9370. We'll start Pirates, Carmen Mlodzinski, this whole deal. I've got kind of a fresh perspective on it. He's off the restricted list. That's controversial how that happened. We'll probably spend a little bit of time on that too. Bubba Chandler's going to pitch tonight, which means the Pirates will probably lose, which is why I wanted Mlodzinski to stay in the rotation in the first place, because when Mlodzinski wins, the Pirates win, and when Chandler pitches, the Pirates lose, which to me made this a pretty black and white decision. Keep Mlodzinski, move Chandler either to the bullpen or the minor leagues. That's not how they did it. I'm rehashing a lot of things, but again, I'm just getting caught up because I wasn't here the last few days. So I will actually cut to the chase here and not take you through the laborious parts of what's gone on here, because if you're a Pirates fan and you listen to the station, you know all the details. Here's what I'm going to say about Carmen Mlodzinski. I actually want to not fully apologize, but I want to take back some of the things I said on social media about him for this reason. The guy is getting branded and labeled as some horrible dude now, and as some horrible teammate, bad guy, bad teammate, selfish guy, horrible guy, not someone you want to pay, not someone you want to have around. Like, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying that the narrative and opinion on Carmen Mlodzinski changed radically over the last week. What really happened here? Let's be honest about it. The guy had a mini temper tantrum. I don't think that that's wrong in saying that. I think he freaked out because he felt like he was wrongly treated by his employer, which is a relatable thing to probably 99% of this audience. And he needed a personal day. He needed I would call it a mental health day, which I'll say this, and you can call me soft, and you can call me whatever P word or B word or whatever you want to say in stating this. You know, I think mental health is a pretty important thing. I think we all have probably friends or family members or coworkers that have battled mental health issues. If he needed one day to clear his mind and get his head right, and he's promising now that he's ready to rededicate himself to the team. At the end of the day, that's not the biggest, most cardinal sin of all time. Now, if he did that in a playoff series, if he did that in a pennant race, if the team was on hard times and they were depleted and demoralized in the bullpen, let's say, and he did it then, well, then we could debate that even more. He took a personal day when Braxton Ashcraft was on the mound and the Pirates had won 2 in a row and they ended up winning the game. In my opinion, it should be water under the bridge. I sense that it's really not with fans, though. And I probably would say that goes back to this being, and I would fancy myself this, although maybe I'm taking a minority opinion on this, this is a pretty blue-collar town at the end of the day, even though obviously we don't really specialize in factories and mills anymore, and it's more about tech and that kind of thing, but I think the ethos of Pittsburgh is still blue collar. You punch in, you punch out of work, you bring your hard hat, you bring your lunch pail, you keep your head down, you do your job. I think that kind of work ethic has been instilled into a lot of people that are still here from their grandparents or parents. So it doesn't sit right with people when there's this reaction. And that's like the guttural, I think, knee-jerk reaction from even me as a fan. This guy's making potentially millions of dollars to play a kid's game. So what? His boss said, you're not good enough to be in the rotation. He's not losing his job. He's not getting sent to Siberia. He's not getting sent to the minors. He's still on the Pirates team, just in a different role. Stinks. Probably wrong to do so, in my opinion, but not the end of the world. However, these are human beings, not robots, not AI. He needed some time to kind of refresh and get his mind right. And so much of sports is mental. So much of it is psychology. If we're talking about the slimmest of margins in professional sports, where you have to be great, you have to be elite just to get to the majors, the last thing you want is to have some kind of mental block. I mean, ask Steve Blass about mental blocks. Ask Pedro Alvarez about mental blocks. Guys get yips. Guys, for God knows what reason, lose it. So I am a little more empathetic because he didn't demand a trade. Yes, it dragged on a little bit longer than I would have liked. It didn't hurt the team. And he's vowing to go out there and do his job tonight. Now, if he stinks out there, then, again, we can have that conversation about how Carmen Mlodzinski is not cut from the right cloth and is not made of the right stuff to be a successful major league pitcher. I'm willing to have that conversation when it happens, but I just feel like right now there is a super rush to judgment to want to crucify this guy. And I will admit that when I first saw his comments, I'm like, well, this is off-putting. And then when you see the restricted list thing on Sunday, you're like, F this guy. But upon further reflection, I thought to myself, all right, this guy needed a mental health day. He needed a personal day. That happens not only in sports, probably less commonly in sports, but it happens in real jobs across America, everywhere. People take long sabbaticals for mental health, months off. It happens. We should probably be a little bit more accepting of it now. It's a cutthroat business. It's a results-oriented business. You can't hold a guy's hand and be patient forever. But it was one day. He's back. I say I'm willing to give Carmen Mlodzinski a second chance, but my sense, and maybe I'll be wrong about this, and that is why I keep putting out the number, because Chris is not here to bounce things off. So I am at your mercy at 412-928-9370. I'll have to listen to the court of public opinion on this. I just feel like among the Pirates masses that I see, Carmen Mlodzinski has napalmed Bridges, has sullied his name, and has completely ruined his reputation with fans. And in the span of a week, went from being someone that fans felt sorry for to being someone that fans have rallied around to hate. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this exercise won't work. But that is the beauty of sports talk radio, is literally invented so we can have two-way conversations. So I'm going to throw the telephone number out there one more time and hear what you have to say at 412-928-9370, beginning with a guy named Brian in New Brighton. Hello, Brian.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
I have two questions, or 2 points. One, I think chalking this up to a mental health episode is doing a disservice to mental health.
Mental health in the sports perspective. I mean, he wasn't right. He didn't think he could help his team because his mind and focus was not where it needed to be. What else would you call it?
I think that goes to my second point. I wonder, and I don't know what the options are, but how the Pirates handled this. If you knew this was going to be a rough move for him and you are, quote-unquote, demoting him and putting him in that position, did you have to put him on the exempt list? Is there any other way you could have protected him
Yeah, I think that's I mean, all they needed to do was keep their fingers crossed that they didn't need him to pitch on Sunday. I mean, I don't know why you would call Cam Sanders up when he literally is a guy that pretty much lights himself on fire every time he goes into a game. So you're right. I mean, they did something that they knew the optics of it were going to be very, very unfavorable, and we're going to get fans to turn on one of their own players. I agree with you on that.
And they poured gas on the fire by putting him on the exempt list, because the only reason you would put him on the exempt list is just because he just looks bad.
I agree, because he refused to pitch. So I'll tell you what, like, here's where I think you're right. They really can't say as an organization that this is no big deal and there's nothing to see here when they made that move on Sunday. They made a very, very aggressive move that made it clear to everybody that somebody did not want to do their job. And they knew by doing that, they couldn't, like, have plausible deniability or, hide behind or lie that the guy was taking it in stride. It made it very clear that he was upset and that he was unwilling to do his job for the day. But it was just for one day. So that's why I'm saying, like, am I going to now look at Carmen Mlodzinski as a quitter? Because for one day he didn't want to do his job and it didn't hurt the
Pirates
team?
Made him.
I know they did.
The Pirates made him look like the quitter.
I agree, but guess what, Brian? Newsflash, I don't always agree with every move the Pirates make. So they can brand a guy that doesn't mean I have to feel that way.
Oh, and I don't either. I'm agreeing with you 100% in this thing. I just don't agree with the mental health side of it, but that's...
Well, I think it's... if you want me to better describe it as something that's like sports mental health, fine. I do think that's what it is. He was in a bad place with his job. Occupational mental health, call it. He's in a bad spot. And, sometimes people aren't honest about that. You go out, you do a crappy job. He wasn't ready to do it. Like, I wish he would have just sucked it up and pitched. He didn't. But just how bad of a crime is that? Do you want to trade a guy or jettison a guy because of that? I mean, maybe you do. And I'm conceding that my first reaction was to really pile on this guy, but I don't feel that way right now. Dave is next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, Pony. I agree with you to that extent. I think he definitely, he took it hard and deservedly so. He bumpered Chandler just because he's, potential. They kept him up when he sucks. They should have sent him down to the minors, but according to them, they're worried about the future and whatever. So I can understand him being pissed and needing the mental health day. I think they also screwed him by putting him on that restricted list. And who knows, maybe the purpose was to sort of make him not untouchable, but make other clubs think differently. If he decides later or whatever, maybe he wants to go somewhere else or whatever, it might give him a little negotiation tool to lowball him if they want to keep him. I don't know. It made no sense to put him on that restricted list. Like you said, just don't say anything. He doesn't have to pitch Sunday or whatever that day, and everything's fine, and no one knows the better for it.
Well, they were trying to cover their ass in case the game went to extra innings or something for one day. But the trade-off or the consequences of that, the ramifications of that were, now everybody knows, now it's abundantly clear that this guy is refusing to pitch for you. And it stirred up the masses, and it got people very upset with Carmen Mlodzinski, and it created a distraction so far as it made Monday, because I went back and listened and everything else. It turned Monday, instead of it being a day where the Pirates swept the Twins and there were good vibes and momentum, yesterday turned into a referendum on Mlodzinski's character. That's what happened by making that move. That's because, and I'm not blaming any of the shows. That's what people wanted to talk about. And so now it really, tonight is the night. It's Chandler's spot in the rotation. You would think it's possible Mlodzinski follows him in pitches tonight. If he's available now. He's off the restricted list. So now it comes to a head. And for all the people that have slammed Mlodzinski, what happens if Chandler goes out there and stinks and Mlodzinski pitches well? My guess is fans are going to take back all the stuff they said about Mlodzinski And they're going to be right back on the bandwagon of take Chandler out of the rotation and put Majinski there. That's all it's going to take. But I would say right now, social media response and callers into this station, we've got some of the best callers in America, some of the most passionate baseball fans in America. Sorry, Bob Smizek. It's true. Carmen Majinski has gotten just lambasted by people. And I get it, but right now I don't agree with it. And I want to get your thoughts at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. Personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The way that Majinski has reacted to this restricted list story and getting back on the team is controversial in its own right, if you haven't noticed. We'll chime in on that too coming back. 412-928-9370. Buccos and Stros tonight on The Fan. Big spot for Bubba Chandler. Intern Dom is a headline. Intern Jack is here as well. He's the first voice you hear when you call in. Quick timeout and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Pony just said it. Pirates and Astros tonight at 8:10. Pittsburgh on a 3-game win streak. The Astros are 27-34 this year, and it's the first time these two teams are meeting this season. You can listen right here on The Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 7:45. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Bob, the running game went to pot that year, didn't it? Come on, Bob. Give me some credit.
I laughed. I gave you. What do you want me to do?
It was just a little tiny chuckle.
Because I've
Jeff
heard
laughed
these kinds
aloud.
of things.
I think Bell and Blunt had a joint agreement, Bob, to be the Steelers running backs. Jeff, did you like that?
I'm enjoying these jokes.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Los Angeles Rams made a big splash yesterday, trading for star defensive end Myles Garrett. Garrett set the single-season sack record with 23 sacks. Garrett now has a chance to be part of one of the best rosters in football. I'm Chris Platt.
It's Nor Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards. Like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirafast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirafast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Dan Zhang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, let's go, come on!
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
My belief is that Carmen Mlodzinski is going to pitch a lot of meaningful innings for this team this year, and he's going to help us win games, and I'm looking forward to seeing that. He's a very tough-minded, strong-willed guy, and that's part of what makes him successful. When you get into situations where the decision is, like someone like Carmen doesn't agree with, well, he's not going to turn that strong will off during those times. So it's just part of it. It's just part of leading and managing and communicating. We're working through that, and I expect Carmen, barring something unforeseen, I expect we're going to see Carmen pitch again in a game here very soon.
Could be tonight. Ben Cherington on his radio show now called the Pirates Insider, which is another whole topic. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Talking to you guys about this feeling I get that Carmen Mlodzinski has turned himself into persona non grata. And I get that initially. Now that we've had some days to cool off and it looks like he's back on, well, he is, not looks, he's back on the roster and probably he's going to pitch tonight. Can it be forgiven? And I tried to put myself in his shoes, and I don't necessarily agree with how he handled things, but calling him a quitter and a baby and things like that, looking back on it, I think was probably harsh. I mean, if this had dragged on and he was on the restricted list for weeks and refused to pitch or demanded a trade, that would be different. That's not what happened. He got 1 day off. He took one mental health or one personal day. 412-928-9370. I teased on Twitter that there's a crazy Pirates rumor. That's what I'm going to describe it as, just a rumor. But there's a rumor out there that the Pirates traded Justin Lawrence to the Twins. That happened late last night for cash considerations. And the cash the Pirates got back doesn't even total $100. If that's true, that they got back like the equivalent of what it takes to barely fill your car with gas, that is one of the funniest trades. That is similar to when the very rare trade happens where a guy gets traded for a player to be named later, and then he becomes the player to be named later. So he gets traded for himself, which has happened a few times. But, I mean, the Twins are not exactly flush with cash. Honestly, what should they have given up for a bad pitcher? Right, Dom? Like, I have no context for what the cash that gets exchanged in these situations is.
Yeah, I mean, if that's true, if I'm Justin Lawrence, I feel like a piece of crap.
What a chip on his shoulder that would be. What a motivating factor that would end up being.
Right.
Again, if that rumor's true.
Yeah, how accurate do you think this is, if you had to guess? What do you think?
I think less than 50%, but I'm not going to put it at 0%.
Okay, good enough. I'll take that to my bank.
Jason Mackey sat down with Carmen Mlodzinski, or at least talked to Mlodzinski. And Mlodzinski is now trying to say all the right things and saying he's in lockstep and on the same page with the Pirates. And this has created a firestorm among Pirates media, among people who objectively cover the team, because their argument is, I get this, we're spending all this money to cover the team, but the Pirates are just giving stories or scoops to the guy who works for them, being Mackey, who also does shows for us and comes on our shows. To which I say back to those people, what did you expect to happen? I'm actually surprised Mackey hasn't gotten more scoops since he's been in that role. He wasn't the first one that said Connor Griffin had a forearm issue. That was Hiles. He didn't break the Lawrence trade last night. The team's Twitter account did. More and more teams are doing this. The Penguins, for God's sake, announced Evgeny Malkin signing in an email that went out to friggin' season ticket holders. They didn't give that story to, or a reporter didn't get that story. They just gave it to their fan base. I think if I were, and this is always a funny thing to me. Like, what do the fans actually care about? Do the fans care about where they get the information from? I don't think so. They just want it. But they do want the team to be covered objectively in a way where it's not just sunshine and rainbows, and it's not just what the team gives you. Like, if that were the case, if all you wanted as a Pittsburgh sports fan was exactly what the team had to say about things, then our station wouldn't be as popular as it is, and the Steelers' own network radio show would just have gigantic numbers, which it doesn't. So I don't think that there's the app. It's getting pushed in that direction, but I wouldn't say that that's necessarily what fans want. But it did make for some... I finally came up for air late last night after everything with my daughter's surgery, and it did make for some fun Twitter fireworks around 10 o'clock last night. All right, let's get to more of your thoughts on Mlodzinski at 412-928-9370. Here's Jeff in Murraysville. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Pony, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I got to say, first of all, I support Carmen Mlodzinski and how he decided this.
Wow.
And
okay,
you know what? I want to say this. I heard a line on the show about victim of versatility.
Yeah.
And I think that's definitely his situation.
Yep.
We know a lot of us have worked for organizations that at times just don't have the best goals, the best direction in mind. And in some ways, I believe that about the Pirates. And I kind of compare the Pirates to the organization that I worked for almost 30 years. And again, sadly, just like all the things that were going around the Pirates last year, I know that they made some trades this year and they're trying to get things in their reputation to change a little bit. But the reality is, I'll believe it when I see it. And still, you've got some of the same top, president, general manager, owner. Do I really believe it's changed? I mean, was this perfect how Carmen Mlodzinski handled things? Probably not. But I'm sure on the other hand, there's a lot we don't know about how the Pirates basically handled this.
Look, I think we make the mistake a lot of times of comparing our own jobs to the jobs of professional athletes. It's not apples to apples. I mean, there are in any job, in any career, in any occupation, there are probably common threads and commonalities and things that are similar, all that. I will say, again, to maybe back up a little bit of what Jeff is saying, if you felt like you were not being valued appropriately or correctly at your job, and you went out and you tried to find a company that did value you that way, that was willing to give you a raise, was willing to put you in the role you wanted, if you went and did that, and you told your coworkers and friends that you did that, you know what you would get? Probably high fives and pats on the back. Now, obviously, sports are different, but you have to be in everything. I really believe this. You have to be your own biggest advocate. Everybody, we all try to act like we're altruistic and we're humanitarians and we care about people. And to some extent, we probably all do. But at the end of the day, you look out for number one. And number one might be you and by extension, your family and kids. But you look out for yourself because nobody cares more about you than you. So, it would have ticked me off as a fan of the Pirates if Carmen Mlodzinski had said, you know what, I want traded. Find me a team that values me as a starting pitcher because I need to pitch as a starter to get paid the way I want. That would tick me off and upset me as a fan. But if I removed my fandom and looked at it from the outside, like through clear eyes, I would probably get why the guy was doing it. You got to look out for yourself. And he did, and cooler heads prevailed, and now he's willing to pitch out of the bullpen. And if he sucks at it, we can criticize him. But what happens if he's good at it? Are people just going to pretend like they didn't rip him to shreds over the last few days? Probably. Here's Mike in Bethel Park. Hello, Mike.
You guys pretty much stole all my thunder. I agree with Jeff. I wholeheartedly back Mlodzinski and everything he did. And I'm about as old school as you can get. And I don't think he went right up to the line, but I personally don't think he crossed it. The Pirates kind of screwed him up a little bit by putting him on that list you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because they
made him look bad. It made him look
him out for what he did.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Now, that all being said, I mean, I hope he goes out and pitches great out of the bullpen. I don't think he should be there. The guy that should have went down in my eyes is the guy that's not pitching well in the rotation.
And that's Chandler. And that makes tonight's start very, very interesting. Because what if Chandler stinks again? And what if Mlodzinski goes up there and cleans up his mess, but it's too late and the Pirates lose? What do you do then? The thing that the Pirates are rooting for is Chandler goes about 5 innings, pitches his fanny off. Then Mlodzinski comes in and goes the last 3 or 4. And then everybody walks out of whatever they're calling Enron Field or Minute Maid Park now with a smile on their face. Here's one more, John in Cannonsburg. Hello, John.
Hey, what's good? I completely agree with Carmen's view and take on things. I don't think he handled it exactly the correct way. But on the other hand, I also don't think it's some crazy big deal that we need to now vilify this guy forever. I mean, we would all feel the same way in the same situation at our job. So what's the difference? Also, how many times has this probably happened and we haven't seen it? I think the Pirates jumped the gun a little bit by putting him on the restricted list.
The restricted list, the optics of it made him look terrible. And that's what I think Sunday caused the ruckus that it did. And then, Monday was pretty much an opportunity for hosts and fans alike to get the knives out for Mlodzinski. Like, I don't think he didn't apologize. One thing that stood out to me about what Mackey wrote, and we'll see if Mlodzinski talks after the game. If he pitches, he should be accountable for his actions. I do believe in that. Like, if you're going to be your own advocate and you're going to do things a little bit differently, use your pulpit to explain it. And if you don't, well, then you're going to leave people more latitude to jump to their own conclusion and pass judgment on you. Give people information to make a more informed decision about you. But, I didn't sense any contrition in that story. Like, Carmen Mlodzinski said, I'm willing to do what they want me to do, and we're on the same page. He didn't say I'm sorry. He didn't apologize for anything. And maybe that's what some Pirates fans were looking for, hoping for from him, but he didn't do that. And honestly, like, I'm not all the way in his corner, but I'm pretty close. And I'm rooting for him to pitch well and get his job back in the. Well, ideally, I'm hoping for Chandler to figure it out and be the dominant pitcher that he's supposed to be. But frankly, I don't have very high hopes for that and believe that's going to happen as of right now. You can watch us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. We'll step inside the PM Team Sports Court next. We'll get their thoughts. We'll get lawyers. We're going to get the suits involved in this. But first, an Intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight at 8 o'clock. Golden Knights at Hurricanes. Vegas is looking for their first cup since 2023. Carolina looking for their first cup since 2006. Game 1 tonight. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, I'm glad I'm back and able to talk about Comer and Cross. We are having in our community, this is perfect timing for me to talk about this. This upcoming weekend is our community garage sale or yard sale, whatever you want to call it, week. And so I brought up all of our folding tables from downstairs to set up shop in our garage. And we're going to have people come in, and all the quote-unquote junk that we don't want anymore is going to be on display in our garage this upcoming weekend. And that was not something that I would have felt comfortable in doing last year because I was embarrassed about my garage. I really was. The garage floor was gross. It was cracked. It was stained. It was disgusting. Comer and Cross rescued me, and they can do the same thing for you. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love. Gold standard. They told me it's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift. Right now, get 50% off installation. Thousands of people can't be wrong. That's how many 5-star reviews they have. And this is going to increase your home's value. So it's going to look good and add value too. Nothing better. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design an engagement ring just for you. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% on the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is hiring. Great pay, great benefits, and a great career. Apply today at brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, good time to remind you guys that one of our signature events is coming up in a few days. We're putting the finishing touches on our planning for the Fan 5 alarm, spread out over 2 days this year. Wexford Volunteer Fire Department, Wednesday, June 17th. And then June 18th, we'll be at Robinson Town Center. All for an amazing cause, helping fire departments that keep us safe, not just fires, but what they do on the emergency side too, responding to car accidents and things like that. They need our help. You can make a tax-deductible donation now, 937thefan.com. All proceeds benefit 25 local volunteer fire departments, presented by A2Z Fire Equipment, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, People's Natural Gas. All right, let's step inside the sports court. Ready to go here? Dom, let's get the video up. There's our two guys, Nick Katko and Rob Fisher. We always try to make their part of the screen big enough. Can we shrink my side and give them more room? Is that possible with the technology we have? No.
I don't believe so. I mean, we could put them fully
We don't
on
need
the
a
screen, but then
double
you're
anymore because Mulsey's gone. It's just me, which actually gets to the first question in the sports court today for you guys. I'll ask you both. And the way we do things is here we bring up a sports topic. We ask these guys to either support it by defending it or prosecute it and rip it. Is Oakmont a fun golf course to play if you are anything less than great at golf? Prosecute or defend that one, boys.
I am going to defend that it would be a fun course to play. I've never played it. I mostly just want to play it to say that
I am
played
shocked by that, Rob. A guy like Nick who has a voluminous Rolodex of high-end people, famous people, celebrities, rich people, can't get on Oakmont. That's bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
I'm the
disappointing.
opposite. I've played it, and I'm a terrible golfer, and it's not for me.
There you go,
it could
Nick.
be for me, so.
And that's your way of humbly bragging that you're a great golfer and much better than Rob. I got it.
Definitely better than Rob. Great, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, Pomp, Starkey, and Mulsey are there right now, so that's why you're dealing with me solo. How about this one, guys?
Sounds like they needed a fourth.
Sounds like the only way they got in is with the fourth, who's the member there, Nick. So they really did not
I
need.
figured Pomp has those resources. I figured Pomp would be the one to get them.
No, that's only at Laurel Valley, which is another place people have asked me to play, and I have no desire to do it. All right.
I played Laurel. It's excellent.
Prosecute or defend this one. Carmen Majinski is acting like a baby.
Defend.
Defend?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
You don't think?
I think he did. I think he's over it now, and I'm not really that ticked off at him anymore. It's one day. He missed one day of work. He took a personal day, took one mental health day.
I'm not sure he took a mental health day.
Well, what did he do then? He pouted for a day? I mean, isn't that kind of the same
He
thing?
pouted for a day, yeah. Do I think his numbers are good enough to stay in the rotation? Yeah, I believe that. But you had to see the writing on the wall when Jones came back. You got to see what he can do. I think that Chandler's leash grows shorter and shorter with each start. And certainly that could be the next move. I think, what you said in the last segment, Pony, is interesting if he kind of blows it up again and then all of a sudden Majinski comes in to save the game. So that'll be an interesting discourse for next week.
Prosecute or defend this one. Penguins fans should root for the Carolina Hurricanes in the Stanley Cup final.
I'll defend it. To me, it's like a little nostalgic. Jordan Stahl, let that good guy get another one. Someone come from the Eastern Conference. I'm into the Hurricanes right now.
I'm not into it at all. I don't know if I'll watch more than 10 minutes of the Stanley Cup final. Is that bad for me to admit?
I'm not saying
Rob?
I'd watch it.
Prosecute or defend a sports talk show host in Pittsburgh saying he's not going to watch the Stanley Cup final that much.
Yeah, I'd rather watch the NBA Finals. Root for the Spurs.
Yeah, I'll definitely root for the Spurs. And having said the whole thing about the the Hurricanes, there is just no chance I'm rooting for Tortorella to win. No way.
Yeah, he's a loathsome figure. I would agree with that.
Yes.
Prosecute or defend a couple of Steelers players. We'll get into this later in the show. Joey Porter Jr. and Nick Herbig holding in at minicamp. They're there, but they're not working out. Would you defend that action by them or prosecute it?
I'm defending. New coaching staff, different way they're operating with the players. Not as friendly, I'm imagining, as the old era. Getting what's theirs. I'm all for it. Defend.
Nick?
I agree with Rob. Get them paid. Certainly Porter, who has earned a new contract, and it's not like what he's doing is, new or anything we haven't seen before. He has 1 year left on his deal, on his rookie deal. He should get paid.
Yep.
Specifically Porter.
Yes.
All right. Prosecute or defend this one. The Browns actually made a good move in trading Myles Garrett.
I had to take half that deal to trade one of our highly paid defensive players. So, yes, great deal by the Browns.
Which one?
I can't believe
Rob?
I'm saying great deal for the Browns. But I agree. They get a young, good pass rusher and a first rounder in return. I'm not saying they
And a
won't.
second and a third.
Yeah, right. And I'm not saying they won't screw those picks up because we've seen that over the years. But right now on paper, I think it's great. You get the disgruntled edge rusher out who's very expensive, and they can't win with them anyway. So why not get the young pass rusher and a bunch of draft picks?
Yeah.
Twitter wants to know, when we zoom out and get the full room experience there, if the Steelers football above you guys is an autograph football or just a completely random Steelers football?
It's an autograph Rocky Bleier football.
Ooh. And whose office is this? Is this one of yours?
It's Nick's. It's the smaller one with less sports stuff in it.
What is the best sports item in your office, Rob?
I have a 1979 Pirate full team roster with autographs of all the people that were alive when they signed it, of all the players.
So is that pre-2001? So is Stargell on there?
Yep, pre-2001.
Okay. It's a pretty good one. Nick, you got big shoes to fill there, man. You got to step up your
I got
memorabilia
nothing like
game.
that. I have a Rocky Bleier signed football. That's it.
And I got a DeJuan Blair signed basketball. I got those two things going for me.
We have a James Conner signed helmet in the studio. Tony Dorsett signed jersey. Those are both pretty good. And a Bob Pompiani bobblehead.
I'll tell you what, I do for the time being have a Skeens signed ball, but that is being claimed for a children's hospital fundraiser. So
Congratulations on all your success. What a class act you are, Nick. All right.
I know I am. Thank you.
We'll talk again next week. Thanks, guys.
All right.
See ya.
Appreciate it.
There you go. PM Team Sports Court adjourned. Hey, listen to Pomp and Joe tomorrow to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week, Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. Last week was a Malkin rookie card. We'll see what the general has up his sleeve for this week. He's just going to give you a set of Carmen Majinski cards, and then you could take a dump on him, I think is what you're going to bid on this week. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. 69 degrees. No, not here, but inside the retractable roof ballpark that the Astros have played in for the better part of a quarter century. And that's where Bubba Chandler and former Bucco Mike Burrows will square off tonight. All right, mini camp, Steelers. Let's do that next. Mike McCarthy weighs in on the Myles Garrett trade. I've got thoughts. I just mentioned in that conversation with Rob and Nick, 2 Steelers deciding practice. We don't need practice. We'll get into that too. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. I'm Solo Maltz. He's at Oakmont. It's the PM team. And let me tell you guys right now about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment, from spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So, if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA season, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. Game 1 of the NBA Finals will be here tomorrow night. It's in San Antonio. They're the better seed. 2 seed against the Knicks 3 seed. The Spurs, a 4.5-point favorite in the game. The total's 218.5. I do like San Antonio to win that game. Cover and win the series. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
Did the April showers lead to a roof leak? What should you do? Don't wait. That could lead to costlier damage. Call us. It's Sean Whalen from family-owned and operated Whalen Exteriors. Whalen Exteriors will not only inspect your roof with our first-in-class technology, but we survey your attic as well. Comprehensive and honest. No games, gimmicks, or upsells. Is the cost too daunting? We offer financing. Some options with 0% interest for up to 2 years if you qualify. There's no stress and no mess with Whalen Exteriors. That's part of our Respect Your Home guarantee. WhalenExteriors.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Bucks are back. You can catch the games on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show is brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Central Outreach, Spitzer Toyota, Sir Grout, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and D'Amelio's HVAC. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates and Astros tonight. These two teams used to play a lot when they were in the NL Central. Now it's really a once a year thing this year in Houston. First pitch right after 8 o'clock. That means the leadoff show will come your way shortly after 7. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm all for it. I mean, it's Myles Garrett's a phenomenal player. I had a chance to compete against him 2 years ago. So, but when you see these types of situations, it happens, and he'll have a great opportunity out there in LA. But it's these trades and transactions. I'm never surprised too. But what a great player.
Mike McCarthy, all for it. Myles Garrett out of the division. That was the bombshell that happened yesterday afternoon. I was off. My daughter had surgery. She's doing better. I'm getting reports from my wife of an afternoon nap and a trip to relieve herself on the potty, which happens not too often, to be honest. So that's like we're celebrating those small wins or victories, like Steelers playoff wins in my household right now. And so here I am. Mulsey's at Oakmont playing one of the greatest golf courses in America. Some have called it the best golf course in America. True or false for those who have played it, if you want to weigh in on that at 412-928-9370. McCarthy, I think, makes it sound that like it's a mistake by the Browns to give away such a great player. You don't trade. There's some guys that shouldn't be traded. Then again, Wayne Gretzky was traded. We've seen all-time great players. Alex Rodriguez got traded, for example, to the Yankees. I mean, it happens in pro sports. A lot of movement now is free agent related, but still, Hall of Famers get traded in sports constantly. That's why I find the idea of the one helmet guy, the one helmet man, the one uniform thing to be such a quaint notion that the Steelers have held on to. And if you are aspiring to be a winner every year, and you're willing to do whatever it takes to win, it does not help. It's actually, I think, counterintuitive And it can block you or make winning harder if you believe in things like that. And the owner does because he said it all the time. I don't like holding up the Patriots as a gold standard organization because I don't like New England and I root for them to lose all the time. And I'm still scarred by the fact that I think they cheated to win some of their Super Bowls. They voluntarily got rid of Tom Brady. He wanted to play. They kicked him out the door. It's not as if every Steeler all-time great only played for the Steelers. Alan Faneca played for the Arizona Cardinals, for God's sakes. And I agree with the reaction that we've seen among Steelers fans and Steelers media that says something like, yeah, right now, you can't trade TJ Watt for what the Browns got back for Myles Garrett because Watt's not coming off a record-breaking season. But you probably could have the offseason before that. Remember when Watt put up the picture of himself on Instagram with the deuces and the see you later, sayonara thing? You didn't have to give him a third contract. You chose to because the owner holds on to this sentimental thing, which hasn't always been the Steelers' way. Franco Harris played for Seattle. I get it. The owner, his dad, said it was one of his biggest life regrets. So maybe that is actually, as I say this out loud here, extemporaneously, maybe like he's haunted by that. You know, maybe that now has like seeped into, just like there's a lot of Steelers fans, and I kind of agree with this. I don't fully endorse it. Like, I'd say there's probably a solid 33% of me, 1/3, who thinks that one of the guiding lights in drafting Kenny Pickett was that they didn't want to have Dan Marino egg on their face again, even though, and I was a big Kenny Pickett supporter, Kenny Pickett is not or never would be Dan Marino. He didn't have those types of physical gifts bestowed upon him. This ethos or this team policy that exists that we need to cling to these great players even if we're not winning anything with them. I could squint. I'm 40 years old. I'm starting to think with some things I might actually need cheaters and reading glasses, which is a horrible thing to accept at this point in life. And I'm really trying to fight that acceptance, and I haven't gone through with it yet. But I am now noticing that I am squinting at things more than I probably should be. And if I actually went to the eye doctor, which I haven't done in 5 years, they would probably tell me that I need some kind of glasses now. But I don't want to do it because my pride is getting in the way. Anyways, sorry about that side tangent about me having a midlife crisis. Anyways, if TJ Watt had won something here, I could understand if the owner looked at it and said, it would pain me. It would actually, like it, now this is actually, I guess, this is maybe more comparable than it should be. The owner of the Giants on Hard Knocks literally said that it would make him sick to watch Saquon Barkley play for another team. And that premonition he had ended up coming true. And he watched Saquon Barkley win a Super Bowl for the arch rival, for the Eagles. Now, Watt wouldn't have been a free agent. You could have made sure that you didn't trade him to a team that would make it harder to stomach. Like, the Rams are so far away from the Browns. They're in the same league, but they might as well be in different solar systems right now. One team's in Cleveland, the other's in LA. One's in the AFC, the other's in the NFC. One believes it's on the precipice of winning another Super Bowl. The other is chronically rebuilding. You know, that being said, it's probably not going to feel great for Browns fans to watch Myles Garrett win a Super Bowl if it does happen in LA. But you can't, if you're the Browns, look at it and think, okay, if we had kept Myles Garrett, maybe this could be us. Maybe we could have won a Super Bowl with him as the centerpiece of our defense. No, they're so far away from being even a relevant franchise that's like balderdash talk. The Steelers are not as far away as the Browns are from being a competitive football team, but the Steelers aren't close to winning a Super Bowl. And if you're not close to winning a Super Bowl, if you have a 30-year-old depreciating asset on your team, like the Steelers had with TJ Watt, you should not be married to him. Like you have this covenant that you cannot break. 50% of marriages end in divorce. We are a society where people split up with each other all the time who claim to love one another. And it happens every day in pro sports where players get cut or waived or traded. And we are dealing with this, I think, in a way, ancient relic-like organization that views TJ Watt like he's some kind of god or deity, and he's like untouchable when you haven't won crap with him on your team. And we can lay out all of the misfires and the mistakes the Steelers have made during this run of not winning any playoff games, where they, yes, usually finish with a decent record, but are not close to winning a Super Bowl. In the Kenny Pickett selection and the decision to draft Najee Harris in the first round and passing on quarterbacks that became available, like Sam Darnold in free agency last year, or when Baker Mayfield got cut by the Browns and was there for the taking, and the Steelers didn't appear to be interested. All of these things that have put them in their current predicament where they are relying on a 42-year-old quarterback, knowing full well that the best they can probably do is just scratch and tooth and claw their way into the playoffs. On that list of mistakes or mishaps, in my opinion, is not trading TJ Watt. Especially, and this to me makes it even worse, if you are a team that really, and Art Rooney has said this too, you don't believe in rebuilding. You do not believe philosophically in let's take a step backwards to take 2 steps forward, even though the most successful, and I would say this because in my lifetime they've won more championships than the Steelers have, the Penguins in my lifetime have won 5 Stanley Cups, and the Steelers have won 2 Super Bowls. And I know they play different sports. It's not the same thing. It's not exactly the same. But the Penguins have built dynasties on the backs of taking a step backwards to take 2 steps forward. That is how they won 5 Stanley Cups, by doing exactly that. It's an 82-game season. One player can maybe make a bigger difference, although I would argue that a quarterback makes a more profound difference than even a Mario Lemieux or a Sidney Crosby, because those guys only play a third of the game. But either way, it's happened before. Teams have fallen to the bottom of the NFL. I don't know, like the Steelers getting Terry Bradshaw with the number 1 overall pick in the draft. It happens all the time. They don't believe that. But you still, based on the players you had at that position, if you had traded Watt for picks and for a good player, not an edge rusher necessarily, but a good player like the Browns got back for Jared Verse, you still have Alex Highsmith. You still have Nick Herbig. You still have Jack Sawyer. You would have been fine. You would have been fine. And so that's my biggest gripe. Mike McCarthy's over here acting like this is like a day to celebrate if you're a Steelers fan. We don't have to deal with Myles Garrett anymore. No, it's a day where I get a little bit defensive because I think the Steelers could have the Browns are not going to capitalize on this trade because they're incapable of doing that. They are dumb. They are really, really, really stupid. If the Steelers remove some of these artificial restrictions and made-up rules, oh, we can't negotiate with a player in season. We don't believe in trading first-round picks. We don't do this. We don't do that. Why don't you do it? I don't know, because we're the Steelers. If you get rid of some of those entanglements, I believe you give yourself a better chance to win. Oh, well, Pony, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've been the most successful team since the merger. Great, but they haven't won diddly squat in 10 years. And if your new barometer as a Steelers fan is, hey, just give me a 10-7 season, well, then guess what, buddy? Shame on you. You actually should look yourself in the mirror and question what you care about as a sports fan. If the only thing that puts a smile on your face, if you walk around like a peacock unfurled with his feathers everywhere because your football team hasn't had a losing season since 2003, there's not something wrong with me. There's something wrong with you. 412-928-9370. So I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Mike McCarthy is celebrating the Myles Garrett trade. He thinks the Browns did something dumb. I think they might have actually done something smart, even though they'll blow it. And the Steelers should have done it with Watt. So call in and tell me that I'm crazy. Call in and tell me that I'm being a bad Steelers fan. Call in and tell me that I'm being disrespectful to Watt. Say all of those things. I'm a man. I can take it. I'm 40, just like Mike Gundy was. 412-928-9370. Dom, do you want to disagree with me on this? Go ahead. Come on. Fire away.
No, first
Crush
of all,
me for it.
I like the energy. I'm not crushing you because I actually agree. When I said last summer that TJ Watt should have been traded, everybody laughed and said I was a moron.
No, not everybody, because I never laughed at you, and there's a lot of things I've laughed at you at and called you a moron for.
Well, then
I wasn't one of them.
I guess we're in lockstep then, because I think the Steelers look stupid for not trading TJ Watt. He's going to get worse and worse. And I think the Browns actually come out of this looking kind of smart.
Who do you think is wearing the biggest dunce hat? I think it's Art Rooney. I don't think it's a Mike Tomlin thing. I don't think
I'm shocked. You're not going to blame Mike Tomlin for something?
I don't think it's an Omar Khan thing. I think when the owner says he's a one helmet guy, you are telling all the people who work underneath you, over my dead body, I will lay down in front of a tank to keep this guy.
Sure.
My name's on the checks. I call the shots. As long as I'm the boss and TJ Watt wants to play football, he's going to play for us.
Now, I will say, I think the one part we might disagree with a little bit is I do think there is something to say when you are a one jersey player. I think that does enhance your legacy. I don't know if...
So Tom Brady's not the greatest player in NFL history? He's not the greatest quarterback of all time? Played for two teams?
I think that's different. The Patriots pushed him out the back door. It wasn't
Jerry
his
Rice
choice.
isn't the best receiver of all time because he played for the Raiders, the
It hurts
Seahawks.
his aura a little bit.
No, it does
not.
not.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
It hurts his...
He played for like the Seahawks and the Raiders. It hurts his aura.
I literally just said that. It does not hurt anything.
Yes, it does.
There is not a single human, maybe other than you, if this is the conversation you're trying to have with me, there's not another human on earth who thinks that there's a better wide receiver who's played football than Jerry Rice.
Oh, I do.
He is the absolute GOAT.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss did the same thing.
And it also hurts his aura. I agree with you.
How does it hurt your aura if you are the number one guy and you've played for multiple teams? Your aura literally can't get better if you're ranked number one.
Because there's something
have the
to
highest
say.
aura.
There's something to say about being on one team with one fan base in one city for your entire career. Kobe was a Laker for his career. Tim Duncan was a Spur for his career.
Yes, and you know
John
who
Elway was a Bronco for his career.
And you know who you left out? Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and those are the two guys we debate as the first and second best player, and they played for multiple teams.
And everyone says it hurts Michael's aura that he played for the Wizards for 2 years.
No, I'm pretty sure they don't. I'm pretty sure he still gets regarded as the greatest player or the second greatest player of all time. And it's not like people go to a tennis shoe store and look at the vintage Jordans and say to themselves, you know what? I don't want to pay $200 for this because I'm remembering the 2 years he spent with the Washington Wizards and sucked.
Pony,
that doesn't happen.
No one's saying it takes away from their greatness. I'm saying it takes away from their aura.
I don't even know what that means right now.
You don't know what aura means?
No,
When you look back on someone's legacy and you say, man, they were the guy. They were cool. They had an atmosphere about them. You know what? It hurts a little bit that, Joe Montana was on the Chiefs for 2 years.
Not really. He was fine with the Chiefs.
He went to an AFC
Championship game, yes.
But if he was a Niner for his whole career, it helps his aura a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
So it would, now if he had stayed with the Niners, aura scales, he goes above Tom Brady because he has 4 rings and he stayed with one team and Tom sold himself out to play with Tampa?
No.
Aura chart, give it to Montana. Sorry, Tom.
No.
I hope you like looking like you're 28 years old with all the Botox and plastic surgery you've had done in the last few years.
Greatness and aura are two different things, Pony. You're confusing them.
I don't really give a rat's ass about Aura. I guess I don't really understand what's valuable about Aura right now.
I think it's a part of your legacy, how people look back on you. 100%. So, like, if TJ Watt was traded to a different team, I think it would hurt his career aura.
So Myles Garrett's aura took a dip yesterday. If his aura was 10 before this trade, now his aura's down to an 8 because there's going to be pictures and video of him wearing Ram stuff instead of Brown stuff?
Well, there's exceptions. I think this is an exception because he's going from Cleveland to Los Angeles. I think that changes things a little bit. But overall, yes, being on one team, like Emmitt Smith, he played for the Cardinals for, 1 year, 2 years?
Yeah.
Hurts his aura.
412-928-9370 if you want to get into an aura argument. Maybe so many people agree with me that they don't want to call in and say that I'm wrong about this Myles Garrett situation and what Mike McCarthy said, where he's just so excited. He's exuberant that Myles Garrett got traded. I get it. Doesn't have the game plan for him anymore. I wish he didn't have TJ Watt on his team. And the Steelers had balls. You got to have balls, man. You know, that's one of the things I respect about the Penguins is they've taken big swings. Go out and make a big move. I thought the Steelers had balls when they traded for DK Metcalf. That's a ballsy move. Give me balls in sports. Give me cojones. Give me gonads. Give me testicles. Okay, I know this is I'm going a little far with this, but give me a team. Don't give me these half-measure, half-ass moves. Go for the gusto. And once in a while, put your neck out there and say, maybe the fans aren't going to like this, but we believe that it's in the best interest of the team, big picture. And the owner of the team with the Steelers, I think, just presents that from happening. That's why I'm sorry. I think Art Rooney's a very overrated owner. Super guy, nice guy. If I saw him, I would shake his hand, and to his face, I would say, you're a fantastic person, probably, but I thoroughly disagree with the way you run your business. And he would say, well, we haven't had a losing season since 2003. And I would say, great. When was the last time you were really in the mix to win a Super Bowl? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A person you law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here is Rob in West Mifflin. Hello, Rob.
Tony, I'm with you, man. I've seen this happen, man. First of all, how you doing? My bad.
No, it's okay. Everybody knows how I'm doing. My daughter had surgery yesterday. Malsey's playing golf and blowing off work. Dom is making ridiculous arguments where Jerry Rice's aura was hurt by playing with multiple teams. Just another day at the mill.
I hope a speedy recovery for your daughter.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about that, man. Yeah, I've seen this happen. I almost threw up, man. I'm like, that was your quarterback right there last year or 2 years ago, and we were talking about it. Like you said, they should have got rid of that dude. Long time ago. You can lose with him. You can lose without him.
And now they can't because he's overpriced and probably a little bit overrated. And I just wonder too if this is going to hurt. You know what's going to happen with Herbig because of it. Are you going to lose out on him? Is he going to price himself out? Did you do the thing you should never do in sports? And thanks for the call, Rob. And it's great to chat with you again. Did you go with resume? You don't want to pay guys for what they did in the past. You don't want to reward 3 years ago. You want to pay for what you think is going to happen 2 and 3 years from now. And the Steelers made, this is not, we're going to make a sentimental decision. We're going to make a mushy decision. We like him. He's a nice guy. You don't make decisions. This isn't a friggin' movie, okay? This isn't the Hallmark Channel. Make tough decisions, for crying out loud. 412-928-9370. Speaking of Hollywood scripts, you guys see what Aaron Donald told Pat McAfee today? We'll check in on that coming up too. 412-928-9370. If you want to bash me for what I'm saying about TJ Watt, by all means, I'm here. Here's an intern Dom headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates at Astros tonight, 8-10. Bubba Chandler gets the start for the Buccos. Pittsburgh on a 3-game win streak heading into Texas. The game again tonight, 8 o'clock, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Mike's Beer Bar. Hey, Mike's, now that June is here, Mike's is the place to watch the soccer games that are going to take the world and the entire United States, even in a football town like Pittsburgh, by storm in just a couple of weeks. You can watch every single game. That would be really cool if you pulled it off over at Mike's Beer Bar. They'll have them all on. You're not going to have to ask a bartender or waiter, hey, put on Haiti versus Uzbekistan. They already know to put the games on. They'll have all the baseball games going on, too, right across from PNC Park. 80 rotating taps, the best local craft beer. Great food options, too. Meet me at Mike's.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The worst kept secret of the NFL offseason came true yesterday. An A.J. Brown trade on June 1st. The Eagles sent A.J. Brown to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a fifth-rounder. Moving forward with the Patriots, Brown will work with third-year quarterback Drake May. Stephon Diggs was the Patriots' leading receiver last year. A.J. Brown is a clear upgrade. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
The area's largest outdoor volleyball event, the Pittsburgh Grass Open, returns to South Park Fairgrounds July 24th through the 26th. Music, food trucks, beer, and a $10,000 prize purse. Juniors, adults, and all skill levels welcome. Register at PittsburghGrassVolleyball.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Good afternoon. There's an accident reported on Industrial Highway and Beechnut Drive. That's in Pittsburgh. You can expect the usual delays on all other major arteries. Slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel. That means that the flow is slow on the Liberty Bridge as well. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city. Traffic is flowing to the north side. With AAA Traffic,
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And wouldn't this sound nice? Reduce joint pain, improve libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
So we reach out to Aaron Donald. It for sure got me thinking. I said, holy, can I say that? That's what I respond with. And then he responds with 35, removed 2 years ago. Got to see if that fire can light back up. I say, you're from Penn Hills, brother. Fire is always in there. And then I say, go get the knives back out. Okay, and then there was a laughing response. If Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to work alongside Myles Garrett and that entire defensive line.
Yeah, what if? I guess you can dream now. Aaron Donald telling Pat McAfee that he is training with the thought of possibly coming back. I heard today from a couple of people that the odds or chances of it happening were like Blutarski at Animal House, at whatever the hell the name of that college was with Dean Wormer, 0.0, which is such an antiquated reference now. Like Jack is in here producing, intern Jack, no idea. You've never seen Animal House, right? Like it just...
I've not, no.
You're in college. It's a timeless classic about college life, and you've no desire to see a movie, a comedy that was made 50 years ago, do you? Just
it's
none
not
whatsoever.
that I constantly think about Animal House, and I'm like, there's no way I'm ever watching this. I just don't think to watch movies all the time. And there's a lot of good movies out there.
Have you seen Old School?
No.
Okay. Have you seen Billy Madison?
It's a bad one, but no.
Have you seen Happy Gilmore?
Yes, I've seen Happy Gilmore. That would be really bad.
So you've not seen Billy Madison, Animal House, or Old School?
That is correct.
But you've seen the movie WALL-E.
WALL-E has a 96% on Rotten Tomatoes, okay?
So you're just beholden to Rotten Tomato scores?
Every kid that grew up at the same time that I did watched WALL-E. Come on.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
So you're saying right now, among the people in the 18 to 25 demographic who are listening to the show, of which there are probably thousands, Every single one of them has seen Wally and loves Wally. Totally disagree.
Well, that was an exaggeration. Not literally every single one of them, but every one of them should.
According to Rotten Tomatoes, 96% of the people would love it.
Yes, that's accurate, and they would.
I just posed on Twitter, would you take a first-round pick for TJ Watt right now? The Cowboys have the Packers pick. They desperately need an edge rusher because they traded Micah Parsons. That was one of the picks they got back. If Jerry Jones got impulsive and lost his mind, which I think he probably has, you don't put anything past that guy. If he said, oh, F it, I'm getting really old and I want to win right now, I didn't want Micah Parsons because I got into a urinating match against him. TJ Watt, I'll try him on for size. I'll offer the Steelers the Packers first-round pick that I have in 2027 for TJ Watt. Would you make that trade? My answer is an emphatic yes, I would. But they don't believe in doing stuff like that because Art Rooney wants TJ Watt to be a, quote, one-helmet guy. And then we had intern Dom give out a mixed message on that saying he would have traded Watt 2 years ago, but he doesn't like great players losing their aura. And Watt would have lost his aura with a trade to a team like Dallas. Jack, do you feel like Tom Brady has lost his aura because he played for the Bucs and Patriots?
No, because retiring and then coming out of retirement and winning a Super Bowl, then having more Super Bowl wins than any other franchise in NFL history is.
How about Jerry Rice? Did he lose his aura playing for the Raiders?
Yeah, like Jerry Rice specifically on the Raiders had no aura, but like
what?
Jerry Rice doesn't
lose his aura. He went to a Super Bowl with them. What are you talking about? He had plenty
it's like
of
Michael
aura.
Jordan playing for the Wizards. You just don't have aura at that point.
He's the great. You guys are nuts. Something that you 20-year-olds are bonkers.
I didn't say Jerry Rice lost his aura. I just said he didn't have it when he was with the Raiders. He is the greatest wide receiver of all
go
time.
look at his stats, my man. He had plenty of aura.
I'm aware that he was good, but that's not what aura is.
What is define aura for me? Then you can't.
There is no definition. It's just something that you feel when you see something.
Does Marcelo Zuna have aura with the Pirates?
Legitimately the least amount of aura maybe of any baseball player ever.
Less than. Oh, never mind. I don't want to talk in circles about aura, although it is fun. Here's T in Cranberry. Hello, T.
Hey, man, I hate to hear it, man. Look, Tom Brady didn't lose his aura. Sam Darnold didn't lose his aura. Like, I can go, Robert Ory didn't lose his aura. Like, these kids, man, they just look up.
I know. They don't know. You're right. It's kids. I'm now old enough where I can say that derogatively and mean it. You're right. They're kids. They don't know better, T. They haven't experienced enough life yet. Give them 10 or 15 years.
They just look at, like, a player that's been with the team for so long, and now they think he's washed. Like, no, contract just... They went
exactly. They don't get it. There's not enough hair on their chest and dirt on under their fingernails is what it is. You're right. Dylan's in North for Sales. Hello, Dylan.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
So just a couple things I want to say with Watt. I think a big thing is that the organization still thinks they're a win now team. They don't necessarily want to plan for the future, which you already said, but I think they genuinely think that this team has enough talent to maybe not play for a Super Bowl, but make a deep playoff run, which I think is insane. I think a lot of fans think that as well. And I think them getting rid of Watt in their eyes doesn't put them any closer. In fact, it just puts them farther away.
But I just laid out for why they shouldn't feel that way. They have Herbig, Highsmith, and Sawyer behind him. They moved on from Greg Lloyd. They moved on from Kevin Green. They moved on from Jason Gilden. They moved on from Joey Porter. I could go on and on and on and on. They moved on from these guys, and they still won, and they weren't in rebuilding mode. The owner just moved the goalposts and decided now certain guys have to only play for one team, which is idiotic to me.
Especially when it's a position where you have so much young talent in the same position.
Exactly.
He's on the wrong side of 30. He's overpaid. And before I get cut off, I do have one question for you, Penny.
Go ahead.
Do you think Mason Rudolph is still going to have a job?
In the NFL or with the Steelers? And give me the date you want.
With the Steelers, and let's say by game one.
Yes, I do. Do you think that intern Dom has aura?
I think Intern Dom has more aura than you.
Wow. Thanks, Dylan. Actually, no thanks. Actually, I don't care. You know what? You guys have so much aura, it's unquantifiable. Your aura is just, you're oozing aura, you two. Here's Max next. Hello, Max.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
First of all, I want to say that WALL-E is a very good movie. I don't know who mentioned it earlier, but I am in that demographic. I'm 21 years old. WALL-E is a great movie. Second off,
not better than all the movies that
you,
Jack
Max.
has missed. He didn't see Billy Madison. He didn't see Animal House. He didn't see Old School. It's not better than those movies as an adult. No way.
I'm just saying it's a great movie in my personal opinion. That's all.
Okay.
So my second, the main reason I wanted to call in, I don't really care how many teams a player plays for. If they're a great player, they're going to have that aura that you guys have been talking about. They're going to be good for however many teams they play for.
Well, apparently Art Rooney thinks it tarnishes the legacy of a player or makes the organization look bad if TJ Watt plays for more than one team. Time is 3:38. Time to step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance. You guys can listen to the PM Team. That's us on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can watch us on Twitter or X. And it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. With this Aaron Donald news, PM Team Tuesday draft. Now that it's summer, we draft on Tuesdays. Best Pitt football players of all time. In every team that's drafted needs a quarterback and at least one defensive player. Don't throw your hands in the air, Dom. You don't get to make the rules here. You can define aura. I'll let you do that on the air. You don't make the rules for the draft. You don't have any seniority or pull yet. You rank below Logan Arblaster here currently. All right. Intern Jack has a headline and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in Houston tonight. They'll take on the Astros in the first game of the series. That first pitch will be at 8:10 p.m. It'll be Bubba Chandler versus former Pirate Mike Burrows. Pirates are on a 3-game winning streak, and the Astros are 27-34 this season. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
You know what? I'm happy I have no aura. I don't even want it. I despise aura now. You could take your aura and shove it up your rear end. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross. I mentioned this before. My community is having a garage sale that's being run by the town I live in. And so the last weekend, some of that time was spent trying to organize our stuff and get ready for this garage sale. It's going to take place in my garage. I used to be very self-conscious about my garage because I thought it was gross. The garage floor was cracked and stained. Now I've got Comer and Cross on my side. They turned my garage floor into an extra room in my house by doing my garage floor for me. Garage floors not only look great, but they add value to your home. In fact, several realtors were asked this question and they said, I'll try to put a number on it. Could be as much as 10% more valuable with a finished garage. Also, 50% off installation right now. So what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to comercross.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities, and this is your time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a donation or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association and Centos. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Crowley here for Window Nation. If your air conditioner never seems to turn off, worn out windows could be the culprit. They were for me. Maybe it's because I shot a hockey puck through them. Anyway, upgrade yours now during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Imagine replacing all your windows and getting half them for free. Plus, you can get them with no money down, no monthly payments, or interest for 2 years. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on now. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, we're seconds away from a PM Team Tuesday draft. It's me versus the interns today with Donnie hosting the midday show and Mulsey off, all intertwined because those guys are playing Oakmont together, Pomp, Joe, and Mulsey. Berg Proud Challenge, I've told you guys about that in conjunction with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers have all teamed up. You move 30 miles in June, you can get a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all three black and gold logos on the same shirt for the same time. And kickstart your fundraising campaign when you kick in $25 to start. And that goes twice as far because of the Richard King Mellon Foundation. So 25 turns into 50. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/OdysseyPittsburgh. This press release is going to go out. Mark Cuban has chipped in $100,000 to this. So that means the Richard King Mellon Foundation matches that. So that's $200,000 that goes to people. Mark Cuban, ladies and gentlemen. What a man. What a mighty, mighty good man. For years, we wanted him to own the Pirates. Never happened. Own the Mavericks. Now he's not owning the Mavericks. He's just giving money to Indiana football and turning that into a juggernaut and supporting this cause, which is very, very cool. So thank you so much, Mark Cuban, for supporting families back here in Pittsburgh, your hometown, who need it. All right. I told you guys for the PM Team Tuesday draft, we were going to draft Pitt football players. I lied. I'm catering, completely backing down to you guys on this. 4-round draft, current Pittsburgh athletes with the most aura. Your mic's not on, so no one heard you. Intern Dom, according to random.org, picks first. Jack picks second. I pick third. Go ahead, Dom.
I go first?
Yep. Current athletes.
Current Pittsburgh athletes with the most aura. Number one.
Whatever the F that means.
Yep. Number one, Paul Skeens. Dom wins.
He's not even the best pitcher on his own rotation right now, so I don't know how
has
that
nothing to do with how good you are.
We serious right now? You're just gonna? You said I picked second here.
Yes.
You're just gonna give me Sidney Crosby at 2?
Sidney
Wow.
Crosby does not have that much aura.
huge blunder by Dom.
I don't know, man.
Sidney Crosby's not in the public eye. You never hear from him. He doesn't talk.
Oh,
he
so
likes-
That's mysterious aura.
No, I don't think it's. Paul Skeens has mysterious aura. I don't think
No, he
Sid's is
doesn't. He
mysterious.
dates a celebrity, which is the
that's
which is
aura.
the biggest reason why you picked him.
No, it's not.
I think it is.
Pony, make your pick.
I have 2 picks to make because it's a snake draft. Aura. I'm trying to think in my mind right now. You know who's got big time aura? I'm going to take 2 Pirates back to back. I'm going to take Brandon Lau, and I'm going to take O'Neal Cruz.
Cruz
And you
isn't
guys-
a terrible pick.
Cruz is a good pick there.
You guys sit here and tell me neither one of those guys has aura right now.
Cruz
they got
is a good
aura off
pick.
the charts.
Cruz has aura.
I don't know about Brandon Lau.
Yeah, that's a tough
I mean, he
one.
walks up to AJR. I don't know.
Who's that?
Exactly.
It's a band.
Yeah.
So you're defining aura based on the music these guys listen to?
No, but that definitely contributes to it.
Aura's all encompassing.
Paul Skeens warms up to Charles Henry Godwin singing some like Country Roads remix. That ain't exactly like.
He's also dating Livy Dunn, though.
Yeah. All right. Who I think is overrated.
Oh,
I mean, okay.
in terms of her like gymnastics abilities.
No, I just like. I'm 40. It doesn't work for me.
Oh, geez.
It does for you guys. It doesn't for me.
No,
All
yes,
right,
it
well,
does.
Jack.
I think an easy pick here. I'm going to take Connor Griffin.
Damn it! What
he
the
inked
hell was
the
I thinking?
Largest contract in Pirates history
Oh
at
my
the age
God!
of 19.
Yeah, Jack
That's
is running.
just about
Jack is running
as much
away.
aura as you could possibly have.
Jack is running away with this at the moment.
I mean, you guys gave me the guy who could go 1-1, and that is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Aaron Rodgers.
He has
No way.
He has negative aura right now.
What are you talking about?
He has
Went out on a pick 6 last year, got blown out in the playoffs. He can't
in
move.
Jack's mind, he has less aura than Anthony Richardson. Is that right?
Well, that is definitely true, actually. Anthony Richardson has a ton of aura.
Next, Dom.
And it's only players. We can't do coaches
Yes,
or.
it's only players.
All right, easy. I don't want to go back-to-back Steelers. Is there anybody in college? No.
I think Jack is running away with this right now.
Jack isn't running away with anything.
Yes, he is. He blew it last week with the Wally pick and the Jungle Book blunder with the last pick in the Disney movie draft.
He picked a hockey player that never talks and a 19-year-old who at one point this season people were saying should be demoted back to the minor leagues. I don't know about that, Jack. Okay, so I have Skeens.
You're stalling, Dom. You're vamping.
I'm not stalling. I have Skeens, Rogers, and I'll go Malkin with my third pick.
I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
I don't love it.
You have another pick, Dom.
No, he doesn't. He made 3. He's
Yeah.
got Skeens, Rogers, and Malkin.
Thought we were doing 4 rounds.
We are, but now it's your turn to make your third pick. He's got 3 guys. You've only got 2, Jack. It's your turn. You don't know how
That's a good
drafts
point.
work?
That's a good point.
There's
That's
that
a good
Pitt
point.
education for
Hand
you.
up, hand up. I was between 2 guys here. I think I'm going to go TJ Watt. He's still won Defensive Player of the Year. You're telling me nobody gets fired up when he sacks quarterback and he does that like leg kick thing, gets people fired up.
You just
gets the
got on
people
Dom's
going.
case for Aaron Rodgers having a bad
TJ
playoff
Watt's
game. He's done
still
nothing in the
objectively
playoffs
better
other than
at
pick
his
up a fumble.
job than Aaron Rodgers is, and TJ Watt's a more legendary Steeler than Aaron Rodgers. It's
Yeah,
not
but
even
if you
close.
just go by the
What are you doing?
legendary thing, Malkin's a more legendary Penguin than Watt is a legendary Steeler.
Great point.
Malkin wasn't on the board. I was going to take him if he was.
But you didn't even comment on Dom's pick, so I didn't know.
Sorry,
exactly
Dom. I thought Malkin was a good pick.
I appreciate that, Jack. Did you say TJ Watt's better than Aaron Rodgers right now?
Yes, I did. Aaron Rodgers stinks.
Won a division title last year.
Well,
I'm sorry,
I mean,
was
in
he out
terms of
there playing by
positional
himself?
value, positional value, that makes it a little bit different. But Aaron Rodgers stinks, and TJ Watt I wouldn't say stinks.
Bow, 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 bow.
I
Now
have
you're
no-
stalling.
No, I have no idea how this aura game works. I'm trying to
That is so
get
dumb.
inside the minds of people. You know what? I think Joey Porter Jr. has some right now.
That's who I was between right there with Watt. That's a good
not
pick.
bad.
That's a good pick. That guy's got aura.
It's not a terrible pick.
And my last one's going to be Ben Kindle.
That's a terrible pick. Tyler Kennedy was calling for him to be removed from the lineup because he was too soft.
Ben Kindle?
Yeah, and Kennedy got absolutely murdered for that.
Okay, I agreed with the people that were murdering him for it, but, like, still.
He's 18 years
Who
old.
cares?
He
He's
just
too
played
soft.
an entire You don't last for an entire NHL season as a teenager for being too soft. Your guy that you drafted second overall, Connor Griffin, hasn't even lasted a full baseball season. He's already
They're
on the
being
injured list.
precautious
Is that
with
a
a
good point,
soft
Tom?
injury.
It's a good point.
They're being precautious with a soft injury because of how important he
You
is
just
to
said
the
it.
organization.
Soft.
That is aura.
Pony
All
makes
right.
a good point.
Last pick.
All right, I'll take Braxton Ashcraft.
Damn it,
because
I don't know.
nobody did.
Yeah.
He's making some radio hosts in Pittsburgh say he's better than the guy who's the best starting pitcher in baseball. So
Well, right now he
that
is
right
better.
there is aura.
Isn't that a dumb point,
Pony,
Jack? Who
Pony would
say
give the
that?
ball to Braxton Ashcraft if there was a playoff game tomorrow. Which
Correct.
That's not even that.
That's why
absurd, I
Pony's
don't
not the
think.
manager of a baseball
I'd
team.
still give
No,
this
it's
kid-
actually not absurd at all, Dom, because he's better and been more reliable.
But
Anyways,
yeah, I'll take Ashcraft.
your last pick?
All right, so Aura athletes. I have Skeens, Rogers, Malkin. Now, just thinking out loud here, I could go Broderick Jones because he has aura right now. He does.
Can you explain that one?
Because he's very controversial. He had a good season last year, but everybody hates him.
No, he
and now
did not have a good season, Dom.
He had
was
a better
he had a pretty
season.
average season.
Yeah, better than where he's been
he
at.
had a mediocre season and got hurt and might never play football again. I don't know how you kids define aura as 20-year-olds, but that really doesn't seem like the Merriam-Webster definition of it whatsoever.
Aura's like if you walk into a room, everybody sits back and says, "Oh my God, it's this guy." So
yeah, I've been in the same room as Broderick Jones. I've never said that about him, so you've just failed.
well, I'm not picking him. I said I'm considering him.
Oh, that was a stupid thing to consider. Make your pick, please.
My last pick, I will take Will Howard with some of the most aura of anybody in Pittsburgh sports right now.
Honestly, that's not a bad pick because the guy has done literally nothing to prove to people that he's going to be a good quarterback. Yet over half the Steelers fan base thinks this guy's like the future. For
Damn
whatever
right.
reason. So
Damn
honestly,
right.
I don't disagree with that.
All right. Aura, the Aura teams, the all Aura Pittsburgh teams.
I don't know where the confusion came from, Pony. I feel like aura is kind of
I think Jack
a common
won. I
term.
think you had a shot, but then you picked Aaron Rodgers in the second round. And this was not really my bag, so I concede that this was not one of my better
Pittsburgh
drafts.
athletes wasn't your bag.
Defining them by aura was not. No. Thank you for the music. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. It'll be 69 inside wherever the Astros play baseball now, whatever they call that thing, for Bubba Chandler versus Mike Burrows tonight, the ex-Bucco, who they gave up in the awesome Brandon Lau trade. All right, mini camp. I didn't know that it was controversial. I didn't know that May and June football was controversial until today when we learned that two guys had refused to practice until today, showed up for work and still didn't practice. What do we make of that? Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look, game one tonight of the Pro Hockey Finals. Carolina minus 150 over Las Vegas plus 125. The total in the game is sitting at 5.5. I think this series is a legitimate coin flip, and if that's the case, I want to lean into plus money. Give me Vegas to win the series and Vegas to win game one plus 125. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Match on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Service your vehicle the easy way at Joe Ball GMC. Open 6 days a week with convenient scheduling, free shuttle service, complimentary loaners, and a comfortable lounge. Our ASE certified team services all makes and models with a price match guarantee. Visit Route 8 Glenshaw or JoeBallGM.com.
A gorgeous Tuesday ahead. Mostly sunny skies and seasonable with temperatures into the low to mid 70s. Partly cloudy tonight with lows around 50 degrees. Sunny Wednesday with highs near 80 degrees. Clear Wednesday night with lows into the upper 50s. And sunny, warm, and humid on Thursday with highs in the low to mid 80s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Good afternoon. There's an accident reported 5000 block of Venice Road. That's in Scheller Township. Meanwhile, the Fort Pitt Tunnel stacking up in both directions in and out of the city. The Squirrel Hill Tunnel, the traffic is moderate on the suburban side of the tubes. On the city side, it's a little slow as well. Route 28 is slow as you make your way out of the city, but it clears up the closer you get to the 31st Street Bridge. Heading into the city is a smooth move. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com. Got junk?
Book them now.
It's finally summer. You can't blame the weather anymore for not dealing with your clutter. Book us today to clean out your shed or garage. Then you can relax and enjoy the sun. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates and Astros start a 3-game series tonight after 8 o'clock. That means shortly after 7, you can hear the leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is there no holding because of the contract or anything like that?
I'm going to let my agents and the guys upstairs really handle that kind of talk. I feel like just because it's a new start, it's a new beginning. We got new coaches, we got new players coming in, and I just want to be around the guys as much as possible and just to help as much as I can right now. So I got all my attention towards that and just trying to get better. Definitely, I feel like I was a league guy since I've been in this league, and I'm happy that I'm getting the respect that I feel like I owe. So.
Yeah, I mean, business is business. You know, I'm a football player. I'm here for football. I try to keep business separated from football as much as I can. I mean, whatever they want, whatever they ask of me. You know, I'm a big team guy. I'm a Steeler man. I bleed black and gold. So whatever Coach McCarthy and Patrick Graham and my coach ask of me, I'm willing to do.
All right, so Nick Herbig and Joey Porter Jr. on day 1 of what is really only going to be a 2-day mandatory minicamp. You don't show up, you get fined. 2 days of practice in June, and then they're going to do a team bonding thing on Friday, which will probably be a trip to Kennywood or something like that, which I was at Kennywood when the Steelers were doing a team bonding event there last year, and it was funny running into players and coaches on the rides while I was there with my daughter. But anyways, I digress. Seriously, I was on the old mill behind, I think, Jack Sawyer and somebody else, which was really hysterical. Anywho, the Steeler mini camp story of the day appears to be the hold-ins. This is a new thing that's been a part of Steelers training camp now for a number of years, whether it was TJ Watt and Cam Hayward last year. Cam Hayward rubbed a lot of people the wrong way with a hold-in. Deontay Johnson did it. Remember that name? That guy that would run backwards after catching the ball and occasionally just drop it out of nowhere. And he's out of the NFL. But that's what Herbig and Joey Porter are doing. It is a good problem, I would say, when you have young players looking for a second deal, and many of them at the same time, and they deserve more money, and you want to keep them around. I'm talking about Joey Porter Jr., Nick Herbig, and then to a lesser extent, Keanu Benton and Darnell Washington. You could even throw Spencer Anderson in there. I mean, it's possible from that draft class, from Omar Khan's first draft, there's 5 guys they signed to second contracts. The lone exception being the dude who they used a first-round pick on, Broderick Jones, which begs the question, is it still a good draft when you screw up your first-round pick? And I think the Steelers are trying to show with this draft in particular, yes, you can squander the number 1 selection and still get a good grade on your draft, depending on what happens with these guys. Now, this is just scuttlebutt, I would say. This is not anything that like Adam Schefter is reporting. But I do think it's interesting that Herbig and Porter want the same thing. And it's not just a new contract. It's not just a second deal that lavishes them with millions of dollars and sets up their family and their kids for success and creates generational wealth for their family and all those things that pro athletes want in a new deal. These guys pretty much want the same money from what I've heard. Joey Porter Jr. wants more than $20 million a year. And Nick Herbig thinks he's worth more than $20 million a year. Now, how far from that number these guys are hoping to get or wanting to get, I don't exactly know. I mean, there's probably, based on, I just saw the Patrick Surtain deal that the Broncos redid, I mean, there probably is a decent case for Joey Porter Jr. to get $24 million a year, which sounds crazy, but the NFL business is booming, as Antonio Brown would say, Mr. Big Chest. And these numbers seem like astronomical, but they're really not, because the salary cap is shot up and teams have to spend the money, so spend them on good to great players, especially young ones. And so that would be near the top of the market for corner, which Joey Porter Jr. hasn't given up a touchdown, and he cut down the penalties, and he was very good, I think, last year, with the lone exception being that horrible game he played against the Bengals on a Thursday night, where the Bengals beat them like a drum, and he has a hard time with T. Higgins as the one guy that gives him not always, I wouldn't say twice a year, but there's a history there in terms of officials calling penalties on Porter and him getting beat in those matchups against Cincinnati. But Higgins is a really good receiver. So, hey, once in a while, those guys, the rabbit gets the gun in those situations. But talking about almost $25 million a year, possibly for Porter. And Herbig wanting more than 20, even though he's been a spot starter. And you can ask for that in today's NFL, when so much of these decisions that teams make are based on things that are not just the common or standard stats that you and me as football fans have looked at our entire lives. They don't just go by that anymore. These NFL teams look at things like pass rush win rate. That's a stat that gets thrown around in every league office, and there's a lot of value on it. I mean, we might actually get to a day, much like we have now with Major League Baseball, where you watch a Pirates game tonight on Sportsnet, Pittsburgh. They're not going to show you when they run down the lineups. They're not going to tell you what Brandon Lau's batting average is. They're going to show his OPS. They're going to tell you what his on-base percentage plus slugging is, because all of baseball is pretty much universally agreed that statistic is way more important than just batting average. Well, we're going to get to a point, I think, where on NFL broadcast for pass rushers, they're going to show things like pass rush win rate. And Herbig is, this is kind of unfathomable, and I think really a dereliction of duty by the previous administration and coaching staff, which, thank God, the Mike Tomlin era is over. But there are probably proprietary stats. Because how do you quantify pass rush win rate? Who's grading that? Who's saying it's a win or a loss? I don't know. Maybe every team does it differently, but there are actually teams who thought that Nick Herbig was the best in the NFL at that last year. You match him up on an offensive tackle, it's a passing play. Does he beat the tackle? He might not finish with a sack, but does he beat the tackle and do his job? In Herbig, hey, Garrett led the league in sacks. There's some measurements that say he was the best at it. So teams salivate over that. They think, let's give him more snaps and more of an opportunity, and we'll get the big numbers that go with it. So, and it's outside of quarterback. You could debate what's second, left tackle or edge rusher. And those positions get paid, and that's why they get drafted usually high. Herbig didn't because he was smaller. And there were NFL teams that actually thought he was better served as an inside linebacker. It's really, at the end of the day, and look, the Steelers have not done everything right. That's why they're sitting on this 9-year playoff drought. Really a fantastic job in picking them where they did and taking a shot on Herbig. He had phenomenal production at Wisconsin, and they banked on, even though he was undersized, he's that good on tape. You got to go by tape sometimes and not just go by what guys do at the combine. And you got to believe in, okay, this guy's just a football player, and he's going to find a way to make it work and get it done. And Nick Herbig has done that for the Steelers, albeit with not the most opportunity. But he wants a big payday. And they're going to have to decide, who do you prioritize, Herbig or Porter Jr.? And I think Joey Porter Jr. is an easy one. I would guess, even though I don't know this for sure, but I don't even know if we have to go through this project. I would think most of the people listening right now would say pay Joey Porter Jr., right? I mean, if that's the going rate for a top corner, he has played like a top corner. If he wants 4 years and $90 million, you give him that. 412-928-9370 if anybody disagrees. We got a lot of, he's from here. His dad is an all-time great Steeler, and he played at Penn State. So everybody knows Joey Porter Jr.'s body of work. I think Joey Porter Jr. is a pretty popular Steeler. And so I would expect that Steelers fans would say, yes, he's our best corner, homegrown corner since Ike Taylor. He's a legacy Steeler. Let's give him his money. Herbig's a little bit more of a tough nut to crack. Do you give Nick Herbig that money? I notice a lot of Steelers fans who try to get cute with this and say, well, why don't we slap transition tag on him this year, and then we'll do the franchise tag next year, and then by then we'll know what we have with Highsmith and Watt and Sawyer, and let's buy ourselves extra time. Let's kick the can down the road on the guy. Seems to be the predominant feeling there. And I get why a lot of Steelers fans and media say those things, because you know what? If the NFL is going to give you loopholes and the Players Association still allows for tags, exploit those tags. That doesn't make the player happy. We saw what went on with Le'Veon Bell here and that melodrama. I don't think Nick Herbig's going to sit out an entire year of football, though. I don't think he's going to get terrible advice like Le'Veon Bell did. But, do you give Nick Herbig 4 years and $85 million? If that's what he wants, 4 years, $90 million? Can you justify that in your head? I feel like I was on this guy, and I would say things like, I think he's better than Highsmith. I think he's earned more playing time. I want to see him play. I want to see him get out there and have a chance. It's still, for what has been a guy that is not really even a true starter, that leap of faith in giving a player that kind of money is a very difficult thing for me to square in my head. And if there's a way to keep him around and not lose him, but then again, that's not going to be cheap. You do a tag situation with him, that's not going to be an inexpensive thing. But when you're still trying to figure out what you have in the player, you do those things. We don't fully know what Herbig is. The geeks would say we'll just extrapolate out the pass rush, amazing stats he has in fewer reps, give him all the reps, and you have one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. It's not that easy. That's like in baseball saying, well, take the guy that platoons and hits 310 and give him all of the at-bats against lefties and righties, and he's going to be No, he's not going to be a 310 hitter. So that's the fact-finding mission they're on with Nick Herbig, and that's where I think some of the reluctance comes in, unless Herbig takes a cheaper deal. He says he loves Pittsburgh and wants to be a Steeler. It's the organization's right, and this is what teams do all the time, to try to exploit that and try to persuade him and convince him to take less because he's happy here and stick with the team. Although, is he happy here? He says he is. He's not playing as much as he thinks he should, which in a weird way, this is kind of like everything, the theme or topics of today's show mesh with each other. What Herbig and Porter Jr. are doing, I think it's not obviously the same as Carmen Majinski deciding not to play in a game. Majinski didn't want to play in a game. The Pirates were unhappy about it. They put him on a restricted list where he wasn't going to get paid and wasn't going to accrue service time for one day. Put him in the penalty box, essentially. Called up a bad pitcher. Let the world know that he had quit on his team for a day. Exposed him for that. And the fans freaked out. And Pirates fans went crazy. And my gut reaction was to get on Carmen Majinski's case too. Here are two guys who showed up to work but didn't work. They were there, just like Majinski was there this weekend. They were there. It's practice in June. It's not games. They're there, but they're not working. They're not doing drills. They're just watching. They're refusing to participate. And I know, look, I'm 40. There are like some old bones in this body and like maybe an old, in some ways, like Jurassic period way of thinking about certain things in sports. I can tell you, and I would be interested in hearing what you have to say potentially at 412-928-9370 if you would oblige. Guys not wanting to work in minicamp because they're protecting themselves and they're thinking about the next contract, I honestly have no problem with that. And maybe like if I thought the Steelers were destined for greatness this year under Mike McCarthy and new defensive guys with Patrick Graham and felt like these days were so essential and so important that, they were being too myopically thinking and too selfish and too self-centered by not practicing. I don't understand how any Steelers fan could look at this and say, well, what's wrong with these guys that they're not practicing in June? They should be out there, like, taking what they know about the defense from the playbook and incorporating it on the field and being a team player. And if everybody else is out there, they should be out there. We just saw the butterfly effect, or should I say domino effect, of a Gunnar Olszewski injury in OTAs, and how it led to the Giants signing a slew of guys, including Juju Smith-Schuster and Odell Beckham Jr. Gunnar Olszewski is a fringe guy and bubble guy on a team. He lost a job because he got hurt. He couldn't afford to sit out because he's not that valuable. He's not locked up. Herbig and Porter Jr. have millions of dollars on the line right now. Their future with the Steelers is uncertain. I would think if this is not resolved over the next month or so, they'll probably take the same tact at training camp and not practice because they're thinking about their next deal. And I don't know if they'll say it like Cam Hayward did and have to, feeding families and things like that, which got him in a lot of trouble because he's made so much money from the Steelers, and he also had a big contract. These guys really, in the NFL scheme of things, in our lives, they've made a lot of money. But in NFL terms, they've not made a lot of money. And so I really don't have any issue or problem with guys at this point who are not first-round picks, who've not gotten paid. It's football in June. They're there, so they're not doing like a protest where they're even saying, screw off, I'm not going to be there. They're there. They just don't want to risk injury, some non-contact injury where you step wrong on turf and you blow out a knee or you tear an Achilles tendon. Something like that happens, and now you don't know how much money you're going to get from the Steelers, or you don't know if they let you go to free agency how much money you're going to make. So I would think 2026, it's not 1976 anymore, that people would agree with that. 412-928-9370. Here's Gino and Peters. Hello, Gino. Hello, Gino.
Yes, sir.
Hi, you're on the radio, Gino. What's up?
Yeah, Herbig's nice player. Young, hungry. Is he worth $20 million? Hell no.
Well, let me ask you a couple questions to follow up on that, just to make sure you feel that way. Do you think he's a better player than Highsmith?
No.
Okay, Highsmith makes 17. Do you think that he's more than half the player that Watt is?
More than half? No.
You don't?
No. He's a nice player. He's hungry, little undersized. $20 million? No, thank you. Part-time player.
So
Joey Porter.
Wait a minute. Now you're going to rip Porter? Let me hear it. Go on. Let's hear it.
I'm not going to rip him.
You just said for all the lovers out there, it looks like you were about to cut a promo on him being an overrated player.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it out there. You can trade Joey Porter. He ain't that good either. His penalties are huge in games. Huge.
He hasn't allowed a passing touchdown.
Well, okay, there's the love. Okay, but
no, it's not love. It's not me saying this because I'm friends with his dad. I mean, I do have a soft spot for him because I almost watched him punch Mueller in the face once, which was a great day in my life. But that's not the only reason why I'm not a Penn State fan. Last year, completion percentage against Porter, 48.5, under 50%. Passer rating against him, I'm trying to find it, was unbelievably low here. No touchdowns allowed. That's not me liking him. That should be pointing out facts. You can't handle the truth. This is a few good men.
No. You're right there. 100% then. Is he worth $20 million?
Yes. Based on what the top corners make, he is. His passer rating against, I found it was 57 last year. He essentially turned the quarterbacks he played against into Duck Hodges. That's what they looked like when they targeted him. Well, here's a guy that doesn't want to pay Herbig or Porter Jr. Well, then who the hell do you pay? 412-928-93. I mean, am I wrong here? I think Joey Porter Jr. is an elite corner. Is that an insane take? 412-928-9370. Nick Herbig and Joey Porter Jr. aren't practicing. They're holding in. Does that offend your football sensibilities, Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Hear what Mike McCarthy had to say about that next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Here's an Intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates Astros tonight at 8:10 p.m. They'll be in Houston for this one. It'll be Bubba Chandler versus Mike Burrows. The Pirates are on a 3-game winning streak, and the Astros are 7 games under 500 this year. North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin at 7:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We all knew it was going to happen, and it finally did. Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown has been traded to the New England Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. Brown will be reunited with head coach Mike Vrabel, who he played for in Tennessee, and now he will have MVP runner-up Drake May as his QB. We'll have to wait and see if things are sunnier in New England. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
The reputation, knowledge, experience, and success of Western Pennsylvania injury firm LGKG has helped them recover millions of dollars for their clients. How? Well, at LGKG, insurance companies are aware they don't easily settle. That LGKG doesn't get steamrolled in negotiations. That LGKG is all business. That LGKG is about justice. Insurance companies know they better have their best offer or head to trial. Here's partner and super lawyer Joe George, a Western PA guy and a fixture in the legal community.
We know the value of the cases because we've tried cases, we've won cases, we've litigated cases. We know what they're going to pay on these cases.
And they know that you know.
They know that we know. And I say that all the time to my clients, and I've actually said that to other insurance companies and attorneys. I know that you know that I know. And when they know that you know, they can't pull the wool over your eyes. So you're going to be able to get the most value out of your case when you're coming to a respected firm like ours at LGKG. For over 90 years we've been there. I mean, there's a reason why.
Simply put, at LGKG, they try cases and insurance companies know it. LGKG.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Clear for the overnight with a low of 49 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Good afternoon. The active reported on the 5000 block of Venice Road in Sheller Township is still active. There's a new accident, 1000 Waggles Hill Road in Elizabeth Township. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Route 28 slow as you make your way out of the city, but clears up the closer you get to the 31st Street Bridge. On the other side, the traffic is flowing towards the city, and 279 North is a smooth move after you experience some brake lights working your way out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and wouldn't this sound nice? Reduce joint pain, improve libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick's case, he's been in constant communication with us. I had lunch with Nick in March out there in Scottsdale. So he's done the things necessary. He's in a business situation. So I think, it's no different than any of our players. I think you just separate that, and this is an important time in their lives. I mean, their business decisions and business opportunities can change, the course of their life and their family's life. And I don't take that for granted. I'm in charge of the football part of it. So, we don't lose sight on that. And I think like any time you have situations where, you're not together, or just make sure you're communicating. And I think our guys have done a good job with that, especially being in year one.
Okay, we were just talking literally minutes ago about how Herbig and Porter both wanted over $20 million a year, and could Herbig get up over 20? And a man called in and said, he's a part-time player. You can't give him that money? Au contraire. Adam Schefter This is him, not a fake account. Like the account Ron Cook fell for and said that the Steelers had traded, I forget what corner it was, for an old 1993 Toyota Corolla. He actually read something like that on the air and then caught himself. Anyways, Nick Herbig, a 4-year, $100 million extension from the Steelers. $42 million guaranteed. So they are going to pay Herbig $25 million a year. Highsmith is making $17 million a year. Watt is making over $40 million. Are they just building the whole team out of edge rushers? Or is somebody else going to get traded? How about Highsmith? We haven't talked about him in a while. I mean, all the Steelers insiders pretty much said that this decision was going to get tabled. Don't expect them to give Herbig big money now. He sits out practice today, and they reward him with just a gigantic deal. I'm going to pull up where that ranks among NFL edge rushers for a guy with 7.5 sacks last year, but again, only 6 starts. He's got 16 sacks in his career, and he just got $100 million for it. That's it. 412-928-9370. To me, it's a lot of money, and it's a giant leap of faith. The one thing I hate about doing this job is when people are wishy-washy on the air, so I don't want to be that. I'm trying my best in real time to give you my feelings on this, and you can probably tell that I'm conflicted, and maybe you feel the same way. I think he is an up-and-coming player. I think you pay your best up-and-coming players. I'm a little bit surprised that they did this now when they're already paying 2 other guys. So $25 million a year, that is between Nick Bonito, the Broncos edge rusher, who is a guy that can lead the league in sacks any year, and Odafe Owe, the former Penn Stater, who the Ravens traded last year to the Chargers. He went off, and then the Commanders gave him big money. He doesn't have a big track record either, which is probably the comp the Steelers used. Or I shouldn't say the Steelers, Herbig's people used and said, if this guy's worth 24, our guy's worth 25. He gets to $100 million. Here are the guys in the NFL currently, $100 million edge rushers. Will Anderson, Micah Parsons, Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt, Danielle Hunter, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, Nick Bosa, Jalen Phillips, not Jonathan Grenard, my bad. Jalen Phillips, Josh Allen, no, not that Josh Allen, the Jags Josh Allen, Brian Burns, Trey Hendrickson, now with Baltimore, Trayvon Walker, and Nick Bonito. Jaguars, I think, are the only other team in the NFL that have $200 million. No, that's wrong. Texans have 2, obviously, with Anderson and Hunter. Jaguars have 2 with Allen and Walker. So the Steelers become the 3rd team in the NFL to have a pair of edge rushers making $100 million or more. But they also have a 3rd guy, Highsmith, who's not cheap. I already told you last hour I would move Watt, just like the Browns did with Myles Garrett, but the Steelers won't do that. So what's this mean for Alex Highsmith? My guess there, too, is that they're not going to trade him now. But I would think somebody's days got to be numbered in Pittsburgh at that position. You're not going to pay Nick Herbig $25 million a year to get to be 3rd on your team in snaps at that position. You don't pay a backup that kind of money. He might be the first backup in NFL history to make $100 million. 412-928-9370. Let's see what you think. Here is Sebastian in Freeport. Hello, Sebastian.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I was just driving for work, and then I heard you say that he got the contract after listening to that last guy talk about how he didn't think he even deserved $20 million, and I thought he deserved 20 right on. 25 might be just a hair too much for me right now, just based off a snap count and everything. But he's got so much talent. You just know he can play well.
I don't agree with that. I think we think he can play well. I don't think we know. It's a projection, which I said this about Watt. You'd rather pay a guy for what you think he's going to be the next 2 or 3 years than what he was 2 or 3 years ago. So actually, in that way, I respect what the Steelers did. But I just, even with the ever-increasing salary cap, I don't know how you justify paying 3 guys at a position where 2 play this amount of money. Highsmith, $17 million. Herbig, $25 million. Watt, $41 million. It's not wide receiver where 3 play. 2 play. So what's going to happen with Highsmith? What's going to happen with Watt? Here's Scott in Murraysville. Hello, Scott.
Hey, Andrew, how are you?
Hey, man.
I am 100% with you on this, brother. I'm in the car and I just heard you say that they are 100% paying him on potential. That, listen, he's been playing on the weak side with their best players focusing on T.J. Watt. You take away T.J. Watt, I don't know if he's a $25 million rush edge. Second off, there's no way all 3 are staying. There has to be some kind of scheme going ahead with Highsmith or Watt.
Wait a minute. So you think? So hold on though. You think Herbig's stats? You think it's a creation of Watt? You think having Watt on the opposite side makes it that much easier for him to get the stats that he's put up?
No, but I think if he got all the double teams and chips that Watt did, his numbers wouldn't be what they were.
Right.
Like, I love Herbig. I mean, I think he's a great player.
You know what? I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I don't think the teams have game planned him that way.
No.
I don't know if they ever will. And but at the same time, I don't think, there's some other guys on the list that are making that amount of money. I don't think they're guys that get double teamed either. It's kind of keeping up with the Joneses. This is what you pay edge rushers who you think can be double-digit sack guys. And I would think there's reason to believe if Herbig gets enough snaps that he can be a double-digit sack guy.
What is that, $80+ million now on edge rushers a year? I mean, someone's got to be. There has to be some kind of.
Well, let's look that up, Scott. Let's do the math here on that again. It wasn't exactly my forte in school. So you got 17 plus 41. That's 58. And then you add 25. So that gets you to 68, 78, 83 million for 3 guys. Yeah. You're right. I'll tell you what, maybe they do it for a year. They ain't going to do it another year. Somebody's gone. And maybe what I said last hour ends up being complete BS from Art Rooney, and eventually they do move on from T.J. Watt. But my guess right now is that Alex Highsmith is a lame duck Pittsburgh Steeler with this news. If you're just tuning in, the Steelers have given Nick Herbig $100 million. That seems like it's too much. Even with the salary cap going up, and even with Herbig playing a very, very important position in the NFL, he started 6 games last year. I want your thoughts at 412-928-9370. Like or dislike this deal? We'll do it in the debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight at 8 p.m. The Golden Knights will take on the Hurricanes in Carolina. It's the Golden Knights' third Stanley Cup Final appearance in 9 years of franchise existence. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and it's the perfect time of year for me to tell you about one of my favorite things about Awaken 180 weight loss. It is, of course, cookout season, right? Burgers, dogs on the grill. What else? Brats, whatever your favorite foods might be. A couple of drinks with your friends, right? And you might be thinking, oh, well, Chris, if I join the program with Awaken 180, I can't do any of those things. Wrong. Awaken 180 fits in with your life. You can still have the burger. You could still have the brats. You could still have the drink here and there with your friends. You can still be social. In other words, you can still live your life. That is such a huge component of what always made Awaken 180 so appealing to me. It really was designed to fit into your life. And the fact that it's designed that way means it's going to last. It's going to fit in when you're on the maintenance phase. When you've lost the weight, you're going to keep the weight off because you weren't doing anything artificial or not repeatable or not sustainable. That's the beauty of Awaken 180. Find out more for yourself. 844-346-1800 or online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I enjoyed life on the road. I was young and foolish then, Bob. Young and single. It's great.
Oh, there's a story or two there. He brought that up.
No.
He brought that up. Got some money in my pocket. He's a dangerous man because he's got some money in his pocket, Joe Starkey. On the road, single boy. I see where you're going.
No, that wasn't where I was going.
No, it was. Your mind took you there. I want to know. I want to see that Starkey book.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. The Bucks are back. You can catch the games on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage of the North Shore Tavern leadoff show and the Og, Murphy, and Prokosky reaction show is brought to you by Robert Pearson Associates, Central Outreach, Spitzer Toyota, Sir Grout, Veteran Basement Waterproofing, and D'Amelio's HVAC. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Donnie Football Debrief is designated to the biggest football topic in the world, and we know what it is right now. Nick Herbig signs a $100 million deal with the Steelers. The Donnie Football Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company with over 100 years of baking experience. Donnie did the midday show, so he didn't have this news fall into his lap. I did. Intern Dom will help set the scene here for the rest of this conversation. Dom, are you thumbs up or thumbs down on this contract extension for Herbig?
Yeah, I think I'm thumbs up. Listen, this is a lot of money that they are putting into the defense, particularly one part of the defense. It's not my money, so I guess I don't really care.
Well, you should care, though, because it's a cap sport. It's not like baseball where it's not your money. The money you take to pay Peter, you potentially rob Paul of.
Sure, which gets me to my next point, which is I wonder what this means for Joey Porter Jr.
Yep.
And I wonder what this means for Alex Highsmith, who I think I was talking to Jack in the back. probably means that it's more likely than not that he's going to get traded, if you ask me. But I think that's a conversation for another time. Overall, I'm happy with it.
Why does it have to be a conversation for another time? I think it ties in directly with this.
All right, then we can have the conversation right now.
So you would trade Alex Highsmith?
With the money you're giving Nick Herbig and the money you're giving TJ Watt,
Highsmith has 2 years left on his deal. He's making $17 million a season. His cap hit for 2026 is $20 million. His cap hit for next year is $21 million.
Yeah, I probably would. What would you say?
I mean, he's also not a spring chicken. He's 29. So if somebody called me up and offered me a second-round pick for Alex Highsmith, guess what? I would take it right this second. You still have Sawyer behind him, and you'd have Watt and Herbig as your starters with Sawyer as your number one backup. Then I'd have an extra second-round pick, and I don't think I'm going to compete for a Super Bowl this year, and I'm going to have to move on from Highsmith probably after this year anyways. Yeah, I would do that deal right now.
I agree. I think the other point in all of this, too, is how many years have we been saying the Steelers have one of, if not the highest paid defense in all of football? They're going to have it again this season. I don't know if anybody has more pressure on them than the defense going into the fall. I mean, you can talk about the pressure.
Graham.
Sure. You can talk about the pressure on Rodgers or the pressure on Metcalf. I think the defense is under the most pressure.
The defense is always under a ton of pressure because when the whole entire unit makes more money than any other defense in the NFL, the expectation should be it's the best or at least one of the best. And last year it was below average. Last year the Steelers defense underachieved way more than the Steelers offense. I would actually make the argument that the Steelers offense probably did more than I expected or anticipated from it, especially given some of their talent deficiencies like not having a number 2 wide receiver on the team. And I also thought Aaron Rodgers was going to suck, and he didn't suck. He was just probably a mid-quarterback last year. Defense pays guys out the ass. They've got stars in terms of salary at every position, and yet they were 26th against the pass and I think 17th in points allowed. That ain't going to cut it.
The other thing that I noticed was Adam Schefter is the guy that broke the news.
Yep.
In his first initial tweet, he called Nick Herbig a guard and then had to edit the post and change it.
Because of his brother.
You would think that Adam Schefter would be able to get this right. This is one of the biggest stories of the offseason, I guess at least in Pittsburgh. You don't know what position the guy plays? What are we doing?
Here comes intern Dom's mortal enemy, Josh Yohe, on this signing.
Not enemies
Penguins
anymore.
Insider. He's a nice player, but this strikes me as insane. PZ Jr. should now be asking for $200 million if this is the going rate for a guy who never started for an entire season.
Well, I did see that this is the most money given to a non-quarterback for a player who hasn't started an entire NFL season. I'll tell you what, my friend Josh Yohe makes a really good point. I think Joey Porter Jr. is now sitting back, and he's saying, well, wait a second. Nick Herbig has proven somewhat what he's capable of, but not fully. This is more of a projection, like you're saying. I think JPJ has proved himself more as a secondary player than Nick Herbig has,
of course,
as a rusher.
Not even close, but it's two different positions. When guys like Owe get $24 million a year from the Commanders, and they're just, again, potential with a capital P players at that position, there's such a dying need and desire for teams to get after the quarterback that they spend a lot of money on guys who aren't even great at the position yet.
Yeah, but they already have two guys who can get to the quarterback.
Well then, okay, those are two different things. That's probably what Herbig is worth, but you didn't have to give him the money now. You could have waited or not given him the money at all. Tagged him next year. You could have done that if that was his asking price.
He wanted to be a Steeler for life. We already talked about how important that is. And by the way, this just makes the TJ Watt deal look so much more dumb because now you're giving so much more money to a guy who plays the same position. So stupid. Good for Nick Herbig. And good for Joey Porter Jr. because he's going to make a bag in the next couple years.
But I don't think it has anything to do with, he can't argue.
Sure
he gets more. Well, it's not a good argument to say I'm more valuable than Nick Herbig. Pay me more money. They're not.
What's
they're
the
not
big
peers.
issue with the Steelers right now? It's the secondary, right? Would you?
No, their big issue is that they have a 42-year-old quarterback, Dom.
No,
that's their biggest issue.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Jack, who's right, me or Dom? Would you like to be Judge Donnie for a second here and decide what is their biggest issue? Their secondary or the fact that their quarterback is old enough to be your dad?
Even if Aaron Rodgers was average, which I don't think he is, I think he's well below average. He'd be their biggest issue because you can't win with an average quarterback in the NFL.
He won 10 games and won the division. What more do you need from a quarterback? The secondary, I think
Joe
most.
Flacco.
Joe Flacco. I think most
lost
Steelers
to
fans
Sanders.
Lost to Shitter Sanders. That did happen.
Shedeur Sanders was throwing the ball pretty freaking well into the secondary.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers stinks, and he's only getting
He
older.
threw a duck that. I don't even want to bring up the guy's name again. What was Kyle Duggar? Had no clue where the ball was. It was a horrible throw that went for a touchdown.
Yeah,
probably the low point of the Steelers' season last year. What are you talking about?
I'm saying the biggest hole right now on the Steelers is by far the secondary. So you have Joey Porter Jr., who can be a part of the secondary for the next 15 years. He's going to look at what Nick Herbig just got, and he's going to say, you know what, you're paying me.
I don't think the secondary is that bad.
Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's bad.
Is Jalen
Porter,
Ramsey
Dean,
bad?
Ramsey, Elliott.
Yeah, who are the bad guys?
Brisker.
Dom? Give us more.
Now Darnell Savage.
Give us more context on who the bad guys are.
First of all, it's depth. Second of all, I think Jalen Ramsey, he has his moments, but he's not what he was. This isn't Jacksonville Jalen.
Yeah, but who are the bad? We're waiting for you to name off the bad players.
I don't know. Brisker had moments last year where I was like, oh boy. So I'm just saying, overall, compared to other parts of the team, I think the secondary is the falling part of the defense, or the failing part of the defense.
All right.
Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about Nick Herbig and what this means for other members of the team. You're turning it into an Aaron Rodgers conversation.
That was a debrief with Dom instead of Donnie. Thank you. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get retirement on track today. Temperatures will be in the high 60s because it's indoors for the Pirates and Astros tonight. Coming up next, more reaction to the Steelers giving Nick Herbig, a backup player, a part-time player, a guy who played more than half the snaps last year but didn't get starter snaps, $100 million. Good move, bad move. What should they do next? Keep all three, trade Watt, trade Highsmith. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The summer is finally here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Don't let rising gas prices stop you from having a clean and healthy home. Zero Res is keeping comfort affordable with powerful cleaning at a price families can feel good about. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at